esports? All of these questions will be answered right here, right now, at the EWC Spotlight. That's right, everybody. Welcome in. I'm Avalie. I've got Trav and Markman with me to talk about all of the incredible games that we've been able to see so far. And as I understand, Mark, you literally just got here a couple days ago to Paris. So have you had the steak frites yet?
I have not, but I have been enjoying all the good Tekken that's been going around, so it's been a fun day of competition so far. I'm really excited to see 32 of the best players from around the world, and they're killing it.
I know. What's beautiful about the EWC is that you get to see so many different pro players across all of the different games that we've had. And Trav, I know that you've been here essentially since week 1 covering all of these different games. What's the favorite thing that you've eaten so far, though? That's the question that I need to get into.
I'm with you on the steak frites, Mark. You need to go on that before you leave, because they are genuinely incredible. I've hit this spot about 4 times, and I don't see myself stopping over the next few weeks either.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, the place where they just keep bringing you the unlimited fries, I'm like, I am sat for that. But Mark, okay, we do have to talk about Tekken. It's been happening on stage 4. What have we seen so far?
So far, I think the big story surrounding Tekken 8 is the 2-time defending reigning champion Ulsan from South Korea. He has been doing such a great job. He got knocked into the lower bracket early on, and he's fighting his way out to get into the second day of qualification. But again, so many people are watching him. They're wanting to challenge him, take the championship away from him, but he's still fighting hard of a champion, and I love seeing his development as it's been going on throughout the days.
Now, are there any other specific storylines? Do we have underdogs, dark horses, or people that you may have a little bit of that storyline bias for?
Oh, absolutely. These players, they've been playing for some of them for decades. We have the legend like me. He's one of the players that's been playing since the very first Tekken game. We have a literal 13-year rematch in the making with AK from the Philippines going up against Nobi from Japan. They first met when AK was 13 years old, and he's here having a rematch with them 13 years again later. So it's amazing to see, again, how these players have grown with the game, but how they're still playing and still very passionate about it for their local scenes as well.
Now, I think it's so interesting that you bring up, how long some of these players have been playing, because I know last week we had like a Street Fighter player, or a Street Fighter 6, Crimey, 15 years old, and he's already winning world championships. It's just incredible the level of talent that we're seeing. But of course, we do have some other games that we've got to talk about, Trav. Starting with stage 3, we do have some Honor of Kings over on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, and we do have a bracket that we can basically throw up just to see how things are shaken up. But what have you seen so far?
Yeah, so for me, I've been hearing huge things about AGL, and I think across the board in the Club Championship, they're looking great. They're in numerous games, and I've even heard that there's bounties being placed by them to get maps off them, so that's how confident they are. But I do want to focus down here on Team Vitality as well, because they were coming into this one really needing a win after a pretty stressful few weeks, to be honest with you. They've not been doing too well, and they were looking like one of the better teams in this game, but they just haven't really been able to get going, and as you just saw in the bracket, they got knocked out in the quarterfinals, so a super disappointing performance for them.
Yeah, definitely a rough one for some of the teams, especially when it comes to some of these club championship points, right? Because at the end of the day, listen, we're literally on the boulevard of broken keys right now. We've got the big trophy behind us. That's where all of the players, the winning players, I should say, are able to insert their keys into the wall. So, I mean, it kind of all comes down to that and to this. But we do have to talk about stage 1, because right now, I mean, I'm even looking at them right now. We do have a little bit of Call of Duty Black Ops 7 going on. We had Warzone a little bit last week, but now we're getting into more of this team-based game. So talk me through it, Trav.
Yeah, so it's kind of the reigning champions in Optic Gaming going up against the world champions in FaZe. That's the big competition here, and obviously we've kind of got gentle mates around as well who are making, I think it's fair to say, some big noise for the fans. They're really out here supporting their team, so that's one of the main things. It's the question of whether or not this Esports World Cup being in Paris, having that support behind them is going to go that far, or if the reigning champs are going to be able to take that one as well, because it seems like Optic and FaZe are some of the favorites going into it.
We do have the bracket for Group A that we can take a peek at now, just to see all of the different teams as they're kind of spread out through the quarterfinals. Already some wins on the board and some unfortunate losses, but I can already just hear the fans going absolutely crazy. This is, yes, correct, the Group A bracket, as we can see. And who's that who's already made it into the finals there?
it's looking to me like G2 and Gentlemates, to be honest with you. So Gentlemates clearly having that support from the crowd, going a long way, managing to make it down to the finals of that group. And G2 as well. It's one you've already mentioned. Not only are they doing well in COD Black Ops 7, but they managed to take the win over in COD Warzone as well. So a couple of really strong weeks from them so far. Probably looking to try and continue that and get another 1,000 points on the board.
Man, how hyped do you think that G2 as an org would be to take home both Warzone and Black Ops 7?
I mean, if you can dominate across both, I think they'll be pretty hyped, especially the position they were in Warzone as well. I saw something they came from like 17th to 1st in the matter of a few games. So being able to bounce back in those kind of situations is huge for them, and G2 surely going to be able to continue that on.
Yes, and we do have the Group B bracket that we can see here as well. Not as many results currently finished. These are the ones that are still going on at the moment, but a lot of familiar names and faces, most notably 100 Thieves on the board there. Come on, NA represent.
Absolutely, and this is the thing as well. They've managed to get points on the board already with their win in Valorant 2, so they're really trying to get that done. As I said, Optic up the top there, the reigning EWC champions from 2025, so they're looking to do a good job as well. But I think we've got to touch right at the bottom there. We saw Team Falcons as well. So I think when it comes to the Club Championship, that's one of the teams you've got to focus in on.
I'm glad you brought it up, because we can take a look at the Club Championship timeline right now just to show all of the different games that we have that have been spread across these 7 weeks. We're at week 5 right now. We're more than halfway there, but look at how many more games we have to go. What's popping out to you, Trap?
Yeah, well, for me, I'm kind of got all my eyes on chess next week, to be honest with you. That'll be a really interesting one with chess.com obviously joining the EWC over the past couple of years. I think you've kind of got to touch on the fact that Team Liquid as well, through the Club Championship, now we wanted to touch on that, they're still sitting on 0 points. And they've been a contender year on year on year, challenging for the title, and they've got 0 points. So I think Magnus has got his work cut out for him over in chess next week.
Yeah, Team Liquid is the team that I've been going, where are they, for the past few EWC spotlights. So I'm going to reel back on that a little bit and let them gain their footing. But take a look at these Club Championship rankings that we have right now. We did see Falcons pick up, that big win. There's 1,000 points on the board for them, cementing them in that first place spot at the moment. Na'Vi, who is currently in the lead, has now dropped to second. But look at all of the teams that we have in this top ranking so far. Again, Trev, you've been here since the beginning. Who's been the underdog?
I mean, this is the thing for me. I think Na'Vi is one that I've got to really touch on here, because I've been spending most of my time over at the Allianz Vault, and they've been dominating that stage. The first 2 weeks, Dark Angel took Fatal Fury for them, managed to get the win, so that's straight 1,000 points. And then they come back the week after and get second in MWI, the women's competition of MLBB. So it was a couple of great weeks, and I think that's one of the main storylines where you've really got to focus in on the fact that it's quality over quantity. And I say that, but Team Falcons just jumped above them, so maybe I have to eat my words.
Yes, and we have the second half of the rankings that we can see here, and look at that, as little as 200 points on the board. But as you said, there are still some clubs with that big old fat donut.
Yeah, do we have a third slide? We have a third slide for Team Liquid. I know you said we're going to have to start going easy on them and let them get their foot in, but for a club of that standard, we're expecting a bit more.
Exactly. It does feel a little lackluster, a little disappointing that someone who's been in that runner-up position 2 years in a row is just not here. And we're running out of games for them to participate in. But speaking of games, we could take a look at all of the games that are going to be played this week. Of course, we've talked about Call of Duty Black Ops 7. We got PUBG Mobile World Cup. We've talked about Honor of Kings. And of course, Tekken 8. So many different games. Now, Mark, I know that when you get finished casting Tekken, are there any of the other stages that you're tempted to run over to?
I mean, just what's around. I mean, I'm going to lean in on your suggestions. You guys have already given me food suggestions. But I think one thing to note for Tekken 8, especially I was looking at the leaderboard for the Club Championship, Vitality and Falcons obviously towards the top. They have 3 players in one group stage. In Tekken 8, they have 1 player from Vitality in there. I think a lot of it's going to come down to them, because those players are actually some of the best in the world. They have a really good chance. So I'm excited to see if that could mix up what the rankings are overall. But in between my time with Tekken, I'm probably going to check out some Honor of Kings Arena Valor.
Well, Trav, before I let you go and run back into all of these big arenas, anything that you want to add?
Yeah, I think for your point as well, for Team Falcons and Vitality, how influential these fighting games have been when it comes to a club championship, because the ability to really diversify your portfolio, bring in 4 players like Falcons have, gives them a great chance of getting far and getting some more points on the board. So that's my biggest takeaway. Get the fighting game players signed up on your side.
And Mark, final question for you. Are you gonna go eat some steak frites?
Just because you guys told me to, I will do it tonight.
Yes! All right, you heard it. He said so. We're gonna look for the posts on social media. But Mark, Trav, thank you so much for joining me on the EWC Spotlight. That was today's show, and we will see you all next time. Is your key gonna get crushed here?
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC at the Esports World Cup 2026, and I've got the opportunity to talk to one of my favorite teams. We've got Aurora, and I've got Zyol here to talk to me about some of the moments from some of the recent tournaments. So my first question for Zyol is about Rondo, actually, and the Yulin situation. In PMGO, you were going up against Boom quite a lot in Yulin on Rondo. Is there going to be any changes on your Rondo strategy, or are you sticking with what you've currently got?
In our team, we will change nothing. We will fight, and we will fix our mistakes, and we will fight in Yulin.
Full fight. All right, perfect. And then on Erangel, now we saw that Severny will be a drop location that you're interested in. X-Force Rejects is kind of very close to there. And obviously now you've got loot trucks coming through Severny and things like that. Is X-Force a team that you've been potentially concerned about, or is there no concern for Aurora?
I think we will fight. We will fight everywhere. We don't care.
Full fighting all the way. All right, well, thank you very much, Zyol. And that's it for us here at PMWC.
It is Yangon Galacticos! Chasing the sunrise, boots hit the ground, hear the battle call. Loot up, lock in, we're ready for it all. Every street, every door, searching for a little more. One squad, one dream, nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in, can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum, the final fight has come. Fight till you make it, never
Hi, Claris here for PMWC at the EWC 26, and I've got the man, the myth, the legend. It's Falak from 4 Thrives. Very excited to talk to you here, Falak. And I want to ask you firstly about the PMGO win. You beat some of the best teams in the world. Talk to me about the feelings and the emotions that the team had after that victory.
After that win, I mean, we were trying from so long to win a trophy for our country, for our people. So after winning it, we really felt emotional that we won. Finally, we did it for our country. And yes, we are, after that win, we are feeling very confident for the PMWC as well. So let's see.
That's actually a good point, because I want to ask you about Group A here that you guys are playing in. You guys are obviously, for a lot of people out there, one of the big favorites in the group. But how do you look at the group? There's some obviously big names in there. Ulf almost did very well at PMMI, etc. So what do you think about the group as a whole?
I mean, we believe that if the teams which we know are in our group, like the information about the teams we have, it's good for us. It will be easy. The more we know teams, the more it will be easy.
Okay, and final question, I suppose, is actually Rondo specific. You guys are dropping over on the East on Rondo. There's a lot of teams that have kind of flagged that they may want to go there. Do you have any concerns about those teams? And what do you think of Rondo since its inclusion in esports?
I think Rondo is really a good addition in esports because you can always make a comeback because of Rondo. And about our draw spots, we really don't care where other teams are landing. We just try to our 3 players try to hot drop, and we send 1 player to recall, and we just try to pick kills and then play a slow game. So we really don't care about the other teams.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much, Falak. And that is us done here at EWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
"32 teams from all corners of the world will step onto the Kadir City grid and battle for $3 million.
Already.
Yes. James, calm down. Take a breath. What is this?
I'm here for the Expo. I've been preparing for months. I am going to trade with Max.
Expo?
Yeah.
What Expo?
The Esports Cup World. The Esports Cup World Expo. Max is going to have done the teams. I've done the talent.
Okay.
Look, I've got Max.
Okay.
Man.
James.
James.
We're at the Esports World Cup, mate.
What?
We're at the Esports World Cup.
But I spent months.
Esports World Cup, not Cup World.
Do you want a cup?
Yeah, go on then. I'll take one.
That one?
Cheers, mate. Yeah. It's all right, Nate. We've got 2 weeks of this. Welcome to PMWC at the Esports World Cup.
And welcome to PMWC here at EWC 2026. We're in the lovely Paris. I'm Lace, joined by Hot Jukes. Hot Jukes, how are we liking Paris so far?
I'm loving it. I've been wanting to come to Paris my entire life, and I said, you know what? What better way to spend it than 2 weeks in an arena? And I'm loving it so far. I don't know where the Eiffel Tower is, but I'll tell you one thing. I know where the catering is. That's all that matters. But we got some serious gameplay to get into today. Of course, we have seen the best players on the planet. They are here competing for a serious prize pool. That's right, $3 million is on the line. $1,148,000 in the group stage alone, $152,000 in the survival stage, and then $1.7 million in the finals.
And why don't you take us through what maps our players will be playing today?
We got the big 3 right now. That's right, we're going into Rondo, Erangel, and Miramar.
And of course, these teams will be battling it out in group stages. So for today, we have Group A, and they will perform tomorrow. On day 3 and 4 of the group stages, we will have Group B. And then for 2 days, they will have the grueling survival stage, trying to make their way back into the competition. And then we have 3 entire days of finals. And that actually includes the Smash rule for PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, we're going to see if that Smash rule comes into play. We've seen it recently in some past tournaments as well. So there is a whole bunch at stake. But that key crushing, right? We're going to see some teams go out, some keys crushed tomorrow. So you guys definitely want to stay tuned.
And Hot Jukes, I need a little bit of a hot take from you going into the competition.
Man, I'll tell you one thing. Pakistan is coming in hot, right? They just won the biggest tournament of the year, PMGO Season 1. 4 Thrives are going to be coming for everything. But we got some serious names here as well. Anybody can take it, but that's definitely one squad we got to keep out for.
And it looks like Group A is the group of death. So, of course, we won't keep you guys waiting any longer. Here is a tournament video explainer for you guys at home.
Get ready! The PUBG Mobile World Cup is back! From August 6th to 16th, 32 of the world's best teams will descend on Paris, fighting for global glory and a share of $3 million. Here's how the tournament works. First up, the group stage. The 32 teams are divided into 2 groups of 16, with each group playing 12 matches across 2 match days. Group A plays on days 1 and 2, while Group B competes on days 3 and 4. The top 5 teams from each group advance directly to the finals. Teams finishing 6th through 13th move into the survival stage, while the bottom 3 from each group are eliminated. Next comes the survival stage. 16 teams, 12 matches, but only 6 remaining places in the finals. Every elimination, every rotation, and every point could decide who survives and who goes home. The top 6 advance. The other 10 are eliminated. 16 teams will battle across 3 days and up to 18 matches. But on the final day, the Smash rule might change everything. At the end of day 2, the Smash point threshold will be set at 10 points more than the score of the team at the top of the leaderboard. Once a team reaches this threshold, they can win it all. But reaching the threshold is not enough. They must then secure a winner-winner chicken dinner in a later match to claim the PMWC title. And if nobody completes the Smash rule before the final match, the championship goes to the team with the highest overall score. Last year, no one won through the Smash rule. Will this year be different? 32 teams enter. Only one will leave Paris as the PUBG Mobile World Cup at 2026 Esports World Cup champion.
We're here at the PMWC at the EWC 26, and we've been trying to make a couple of predictions about who we think's going to win, and I've charged Blank with running some of the numbers. Blank, what are you thinking?
Oh, I mean, it's got to be Ulf, right? It's got to be Ulf. I mean, I've done a lot of calculations here, and Ulf's the only one for me.
Well, what are all these other calculations? What's going on here?
Don't flip those.
You've got it's Blank. This is just 4 Thrives everywhere.
All the journeys seem to lead back to them. I mean, even looking at the EWC Play app right now, where you can get your predictions in, everyone is voting for 4 Thrives. But if you want to get your predictions in, make sure to go to the EWC Play app and make those predictions right now.
As we head into week 5 of EWC 2026, it's time for another club championship update because we had some big things happen last week. We've got a lot to look forward to this one, so let's dive into it. First of all, let's talk about our leaderboard, okay? Because we have Team Falcons in first place. How did they get there? Well, they finally got that elusive win in week 4. Our youngest EWC champion ever in Crimey was able to set themselves up for success and put them at 2,400 points overall so that they were able to claim that top spot. However, they are followed by Navi and VP, 2 teams that are only 150 and 200 points away from Team Falcon's point total, which is absolutely a closable gap. It will be a little bit more difficult for Navi as they're only in 3 more titles over the next 3 weeks, but still massive storylines for us to follow. But what does that mean for us this week in PUBG Mobile? Let's continue looking on down the leaderboard because in 4th place, we have Vitality, and in 5th place, we have AGAL. 2 teams that are more than capable of getting top 8 finishes when it comes to PUBG Mobile. So that could potentially be a massive game for them and continue to push them up the leaderboard. The 3rd team that I want to touch on, though, is Aurora Gaming. They're all the way in 11th when it comes to our CC leaderboard. So if they're able to get a top 8 finish here, this could rocket them up not only into single digits on the CC leaderboard, but continue getting them some of that coveted club championship prize pool. Of course, we're going to have so much action happening over the rest of this week, so much competitions happening across the rest of our stages, so we'll keep you up to date with all of it.
Predictions. Everybody's just gonna be choosing their favorites, if we're being honest, as we welcome you to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the 2026 Esports World Cup. My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined by none other than Neptura and Maxman. Neptura, how are we feeling? We're live in Paris too?
So hyped. The train was so easy over. The best ride ever. Coming in here, doing all of our stuff with some of the best teams in the world, Max. I'm feeling very hype indeed.
Oh yeah, I mean, I actually had to take the plane. I just moved to Poland, but I'm back in my home country. It's France. Let's go. I'm so excited. PUBG Mobile in France. This is the best combo ever.
My goal is to get you to eat a croissant live on the broadcast. Maybe not today, maybe at some point. And maybe you guys will be able to take screenshots of that and share it on social media with the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. And you know what? I actually have a challenge for the viewers. Before we even get started, for everybody that likes to edit stuff, I want you to edit this. I'm going to tell Max and Nep to tell me the sound of a certain weapon. I want you to edit it. Use the hashtag EWC or hashtag EWC26. Share it, and we'll probably show it tomorrow. Max.
Okay.
What sound does the M4 make?
Ooh, that's good.
I can beatbox.
All right. All right. Neptura, what sound does the Car 98 make?
Oh.
Perfect. For everybody watching, please edit that in some kind of way, and we'll be happy to share it tomorrow. But as we get started here at PMWC at EWC 26, we do have some amazing groups. We have Group A and we have Group B. And today we'll get a chance to watch Group A. The first 2 days will be Group A, then we'll get a chance to watch Group B. Top 5 teams will be moving on directly. Bottom 3 will be end up getting sent home. I'm not going to be saying names, but I think there's some teams that are going to be down there. But for Group A, honestly, a lot of people in the tour, I think that this is the group of death.
It is. I mean, Max and I have had words about this because I personally feel like, yes, Group A is a lot more deathy, I suppose, you know.
Eliminatey,
Eliminatey, right? But I think Group B also has some massive contenders that make it a little bit more even. But yeah, Group A coming on in for the first 2 days. Some pretty epic stuff here, Max.
The most simple way to say why that is the group of death, in my opinion, it literally has the top 3 of PMGO Season 1, right? You got your 4 Thrives, you got your Oofs, you got your Furious that were just up there doing so well in that event. So because of that, I think that Group A is looking insanely strong and deserves the title of Group of Death.
I like it. I think I approve. More deathy. I like the sound of that one. But let's take a look at the teams that are going to be in Group B, as I mentioned. First 2 days is going to be Group A. The other 2 days is going to be Group B. But here in Group B, honestly, the thing is that we have so many heavy hitters as well. In this one, we have the reigning champions finally making a global appearance for PMWC, which is none other than Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's been a bit of a tough road outside of PMWC right for them, but of course, the reigning champions, they need to show up massively for the entirety of Myanmar. They were received as like absolute heroes last year in their home country after coming back from Saudi Arabia, and we'll see if they can try and replicate that success. But as of right now, the rest of this group, I would say, I don't know if you would agree, Niptura, pretty homogenous, very even, and hard to tell who might qualify in that top 5.
No, I would agree. I think there's a lot of different teams with different types of strategies that we're going to be looking at. And, you know, yes, you do have your big names. You've got your A7s. You've got your I was going to say your Hyunbins. It's not just Hyunbin. It's Nongshim Red Sox as well. It's just Hyunbin. No, but you do have those other teams as well that I think will be the more popular names, but everybody has a chance here, and that's what's going to make Group B so exciting.
As we're talking about teams that have a chance, we got to do the Sony story of the day, which is none other than 4 Thrives. The possible favorites, if we're being honest here, because they did end up winning PMGO Season 1. And I'm excited to finally see them in this kind of format as well, Max and Neptura, because in this format, we're going to be seeing them a little bit longer. It's not of the likes of what we saw at PMGO Season 1.
It is. I am so excited for Thrives coming on in. I mean, they won PMGO. I was very happy with them here. They looked so good at PMWC last year. Now coming back in here with that win at their back, I'm very, very excited for what they've got to be coming in here. The one thing I do want to say, though, Seven, is, you know, we have 2 days of survival stage. Normally, the second day is not always as good for them as their first. So I really need them today to come in really, really strong, like we saw in PMGO.
And one thing that we know about 4 Thrives as well, Max, is usually the rondo sets the day for them. Are we expecting a good Rondo here out of them?
I actually don't think so. I think they keep saying Rondo's their best map. I don't think it is. I genuinely think actually their Wrangle and also their Miramars are their two best battlegrounds, which, you know, you have 5 of those maps. It is still very important to have. So I think 4 Thrives, if they can get a Rondo that goes well on top of just good Wrangles and Miramar, they're going to look like a very clear favorite. And it's very interesting, the conversation we had last year, that was the best event, the best result we've ever had for a Pakistani team, and look what happened since then, right? Of course, PMGO Season 1, they won it. We need to see that storyline continue in this event.
Yeah, one of the biggest worries with this kind of long format for this squad too is the mentality. What are they going to be like? Everybody watching at home that's a 4 Thrives fan is usually questioning that. One team that has come strong here at PMWC and has been strong throughout the whole year is none other than Furia out of Brazil. This squad has been on something.
That's a weird way to say Alpha 7. No, I get it. Too soon. No, yeah, of course, Alpha 7 not doing too good, and Furia just taking on the mantle of the best team from Brazil so far in 2026, dominating back in PMGO Season 1 over in Jakarta. And even after that, right, PMMI barely missed out on becoming the champions of that event by a single point almost. They would have won it, but they were smashed at the end by Hyunbin and Nongshim Red Force. So very happy about Furia. The lineup is great. And one thing that's really fun, actually, Niptura, is that Ayala is incredible, but Silence is one of the few players playing with a DP28, and you love seeing players break the meta in such a way.
Oh, I love it. I mean, DP28 is one of my favorite weapons, has been for a while, and it's just so nice to see a team actually utilize it like we've been seeing from Silence there. The other thing I love about Furia is how methodical they are, right? You know, you're looking at a team that is very, very careful, very methodical, very strategical. Everything has a game plan to it, and that's what I like to see out of the teams that I enjoy watching. That's some of my favorite gameplay to see. The other thing, though, Seven, very quickly, that might be a big advantage to them is their uphill pushes. For me, Furia do very well on uphill pushes. That's a really difficult thing to be able to do well, and they seem to do it in style.
Uphill pushes.
Very specific.
I know this has nothing to do here with PMWC, but it automatically gave me flashbacks out of one thing that we were doing once. We were covering a show, and we just saw a team fully send it up a church in Miramar. They got absolutely destroyed. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case here with Furia. They know better. One team that usually tends to know better but has been a bit of a miss, hit or miss, is Aurora, if we're being completely honest. Because, Max, with this team, we don't know which team we're going to be getting. We don't know if we're going to be getting the team that has 3 global MVPs or a team that looks like they don't even belong in this lobby.
Look, okay, I'm going to make it very easy in the description, okay? My mic is Aurora, okay? And this is Ego. I want it to go like this. Separate the two, okay? Because they currently go for hot drops to really just hinder a lot of their situations going into these big global tournaments, even regional tournaments at time. But one big thing is we have seen Reefus step up massively. He's the savior of this team. I want to see Reefus come out banging here in PMWC.
I want to see him banging as well. One team that I want to see them banging, everybody, is going to be none other than Enigma Galaxy, because this squad has been able to perform really well in the past, especially with the likes of Raouf. And the good thing about here at PMWC is that they're also going to have one of their main fraggers. Coops is here, and I know Kalaris got a chance to catch up with them.
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC for EWC 26, and I am with the man, the myth, the legend, Raouf from Enigma Galaxy here, who's now back on Enigma Galaxy. He's been there a few times here and there, but I want to get a few questions with him before day number 1 of the tournament does kick off. So, first and foremost, your group, it's a pretty tough group. What do you think about the group, and kind of do you have any potential concerns about any particular teams?
Our group is definitely tough. I would say it's more strong than the other group. The only concern I have about the group is some of the teams are really aggressive in the group. Like, they see one chance, small chance of a third party, they're gonna go for it. So we need to be more careful with our fights, how we defend and everything, and things should be good.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I'm a little bit scared of Group A. Group B is strong too, but hey.
Yeah, it is, of course. I mean, it's the best of the world in both groups, you know? Yeah. So, yeah.
Absolutely. So, let's actually talk about your drop spots a little bit, because you guys have got some pretty good drop spots. I think you're in Pachinki and Erangel, you got Pozo and Miramar, which is awesome, and then Rondo's a little bit crazy. So do you think, like, you've been able to claim them because people respect your team a lot? How were you able to get such good drop spots? Because nobody's really contending you on Erangel and Miramar.
I mean, for Pachinki and El Pozo, I've been dropping there for like 8 years. Yeah. Teams doesn't know I don't change. Like, doesn't matter if we lose the fight, win the fight, I'm not gonna change. So I think that's why teams don't contest us mostly. So yeah, it's a good drop spot. I chose them from the start. We have good rotations, everything. So not changing.
I like it. A man of conviction here. And I want to talk about Rondo a little bit. Obviously, I kind of brought up the drop spots a little, but Rondo is very different when it comes to how it kind of plays out compared to Erangel and Miramar. So how has Rondo been for you guys so far? What do you think of the map since its inclusion in esports, and what do you think of the drops?
I mean, for Rondo, yeah, it's definitely an interesting map. I mean, when they added this at the start, we were struggling a bit at it, like at the start, but right now we improved a lot. We learned a lot of new tactics. And with the recall thingy, you know, teams can just respawn basically. Like it unlocked like a lot of new possibilities, a lot of new strats, and we're trying to take advantage of that.
All right, well, thank you very much, Ralph, for joining me. Any final words before we let you go?
All good. Wish us luck, and hopefully we make our fans proud.
I hope so too. Thank you very much, Ralph, for joining me here. All right, that's done for here for day number 1 to start things off.
You won't only need the luck, Rauf. You'll also need the skill that we know that you have as well. But then we're talking actually about some of the drops, Max.
Yeah, I mean, Rondo was a bit hectic, but especially it was interesting when we was talking about Pachinki. Like, no one's contesting it. And I feel like when you think about it, Enigma Galaxy has been dropping in Pachinki since the 1900s, like early 1900s, right? They've been there for the longest time.
Damn.
So it makes sense, like, seniority in Pachinki. Also, there's even more valuable, right, Niptro? Because you have a loot truck now, so they get it every single wrangle. Maybe P90s, MG3s, fully stacked gear, ammo, and meds. It's a great drop location for Enigma Galaxy.
It is a very good drop location for Enigma Galaxy, and I think what you're saying as well is that, you know, they've been there since the dawn of time, basically.
Yes.
No
Well, hey, the summer sun is just a little bit too hot for to keep them out there too long. We had to cut back into the studio. It's lovely and air-conditioned, so we're keeping it cool.
Yeah, we're kind of lucky in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. I do not envy them. Seven does look pretty stylish, though, in those sunglasses. I was admiring those.
Yeah, he did. You were admiring. You were admiring the big way. Again, we're having it easy. We've got chairs. We've got aircon. It's the best. But overall, we are really excited to get these games underway. We've got Rondo coming at you first. Maxman sort of feels like potentially it's not 4-Thrives' best map. I don't know, I feel like they have some good moments on there. I remember a moment where they basically single-handedly held off every other team and played everyone to their own tune. So that was very, very cool for me. But again, there is some really, really important things to go about. PMMI, as Max stated, he's taking all my points basically. This is a really frustrating thing for me. Furia, they were pipped to the post by a smash ruling. Last game, it's a bit odd, right? Because you get to the last game, you think, well, Fury has definitely won this, but Hongqin Red Force, with that smash ruling came into play. It was 145 to 146, which looks odd on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Furia still has it in them. It's nice to see that through PMGO to PMMI, they still had a lot of gusto available. I feel like they're sort of my dark horse here, even though a lot of people do have their eyes on this team. A lot more people talk about Ulf, 4-Thrives, Aurora. But yeah, I think Furia really has a good shot here.
Absolutely. I mean, they really do have a lot to play for. So do all of our other teams. And to get things underway, we're going to be heading down to the stage for our opening ceremony.
Galacticos will take PMWC 2025 in sensational fashion. PMWC champions, Alpha 7 Esports!
4-Thrives take the top spot. The champions in this tournament.
32 teams from all over the world prepare for battle on the Gdynia City grid over the next 4 days. Players from all corners of the world looking to make their mark and laser focused on the title of PMWC champion.
That's not the only thing they're fighting for, the prestige, the glory, and $3 million. But alongside all those incredible rewards comes incredible pressure.
That's right, incredible pressure. We've got 2 weeks of competition right here on the main stage, which begs the question, how many of our teams can stay consistently in peak form? So I think it's about time we find out, Lucy.
En effet, Barney, c'est l'heure. Ici, à Paris, à Porte de Versailles, it is time to welcome our teams from Group A, starting with Furia!
GK Esports.
Team Flash.
Goat Team.
AGL.
Talk Gaming.
X-Force Rejects.
Kiwoom DRX.
Nigma Galaxy.
Thrives Esports.
Orangutan.
Gaming Stars.
Aurora Gaming.
Al-Ula Club Esports.
Team RQ.
And finally, Oof Esports. This is the beginning of a lengthy journey to find the most talented team in the world.
Our players are at the base of the mountain, faced with an almost impossible climb. So welcome to the PMWC at EWC 2026.
Last year, nobody expected them. They were overlooked.
We've seen unbelievable plays, we've seen heartbreaks, and we've seen comebacks.
Then they shocked the world.
APG already out, and Yangon Galacticos will take PMWC 2025 in sensational fashion.
Yangon Galacticos!
But lightning never strikes twice, does it? This year, the favorites are ready. They have the experience, the firepower, the expectations. But every champion starts as a team nobody believed in. Alpha 7 finally became champions in 2024. Yangon Galacticos conquered 2025. Who will win 2026? Teams, one final circle, one winner.
Well, we are ready to get things underway here for the PMWC at the EWC 26. It's time to crush dreams and crown kings here. Make that obelisk all the brighter with one of our teams taking that plinth.
A lot of keys to be crushed as well. As we head into this, all the teams are currently, we have some huddling going on, which is fair enough. This is a big tournament. There's a lot on the line here, so it does make sense. Got to chat to Ralph earlier as well. Has some confidence actually this time around, which is nice to see. Also has Coops on board, which is sick. We get Coops at a tournament for once, despite being on the roster for so long. So that's good to see. I genuinely think that right now Enigma Galaxy is probably as strongest it has been in quite some time. It's also nice to hear Ralph say, you know, if we just do it enough times, go to Pachinki enough, eventually teams are going to realize that we should just stop bothering. And yeah, you might lose some points over it over the years, but hey, you've got it to yourself now.
Well, that's the difficulty though, because new teams keep coming on through. They haven't maybe learned that lesson yet. So maybe they'll still be getting a little bit of argy-bargy elbows out action in Pachinki. We'll have to wait and see though, because our first map up is Rondo, and it is definitely argy-bargy elbows out to start that map off.
It has to be. It has to be. Good to see Anyone's Legend there for just a second. Team actually that's been doing phenomenally well in their current region and hopes to bring that kind of firepower through to now PMWC. It's also super cool. We had PMI recently, where a lot of the Chinese players got to get on side, you know, play on this version of the game. And I don't want to say it was scrim practice, but it was some really, really good warm-up for them going into PMWC. So instead of, you know, having those survival stages in the past where China has had to figure things out over 2 days and then slowly claw their way back into the tournament, this time around they should be feeling a little bit more spicy, I would say, coming into day one.
Okay, all right. We're going to be keeping an eye out for it. I mean, Tianba has, you know, historically done fairly well and more recently not had that same track record, which is kind of what you're highlighting there. Furious super chill right now.
I don't know. This man's gripping the chair. So I don't know if that's super chill, but
it's just, yeah, he's just locked into his zone, you know. Let's take a look at some of our teams getting ready, gearing up. Geek, putting the hands in the middle, arms around the shoulders. This is a team prepared to take everyone on.
Yeah, I mean, Safji there as well, outside. I don't think PK's a terrible team at all. I do think that they may struggle against some of the powerhouses coming into this.
Okay.
But we'll have to wait and see. They seem confident though, and I like that.
They're ready for it.
Easy for Bad Boy is kind of an insane player though.
To get that.
I will say that.
Pretty nutty. As we get Kiwoom DRX as well, psyching themselves up because we're loading up into our first map. 4 Thrives, the chants ringing through the halls here. As they sit down, they take their place amongst the rest. All 16 teams from Group A ready to get stuck straight on in.
It's a chance of a lifetime here for 4 Thrives. It absolutely is. I think they're coming off a massive high. One of the most insane days we've seen in PUBG Mobile for a long, long time. So, potential here for something fantastic to happen for the Pakistan squad. I hope so. I mean, for them, it can't all end there at PMGO. We're looking for at least a top 5 here at PMWC. I think they've got the gusto in them to make it happen. Furia, though, like I said before, I think this is a real dark horse for the team. I think that they could take it all if they are playing to their max potential. Everyone knows that I'm a huge fan of Ulf. Okay, everyone knows that.
We do know.
I'm not going to make too much of a mess of that. But yeah, Aaron's one of my favorite players of all time, and I think that he really showed up in PMGO. Now, the rest of the team does need to step up a little bit more around him to fully lock that down. But Ketch is playing really well. Aaron's playing really well. I want to see a bit more of Scarface. This guy used to carry teams on his back in the back of the day. You know, long-range specialist, and he was lovely at it. But I think that's the thing for Ulf, is that all the gears need to be moving in tandem as things go forward, because otherwise they're not going to be able to grab that scoreline out of the top. And we do have a treat coming into Group B as well. We get to see Alpha 7. We get to see whether, you know, the curtain has closed for that team. So I really hope it hasn't. I hope the show does go on for that squad.
Yeah.
Prolific team throughout PUBG Mobile history.
Absolutely. The only team to have won all 3 major global titles, right? This is a team that has such a long history, such a prestige within the scene.
Are they done?
But they got eliminated in the first stage of PMGO. It was a massive surprise to everyone, finishing bottom 2 of their group, which was just like out of nobody would have predicted that. People were predicting them to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
And to get eliminated in such fashion was pretty devastating for them. I think, you know, they probably already shelled out for the hotel rooms for the rest of the tournament, right? So nothing, if not that, that's a loss on itself. So hopefully they can stay here a little bit longer in Paris.
Well, the boys look confident this time around, at least. I mean, Revo, we know, is one of the best players in the world. And I would go on a limb and say he is the best shotgun player in the world of all time so far. I mean, Robs takes a close second on that, but yeah, I think for Alpha 7 to finish their run here, I don't think it's the case. I think they've got more left in the tank. It has just been a rough couple of tournaments so far, but we are getting into our first game real shortly here right now on Rondo.
It is time to get on into the playing path. We are loading our players on up, and it is fit to get messy. Remember, Rondo has those recall towers blank, so everybody dropping in, they're going to be going to Neox Factory, they're going to be going to Tinlong Gardens, and they're going to be having it out, sending their solos out to those recall towers to give them that anchor into the rest of the match if things don't go their way.
First playing path of the tournament, here it comes, here we go, getting stuck into the thick of it right now here at PMWC at EWC, match number 1 of Group A. Let's get it kicked off.
Time to go on in. It looks like we're coming at it from the northeast side of the map, cutting down through the middle. Our players, we've got cameras focused on all of them. They are under the hot lights of the studio, down on the stage, ready to get things done as we wait for our gameplay to come on through.
We're just coursing through right now, keeping it calm, chilled out. Players do jump on out. Slows down, we're heading over towards test track to start things off. We know the Neox Factory is going to be an absolute slobber knocker over in that direction, but how many teams are going to end up over there? That is the real question as we head on through. There was actually a lot of engagement down towards Danqing during the test matches. We'll see if that's the case here, but it does seem to me that Neox Factory is the place of choice for plenty of these teams. Thunder Talk, though, however, taking a very, very chilled out approach over towards the north side in Bamboo. They've got a 4-man split over here. Ulf also towards Stadium. But it's 4 Thrives, actually. You got IQ getting very, very close over towards Geeke, and that is their player to go for the recalls. So he wants to get past there without harm, without pressure. But Hazaifa already opening up over towards Coops, of all people. Come on.
And they might not even need IQ out there to go for the recalls if they can take this fight. Looks like they have lost one player already, though. Nigma Galaxy trying to turn things around as well. But as you say, they've lost Coops right off the bat. And Ralph's the next to fall. Goes down to Hoxie. Kiwoom DRX. Everybody gets stuck in. This is what you see on Rondo. It is madness in the Neox Factory.
Nice.
A big nade threaded on up, and it's finding 1 and 2. Falak charges on forwards, and they're cutting the rosters in half. The volley back through the door, though, puts him back in his place, and Hazaifa has to hold it down. Satan around the corner. Hazaifa needs to hold, and he's good for 1. Ralph can't quite connect either, and now he has a 1 versus 1. Ralph is low, and he finds it. Hazaifa keeping him safe. Falak back on up.
The spray comes through, and 4 Thrives looking good, looking neat on this side of the map. I like the play for Falak as well. Insane grenade, banked off the doorstep, but knew he had to jump up there quickly because KRX was stealing away all the eliminations. 4 Thrives start off the game at a 4 elim count. It looks really mighty strong. Furia were able to get 1 in the process. Most teams getting back up again, but the biggest disappointment so far is Nigma Galaxy. They lost all 4 players in the first minute of the game.
You can't be doing that. That is not good news. And on such an important map, they get no points. They didn't even get that refrag, losing repeated challenges. And I don't know if they lost a player on an outpost, if they'd sent someone away, if they're committed. We're on board, though, with Flower trying to get the spray down. Furious giving it a good go. And Maple is there, looking to take down the crossing, does so effectively. And now Kiwoom DRX have to find something else.
Maple looking sweet like syrup in that engage there now, looking over towards KRX. Benny down low on his belly, moving out the JS9, see if we can get done with that. Reverb comes through with the M249 over towards the Tanky. AKOP though is clapping back over towards Reverb. hard to see. Benny spraying through the smoke at the moment. It's a pretty awkward bit of terrain to work around here inside the building.
Hoxie and Binny trying to hold down the angle. The smoke's keeping them in cover for now. Just constant harassment from Maple. Pushing them back and forth this way, that way. But he's allowed his players to step in towards it. Maple goes low, but doesn't quite connect. Nobody's hitting the shots, and finally Hoxie falls. Maple wants to flush and will be able to find it. Scarpering around the corner now to get away from the rest of the fight. He doesn't want any more to chew down on. He's already done bits.
Through the smoke there, everyone was suffering. Binny's currently on fire as well. This is a nightmarish area to be in with the sidelines available. It's all a bit awkward. Maple will find another. I think he was able to secure that as well, which is nice to see. Hazaifa does go down, but so far, 4 thrives have been living over on the southwest side of Neox. AKOP pulled back almost immediately by Orangutan there. Oh, the predict. Heard the M79 going off and just thought he would spray on through. He has been a monster inside the Neox factory so far, and he has been producing those eliminations coming straight off the end of the conveyor belt.
It is now neck and neck on eliminations from the hot drops, and it looks like the two titans of Neox Factory want to get stuck in against each other. Falak charging forwards there. Maple looking for the heals. He's allowed to get the first aid kit off, but still has a health disadvantage. The S12K in close range could prove to be pivotal, though, as Falak opens up for the charge around the corner, goes wide, and what a swing from Falak! Up and into the air, hopping about, the bunny rabbit bites.
I mean, the S12K versus the JS9, I mean, it's sort of even, but you would probably eke that out with the S12K there. Oh man, I mean, that's Falak all over though. The guy is criminal when it comes to those 1v1s. Looks good though, and finally our observers are like, yeah, let's take a look at the other portion of the map so far, because it has been hectic over towards Neox. Fury's still playing on that south side of it though. You go Flash on screen. I think a team that struggled in the past this year. I mean, they are looking to get a little bit better into this one, but they were a rookie team at the start, and they have been plowing through into some of the most prestigious tournaments of the year. So we're going to give this team time, I would say. Well, we're off at the moment, Scarface. I can spot a marble on the top of the mountaintop. Looking to do exactly that here. Figure out where these teams are playing. He has a team just down towards the south, but right now in the flash.
So it's interesting that Ulf have left Calci out over towards Stadium, right, for that recall tower this late when they have got already such a prior position. Furia looking to go for a challenge against Thundertalk. Already burning him so low. How do you hit those? Ayala, beautiful. Now looking to go big with an aid. Does a lot of damage. And the Molotov to follow it up. Pinches him into the corner. And they know what they're playing against. It's just easy for Furia.
That's cool gameplay there from Ayala. The perfectly placed molly. Has to drop down. Doesn't have time to go for the first aid. And notices that the pin had not been pulled for a long time there at all. So he just sends her out the side. So he thinks to himself, you know, I can just step up, go for the shot through the window. It's good awareness. I mean, Ayala played in quite a few different teams. Glad he's found a place here on Sour Furia. Making it look good as well. So far, 5 elims for them. Only 1 behind the top squad currently in 4 thrives.
4 thrives with that elim over towards everybody else pretty much in Neox Factory. Do still have this top spot, but it's a question of now getting into the circle for them. The 4 thrives, they may not have the easiest time of it out on the western side. Goat's team challenging, getting the spray over towards Gaming Stars. Rolex does go down. Not fully flushed just yet, but you imagine it is only a matter of time here. And Rolex, yeah, that's going to be confirmed. Recalls are going to start to get harder now, Blank. Teams are starting to take position on priority recall beacons, and it will be more difficult to find your way towards them. So eliminations are going to start to stick.
There they are. For Goat there, 477, actually Unreal player, by the way. If there's anyone you want to watch on that team, it is 477. He has had some amazing moments in the past, and had a bunch of elims on side. Now we get a nasty circle shift over towards the east here. Cuts through with the river, the water in play. Orangutan actually made a decent rotation before this, try and get central and get some high ground off the back of that one, despite actually having some fights early on, which is quite cool to see. But now they've got a tough approach here. Realistically, they want a western shift on this next circle. If this keeps going over towards the eastern side, towards Hua Sing, as well as Muhopan, you're gonna have a bad time off the back of that. Right now, All Game is the only team that really has a solid spot over there, but you do have Todotok coming in from that northern edge towards Muhopan. We'll wait and see. This is definitely very much one of those situations where you're looking for stage 3, how you want to play this one out. For KRX, we're going to try and take both sides. It's greedy. I like it, though.
I mean, it's worth a go. Bini now with that outpost on the western side, the only player to have crossed from that central position. You don't want to be on the back foot when it comes to getting across here, and I feel like they're going to be looking to send more players on through. Bini creating, with the destructible terrain and the explosive bow, creating a nice little divot for himself. He can start to play around that, cover off the sight lines, but actually popping the vehicle in there as well. That's going to protect the tires.
You know what? I actually really do like that. I think here on Rondo, the explosive bow and arrow could be unreal, just for terrain destruction in general. Creating little divots to play on demand with that. It's quick and easy compared to the nade. Ayala still continuing on the warpath here for that team. They're fairly central to Igor's moving up now from test track. I think he might have just dipped out to go for a loot crate. I'm not sure.
I have to see if he's going to catch that one on the loop. Aurora taking position again, looking to stay fairly central. They're more on the south side of things, but they have got this beautiful high ground on the top of this mountain to overlook over to everybody around them. Will be pretty tricky. I'm also keeping an eye on 4 Thrives, who have yet to really make an entrance. So far, most of what's happened has come off of their test track and Neox Factory hot drop in terms of their point scoring, but now they have to push in from the west side, and we're getting back into bread and butter PUBG Mobile for them, and so it will be interesting to see what they're able to achieve there on the west side.
On board with Aurora still, though. This team's had some difficulties over the year in terms of tournaments. I mean, PMMI, they had a really dominant group stage, though, and I think that was one of the promising things to watch, because it really was a dominant group stage. Obviously, we didn't have that quite same success over towards that finals, but I think for Aurora, certainly trying to keep things under wraps at the moment. Just feels like finals tends to be a little bit scary for this squad so far, despite having like such confident players on side. I mean, you watch the walkout there from Aurora and you're like, honestly, these guys feel like the veterans of this tournament. Obviously we get to see Alpha 7 coming out, but I would honestly say for Aurora, yeah, they are the veterans of Group A at least. They're the guys that know the most. They're probably the guys that with the least nerves coming out onto this stage.
I think so. I think they do. They have got that story. I mean, Top Doc, Ziol, Reefus, like just such storied names coming on through from the region. But you're right, they had that little bit of a downturn, and there has been criticism levied, I think probably most specifically at Doc, in terms of the way that he sometimes splits out, plays too separate, doesn't play with the rest of the roster. It felt like maybe he'd found some fixes to that over the course of the last year and a half or so, and hopefully they can be learnt from and move forwards. Because Aurora did just do a little bit of a wraparound and have gotten far more central onto this next circle.
Yeah, I think it's hard, right? Because at some point you have to look at the rest of the squad as well. Kelsey on a mad dash out there. I am surprised he is still kicking at this point. Heart must be racing. Finally, he is taken down there by Ziol. The rest of the team not able to help, but you do need to start looking at some of the other players on Aurora. I don't think we can put all the blame over on Doc, because a lot of times that blame comes his way, because when he goes down, the team suffers because of it, because he is so good at the game. Win will find top on a nasty little headshot, actually, just peeking over the top of that ridge side.
A really nice cut across comes through from Aurora there. I mean, we caught the end of that rotation as Furia were taking that volley of fire. But Aurora, from the south side, went around Furia and into the south point of Ulf. It forced Ulf to regroup in an unfavorable scenario, which has led to them losing a player. And it's put them under a lot of pressure. They are in nade range now from Aurora, who can start to levy this central position.
I mean, the more nades thrown at Aurora, the ones that don't hit are just providing more divots for them to play in towards. So this is actually not the worst thing in the world. Emergency cover flare also brought out off the back of this one. Circle did shift back over towards the western side, which Orangutan's quite happy with, playing over towards the northwest. Gaming Stars do lose Rolex. A couple of players brought back into the game though, so we're still at a solid 55 count on players.
Yeah, we do have a couple more minutes of these recall towers being active, but they are starting to get difficult to find. I mean, RRQ currently sat on top of pretty much, I think, the only one in the zone. The Muho Pan recall tower is technically accessible, and maybe you could get out there, but it's all the way over there. It's much more likely you're going west out to the Bamboo recall tower, but I don't think that the last player for Gaming Stars is going to be able to get anywhere near them, because there's a solo trapped in the middle. Does manage to extract a point against Flash, though, on the north side. Deploys the emergency cover. That was a real sound effect coming on through. I liked it.
It's a sad image there of Satan, honestly. I mean, fair enough. I mean, Enigma Galaxy must be devastated off the back of this match. Head down. You know, you just got to pick yourself back up onto that next match. But it's 12 matches, John. It's not a lot of time you have to work with here. Ooh. You really, really do need to get a move on. So I think for Enigma Galaxy, they realized they just lost out on one of the highest earning maps over these 2 days, and there's only 2 of them. So they're really going to put in the work over the next 11. I said they look confident coming into this one. Maybe less confidence. All right, maybe we do need a guy on the outpost.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's not what you want to see. We did also see X-Force rejects coming in from the west side. 4 Thrives cut across them. I think they took 2 of those players. And now these central divots are going to get really jam-packed if they weren't already before. 4 Thrives taking a lot of ground on the west side, and they're going to put pressure on the back of the players in the middle. But RRQ are trying to weather the storm of nades being sent their way by GOAT Team, and it is not going well. A lot of points taken away as Foopsman moves forward to try and take them down entirely, but not quite fast enough. Foopsman falls, and now it looks like GOAT Team are under too much pressure. They've sent players too far forwards, and they might have just overextended.
I think RRQ is actually able to get a res beacon off. Actually, yes, they were. So only Nerf now left alive here. Gemforce is flying in. The rest of the team drops directly back on top of their own bodies. Viren goes down instantaneously. RRQ, the reinforcements arrive, but immediately become cannon fodder.
But it's slowing down. Will these reses come on through for RRQ yet again? A nade over forces Doc back off the ridgeline, waiting to repair top because he's on super low HP right now. It was a Furia knock, and they're not going to be pushing over just yet. Fury are all too happy with their position, so it is resable. But RRQ have been given a little bit of respite to get themselves back together. But the ordnance keeps on pouring through. Doc with a molly in hand. They're burning them up the hill behind the cars now, and the nades displacing them. But the reses just keep on coming, and RRQ are 4 men on their feet.
I think they're further behind is because of this nasty little bit of terrain. Some of the nades are bouncing high there, so the air bursts aren't doing quite as much damage as Aurora might hope them to do. But what a play from Nerf. Honestly, really, really well done to RRQ. It's not often you get to see a full squad reset in moments like that and directly back onto your own loot crate, so you lose effectively nothing other than giving points over to a different team. But yeah, incredible stuff. Really, really incredible stuff.
A lot of damage done. I mean, RRQ was sat on top of, I think it was a pretty much last second recall coming on through as well.
Yeah.
Just before things got shut down for RRQ.
That's up to him.
A really pivotal play coming on through because they are now shut down. So no more recalls. We're stuck with the players we got, and it's only going to get fewer from here on out. For the moment, Furia, who have been doing a lot of work from their south position, are back on top in terms of Elim points. They're up to 9 now, Blank, and they have still got a really important compound.
Yeah, Fury's been doing fantastically well this game. They haven't really slowed down all that much either. For 4 Thrives, you're talking about they're only playing on the western side, but goodness me, look at the space that they're currently holding. They've got a big old playground to work with. Unfortunately, the circle does move over towards that east side. That is awkward ground to play as well. We saw it earlier, where currently Ulf is playing, as well as X-Force Rejects. Pagoda's in play here for KRX to try and work off the back of now. The flash forward. Tops goes down to a nasty nade from Hoxie. Now he's looking to unleash one more here behind the Willow.
Bose and Zeus on the inside. Only 2 players now left for the flash. Hoxie tries to make the cross, but it's cut through. Will be taken down as Zeus steps out for the spray. Confirmation there, and that's going to leave them lacking on the numbers. It looked like a good opener, but it now needs to be converted. 3 players on the outside for Kiwoom the RX. They've lost a little bit of momentum there. Hoxie gets a little bit too quick with it.
Bose pulled taut on the top side right now as the nerves run hectic in this team. Bose drops another nade out, though. It's perfect up towards QEZ. It's a bouncer. It almost gets Trey there. One nade goes up, and Bose will fall to it, leaving just 1 player alive now for the flash inside the building.
Vinny is tunneling his way towards the Pagoda right now, leveraging that explosive bow and arrow, but he is in. A lot of damage poured his way, and it's Orangutan who chime on through. Getting that headshot coming on in, a clap back from India.
WizGod sending shots far down towards the south side. And this could be a good entry point now for Orangutan. If they want to go for it, they know they've opened up. They're sending Aru a little bit further forward, trying to scout this position. You can see him now off in the distance, but KRX currently, they're getting the reset on. Oh my god, there is no way!
What? 2 go down and flash full. It's a melee in the middle of the Pagoda there, but nobody's set to charge on in, and KRX may be able to keep all 3 of their players alive on 7 elims. On the east side, they've got a deep shot on this game.
I'm in for the flash. I love the play. I love the play. I like the confidence. Chest puffed out there to the maximum. Unfortunately, weren't quite able to flex hard enough there versus KRX. Furia moving in. They have a lot of teams to push on through. Chief looking over towards RRQ. Silence not able to make the push as RRQ has weathered a lot of storms so far. They've brought their brollies today.
Oh, the mad dash though. It's not going their way. RRQ is suffering. Aurora's starting to step up to the plate and get those points on board. Doc's been spotted but just stays still. Playing dead there. Doesn't want to become it either. Looks like he's staying safe. RRQ still alive, just about. See if they can get back to their feet as Furia lose the final player. And they go down. 9 eliminations and no placements. That is going to be their points total for the game.
Whole game is creeping up on the south side. They got further to go. They stop off over at this building. This is not in. Trying to keep the vehicle safe at least for the time being. Zol goes down. RRQ, goodness me, man. I don't know how this is happening. I don't know how they're still going, but the adrenaline is flowing on the side of this squad at the moment. Up to 6 eliminations now, but they need some more points off the back of this game. They've done fantastically well to stay at where they have. GenForce moves forward with the JS9. Right now, Reefus, though, he's pulled off bigger clutches than this before.
He's a 1v4 though on the lip of this one, and it's going to need to be pushed past as well. They want to disengage here, but Reefus is low. I imagine his utility is starting to run down too, and the backlines are now being harried. In comes AG from this south side. They need to move past this as well. The question is, do they want to get involved? Reefus still stepping forward, still looking to leverage the ridgeline to play around, but it's not quite connecting, and the backlines make it all the harder. Unfortunately though, for RRQ, they keep getting pressured, and into the backlines they go. Flowers there, and with a full 4 on the back, it's even harder for Reefus, but there's off angles. So many off angles, chiming in time and time again, and Reefus is still alive for Aurora.
Causing problems, Gaming Stars, Maniac looking to send a wild grenade over the top here, through to All Gamers. Maple still on the front line, still looking good for the team. They lost XZZ fully. We can see here Maple currently working with 5 elims so far. How is Reefus still alive? RQ worried to push on through him every single time he steps up. Seems to get some good damage done. Juzaifa finds a nice nade though, and that might be an entry point for them on the southern edge. IQ though again.
A big nade barrage coming in on that southwest side, and RRQ still under pressure. More nades pouring on in. They have weathered so much this match, but it may just be all coming to a close here. Getting out of this ditch might prove to be just too much. I think that may have been Reefus chiming in, but All Gamers will go and take down RRQ where so many could not, and Reefus is still alive. Is he going to go for more? I think so. Stepping up for the spray, looking to do damage, and there is plenty left to do.
Reefus, the iron wall between every team on this side of the map. Pulls out the shotgun, can't quite make the connection. Liu will find another 11 eliminations right now for All Gamers.
They finished the scrims, they're here to play. So at 4 Thrives though, on 11 themselves and 4 players alive, they're looking to sweep on the western side. Move in behind the Geek split. It could be huge if they can take down Kevin or Ragnarok. That is a huge opener for them. And they've got the ridge lines to play around. I don't think that they're going to have too much competition on this one, but they need an opener, and that's not how you want to start it. As Cypher going down, and Geek look at a regroup.
Flower Withers versus KRX on the southeast side. We'll look for a res off the back of this one, but KRX coming out of the pagoda is a bit of an awkward rotation for them. They have alerted all games to position, but they're dealing with res in the process. Scarface finds KRX. Ulfa still going, actually, surprisingly. Just a couple of players catch and Scarface on board, but these guys have played together for a very, very long time. Nades bursting in front of each other's faces at the moment. Balak looks to send away. He's heading over towards X-Force rejects. He's rocking up, gets forced forward. There's absolutely no way they make this work, and 4 Thrives still look phenomenal, still look good. 13 eliminations. Falak basically ice skating over the top of them.
But on the back lines, it's Geek who surge over the top and take half of 4 Thrives down. More players start to fall though, and it's going to be up on the north side. Orangutan may be missing a beat, not trying to take over the northern hill, whilst Geek was super committed to that western edge, and Geek can now sidle back on through. I think it's Geek's game to lose here, Blank.
Potentially, but for Orangutan, I respect this gameplay. You want to get further into those matches. You want to see more of these games. This is the way to do it. So far, their rotations have always been the thing we've praised them for. And this look good, but it's those eliminations that they are lacking on right now, down to 2, but they can make up for that later on in this game.
13 eliminations for 4 Thrives, and all game is on 12 as well. Already up in that 4th place. It is great matches for these two teams already. As Falak under pressure from Liu, doesn't quite finish the spray down there, has to go for the reload, and actually over their heads comes the backup from Geek, keeping 4 Thrives in it for just a moment longer as Falak gets the heal off. A really prescient push out coming on through, but sidesteps those as well. The spray's just not connecting on it.
Oh, Falak is cheeky, man. I mean, the run out there, trying to get some more information on it. It's a good nade. Burst between the 2 of them, though. Not enough damage done right there. Knocks on the one of his own. It goes behind. Won't quite do enough damage there towards Flower. Sends one to the side too. That one bounces far enough, I would say. Hits Liu. Sadly, Falak will go down to Ragnarok in the back lines. Gives time potentially for all gamers to get their player back up again. That is a disgusting Molotov though. A double on top of it. Falak surely goes down off the back of this. IQ incredibly low. Pulls out the extinguisher though.
Puts them in the pressure cooker. And IQ just about stays alive. Falak did fall in the process. Flower now moves forwards, but Geek have sightlines onto the angle, and IQ keeps shimmying away from this one. He's got a Molotov too. Where's it going? Over to the structure, over to the building, and Flower's caught in it. He's taking tick damage, but I think he's going to get it. The burn does come on in and confirms the flush. Flower steps out wide. It's not going to make it. Top 3 for IQ. And Geek just about keep themselves as 4.
I mean, for Geek, I said at the start of the game, they looked real confident. There maybe wasn't a lot of people expecting too much out of this squad, but they have sticked as 4 hero from Rondo. Like I said, easy for Bad Boy. That guy is a rising star. And now it's Geek versus Orangutan. At the end of the game here, IQ still in, and 4 Thrives is at least guaranteed a 3rd place. And with 14 eliminations, they have had a fantastic run here on Rondo. Max might need to eat his words a little bit, saying that this is not their favorite map, because it definitely feels like it.
Or if it's not their favorite map, I am scared for everyone else moving on to Erangel and onto Miramar as well, because if they outplay themselves here, there is no chance for anyone else. Geek looking to marshal their positions on this north side, getting that loot crate up there as well. They are chilling right now as we're waiting for the circle to start to push them in. Orangutan very quiet. 2 eliminations only so far, Blank.
Trying to weather it out. Down on this side, they got the divots in play. Not trying to silhouette themselves too much here versus Geek. Easy Bad Boy consistently moving the top. I think he's a clear idea. Sadly, there's not a lot of space to split here for Orangutan either. I do believe the circle will just pull them in. I don't think Geek is looking to make any mistakes going forward.
Oh.
IQ will go down. But again, this has still been a fantastic match here for 4 Thrives. They end this match on 19 points total. The big thing about this, though, is 4 Thrives, their days usually live and die by their rondo, by their first map. I think this will give them the confidence to give the run a real good one throughout the rest of the day.
I mean, and we're looking at getting into the grand finals here as well. Top 5 is where they should be setting their sights, so a good start like this is brilliant.
One good day for 4 Thrives, honestly, could be the difference maker. We know how many points they can put up in a single sitting.
They've done it before. Will they do it again? Will they catch everyone unawares or left lacking? But now, Orangutan down the hill. We're being quiet. GK, with all 4 of their players just still alive. Neither team on huge elim counts. If GK managed to pick up all of these points, they would just about beat 4 Thrives points total on this match, but only by the 1. Able to get up to a maximum of 10 elims and 10 placements would put them on 20. Orangutan still just staying quiet, playing in those divots, waiting for GK to make a misstep, but I don't think it's coming.
Yeah, for Orangutan here, it's a hard push. They're forced to use util here to try and shimmy their way upwards. Vehicles in play as well. I mean, WizGod could try and play distraction, but it's going to be a hard thing to pull off. Now it's down to 2 in AKOP, as well as Aru underneath. More nades try to use to create a little bit of clamber points here for the squad, but Easy Bad Boy has rough idea, rough position. AKOP is going to go down to a perfectly placed Molotov on himself, deny those points. Aru will go for it, and again, that is the way you've got to do it. That's the way you've got to do it. If you're playing as Orangutan here, you don't want to give extra points across. That could be the difference maker between you not getting in and making it through to those finals.
Absolutely. I mean, they deny those points towards the end. And actually what that does is mean that 4 Thrives take the top spot on the points this match. GK sat down on 18. They weren't able to claim everything there. But a great start for a lot of our teams, getting some pretty hefty elimination counts there. 4 teams looking to breach into those double-digit points from this game. It is a fast start. When you're playing on a 12-match set in order to qualify, that is brilliant news, right? Because each of our teams over these group stages looking to play those 12 matches. And it will be the same lobbies moving forwards over these next few game days. Very happy to see them go on through with those 12.
Honestly, for all gamers, though, this is a really impressive run for them. I think it was very well played, and Flower looked very good in those situations. Liu had some real standout moments, but my goodness me, Maple, what a guy. That Neox Factory start there was lovely to see. Sadly, couldn't quite tango with Falak. That was our final moment. That was a little bit anticlimactic with the boys just denying the points, but GK will grab themselves the first win here on Rondo.
Brilliant to see. That's exactly how you want to kick things off. And again, not to rub salt in the wound, but we did see a little bit of difficulty coming off the bat for Enigma Galaxy, but the story really now is focused on the chase for the top 5. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. We'll be back and ready for the next match.
And so the tournament was able to continue after turning the computers off and on again. For the rest of the club championship,
What's going on? Guys, why did she stop talking? The rat got out again. Guys, let's reset the rat. Reset the rat. Come on. Under the couch. Under the couch. Oh, no, it went the triangle thing. Triangle thing. Do not let that rat find its family. Come on. If the thing starts a union, we're in trouble, guys. No, no, no. Over there. Over there. Come on. We're losing time.
How long have I been out?
Just a couple of seconds. The rat got out again.
Oh, he's been doing that more and more recently.
We're gonna get you a better hat.
I think he may have peed a little bit.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of pee right here if we can clean that up. Obviously, unless you can read the prompter without it.
Well, are you crazy? I don't do my own stunts. Just give me some cheese or something.
Okay, hey, cheese. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you. All right, yeah, this'll... Hey, little guy, just want one of... Okay, okay, I think that'll work for now.
All right, we good?
Yep, we're good.
We good? Are we good? Perfect. All right, guys, clear set. Let's go. Let's go. We gotta get started. Losing time, guys. Come on. And action.
And that's what's been happening in the club championship. In other unrelated news, cats. Why are they here? Why do they smell so bad? And what can we do about them?
I'm going behind that tree.
He's here, he's here.
Chill, guys, chill.
He killed himself. Go open, go open.
Nice, guys.
Let's go!
GG.
The pressure was too much for OG there at the end. They decided to just not even give them points for GK Esports as they come up with the first win of PMWC at EWC 26. What a performance, GK. Congratulations. But we got to talk about a team that was playing that so well right up until the end, and it was none other than 4 Thrives. They were putting up the numbers, Lace. By the way, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. It's great to be here, guys. Thank you for having me on the desk. But goddamn, someone needs to study Falak. Like, these nades ain't it. They are it. But they are just so strategic, and the aggression that he had in that game, they were able to sort of do that split hold against GK that was on the northern side, AGA, AL who was on the southern side, forcing another team to sort of rotate in. But from the beginning, they were going crazy. They were absolutely eliminating everybody in their path. Now, I did a little bit of studying, okay? I brought a little bit of stats, guys. Now, from the Global Open, they actually had a 13.7 average across their 6 matches. And why I bring that into this conversation is because from that game, they are following along that same average to be able to get those points. They had about a 33 lead against GOAT in Global Open, so they are kicking things off incredibly strong. And if we were to sort of talk about maybe their rivalries, you think it might be GOAT coming out of the Global Opens, but no, I reckon their rivalry right now might be AGAL.
It might be. Honestly, AGAL, again, another team just coming in clutch here. But talking about 4 Thrives just a little bit more, right?
Get it, girl.
They are just so good at this control on the edge. I mean, we see it from a lot of teams, but, you know, 4 Thrives really do know how to do those splits. I do wish they had been a little bit less hesitant coming up onto GK on that hillside, but they just decided it wasn't going to work. The timing was off. And then that push onto rejects, hello? Just out of this world with that one.
I think we talked enough about 4 Thrives right there. Let's talk a little bit about that second place team as well. We'll get a chance to talk even more about them. But with OG, they ended up getting second place, but just the eliminations just weren't there. And there was one thing that we didn't like that they ended up doing, Max.
No third parties. They could have been such a nice third party from Orangutan. There was a fight happening in like a little bit of one of those main solo buildings over to the eastern side. There was going to be Team Flash and KRX. It was like, okay, this is it. It's time to send it. Let's push Orangutan. And then they just slowed down the pace, stayed in their div, and because of that also we're just missing out a lot of utility and resources to possibly convert the win. Orangutan makes sense, right? Don't have a lot of global experience. They did play PMGC last year, but they're still learning, and I'm hoping to see that evolution continue in Niptura going throughout this event.
Oh, absolutely, and then we're looking at this right here. There's another thing I really want them to improve on, right? Because we saw them throw all those meds to WizGod. He was going to make that push, but his team didn't back him up with some cover, with a push of their own. They didn't try and do a two-prong attack. They just kind of let him move on his own, and so he kind of just fell apart. So that's something definitely I want to see improved on into the next game.
One team that was able to put up some good amount of eliminations as well was none other than Furia. Furia had a high ground at one point, and they used that to their advantage.
It's such a good gatekeeping team. Like Furia, you give them a strong position in the circle, they're going to leverage it to its full potential to make sure they eliminate everyone in like a 200-meter vicinity around their compound. Every team trying to send it late got obliterated. Aurora struggled to make it in. Even another team, I think it was Ulf, that just got completely clapped by that team. They're looking very strong so far. Furia from Brazil looking like an absolute menace at PMWC.
I mean, it's exactly right. So, you know, they knew the assignment. They're coming in here. You've got to get as many eliminations as you possibly can to sort of skyrocket up that leaderboard, because don't forget, at home, they've still got to play tomorrow. So these are the sort of games where they can tinker with these, you know, throw things at the wall and see if it sticks mentality. So getting this amount of eliminations, even falling out when they did, is still a great job from Furia.
And I want to see how some of these squads are going to start adjusting to how aggressive this is, because we even saw Raouf on the interview with Caleres. He was talking about how aggressive it was going to be. Boy, what a start for that squad, right? You don't really even have a chance to be able to revive your teammates.
Yeah, it was tough, right? The recall system was a little bit tough for some teams to commit to. I mean, Nigma Galaxy got no one back up, right? So instantly eliminated, except for Falak. Always believe he can make it work out in Neox Factory. You don't know how he does it. He makes it work out with the JS9, takes the 1v1, and he does get the win at the end.
He even went up against Maple, too, and he decided to back off a little bit, wait for the right time, and he ended up destroying him.
I mean, that's why he's so scary. I mean, he just knows his timing.
He's not scary. He's a cute little guy.
Listen,
He's taller
in
than me.
person, we love him.
This is why I said his survivability needs to be studied.
Right, exactly. This is exactly right, because he knows exactly how to get in everybody's heads. He knows how to use these buildings, use these angles, do everything he needs to do to make sure he gets that elimination, and that's why his elimination count is so high every time.
It is. I mean, 8 LMs to start off. We were talking about wanting to see this squad being able to perform really well here in Rondo. We've got it, and they got the confidence, and I want to see that confidence kind of follow up with some of the other squads. Is there any squad that you want to see them start performing here on the first match of Erangel, Max?
Well, first match of Erangel, I'm going to say Aurora, right? Then we didn't really see too much going into this game. I feel like Aurora, now they have a secondary drop in Severny, maybe against the side of X-Force Reject could be an issue, but I need to see them do well on Erangel. It's their bread and butter for years and years now. I need to see something coming out on top.
I love that comment that just ended up popping up right there from Amanda on Twitch. They ended up saying, yeah, they're talking about Aurora, and the one before that, it was talking about Reefus, how he's pretty much immortal. Honestly,
he is.
He has been that player that is the last one standing for that squad, usually when we see the rest of the squad just being eliminated.
It's true, and he's really been up and coming. I think we've been talking about this over the last few months, right? About he's really coming into his own when it comes to those angles. He's getting those off angles. He's got that survivability in him. He's really the player that you want your team to have on board, just because we're seeing him now go forward and forward and forward when the rest of the team are like, hey, we're Doc's going to go out, do something, Top's going to try and do something, but then he's just in the back line. He's just like, I'll get those placement points.
I think Vicious still have nightmares of Reefus when they got 1v4 naded by him in PMGO EECA. That was a scary prospect. And, well, yeah, Reefus, even as a solo, right, can make it work out. He kind of is the Fallout, right, of that roster for his lineup. So I'm very excited to see how he can perform. I just want to see more from Doc in particular. That is just a wild card in every event he participates in. And if we can see Doc just kind of play with his team a bit more, Seven, hopefully we can see some better results.
I want to see the Doc from PMGO of last year. That's what I want to see.
The dockening?
Yeah, honestly, even though it ended up happening, he was always able to perform, and with the squad, with this much time now that they have together, I think they'll be able to adjust to it. Maybe he'll be able to shine even more. For some of the other squads, by the way, for everybody currently watching at home, I know you've been doing your predictions on the EWC Play app. I think it's time to put you guys on this spot. I'm going to go with you first, Lace. Who's your prediction to get eliminated first in the first area?
Eliminated first. Okay.
Wait, a player or a team also?
Yeah,
team.
Okay.
Yeah, player, there's so many options.
Is it bad that I want to say OG because like they played that map incredibly slow, and I mean, you know.
No, it's valid.
It's fair. Yeah, I mean, making those rotations, that's cool, but where's the rest of it? And I don't think that's going to sustain through the tournament.
That is a valid feedback. Get ready for some amazing Instagram messages that you're going to be getting from the Indian
I'm turning
fans.
my DMs off.
You should. How about you, Max?
I'm actually going to say the winning team of that first game, I think GK. I feel like they were not challenged very heavily on Rondo here, so I feel like if the fight really comes their way in the serious fashion, I think that's when they might struggle. So I feel like we're going to get chicken dinner and a 16th place back-to-back.
Yep.
For me, it's going to be Thunder Talk.
Whoa!
I think Thunder Talk. They kind of got squished in amongst all of the teams there in that mid phase, and I think those rotational patterns is going to be something that it will keep coming up here. So for me, it is going to be Thunder Talk to be the first one out.
Thunder Talk. Okay. All right.
What about you?
Yeah, you. What about you?
I'm the host.
I don't care.
Hey,
But if I did end up saying, it would be, I'm actually with you. OG. I want to see OG do a lot more. Yes, you do end up getting to second place, but this lobby is going to be super aggressive. And 2 eliminations or whatever you ended up getting is just not going to be able to cut it if you want to be able to challenge when we end up going to top 5. Right there. I mean, second place and you end up in 6th place it's a good first start, Max. But it's not where you want to be with the second place finish.
Yeah,
especially in Rondo.
Especially on Rondo, right? You want to get way more elimination, so we need to see a massive step up from them. And they've shown it. They can win fights. In some team during the scrims I've seen just a few weeks ago, right? In Survivor's Rumble, they were fighting constantly. And we saw actually some decent plays from AKOP and Atanki specifically. So I feel like it's more an issue of like, not about their fragging power, but because it clearly exists, right, Nipcho? We know they can take fights. It's about confidence. And I understand that can be a bit of a slow burner on a global stage tournament.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult for them, and that's what the first day in most situations is all about, is getting out those first day jitters, you know, doing that sort of thing. Rondo is very forgiving for that sort of thing as well, because you got that recall. It's the first game of the day before you get into the more serious maps. But yeah, I think for them, serious? Yeah. No, but I do think that it is going to be a little bit of a problem if they don't step up more, especially because, right, we got Group A back-to-back, day 1, day 2 back-to-back like that. That's going to be really big for the mentality aspect of all of these teams.
That's one thing we were actually talking about yesterday during our rehearsal, how we wanted to see some of this, maybe end up switching it up, whether it was Group A, then B, Group A, then B, to give these teams an extra day to go back in VOD review. That extra day is not available, Lace. They're going to have to go back-to-back and make sure they perform. And they're going to have to make sure they perform here in the first airing of PMWC at EWC 26, as we're about to get started. None other than Blank and the one, the only, John Allen.
Oh yeah, let's get ready to rumble on Erangel. The grassy pastures await. We've got a triple billing of it coming up right now, and we're waiting for our No, we're swapping with some other illustrious casters later on during the day. But for now, you guys are going to get 3 in a row. We'll be watching the 3rd one with you. But our plane path to kick things off is from Kameshki down towards the quarry and the west coast of the mainland. A pretty chill plane path.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious whether Aurora's going to go for Severny on this one. I mean, there's a lot of talk about this overall. Aurora with their new drop spot over towards Severny. It's not entirely new. They had been dropping there before, but it's never been like a fully confirmed thing on their side of it. So again, for here, they can easily get over towards Severny. They could still drop Sosnovka. It's a bit of a distance though. So we'll see what they end up doing here.
Doesn't look like they're going Severny. Can't see him. Oh, no, there they are. Okay.
You're blind.
I am a blind man, apparently.
You're a blind guy.
But yeah, they're definitely going Severny. Take that back. You were bang on the money. A lot of other teams trying to find their places. I mean, the southeast side of the mainland is probably a little bit more tricky than most of the other areas for the plane path specifically. But again, just grab those vehicles, get onto your drop spot, get away with it. Taking a look at Pachinki, it looks like, nobody's going to try and bother Nick McGalaxy there. On the drop, anyway.
It's quite nice to see this of our top players in terms of damage numbers. Flower up there in 3rd place with 965. I mean, there was a lot of love we were giving over towards Maple as well as Liu, but it's good to see that Flower actually had a massive impact on that game as well. As we head down towards the southwest side of the map, and man, this circle is far over towards the western side. We're cutting out a lot of space very quickly. We also have a ton of water down towards that southern edge. We are squeezing our players in. It's also a weird rotational path for a lot of our teams on that north side because they got to come past Everest, decide how they want to play around with that. Do you want to play West Coast? Do you want to try head down towards that south side? However, you can join Mr. Uzumaki himself. Jump in over with the Naruto event.
make sure that you head on into the game. Draw for the Naruto character, the Ninetales Fury AUG. Looks mighty impressive. Some of the game mode has been brilliant to play around with as well, so I hope you guys are enjoying that and leveling up your ninja skills.
Honestly, it's been good. It's been good. Some of the best skins we've seen in a long time. I can't tell if that's because I'm a big Naruto fan or not, but probably is. A little cute Kurama pet as well, which you can get your hands on, which I really want badly. And Max keeps teasing me with it every time he pulls.
Do you have a
his
favorite?
account.
Do you have a favorite jutsu?
Rasen Shuriken, probably. Just because that is the most. When it was first shown, I think it was like the most brutal jutsu ever used on the show.
Yeah.
And it was like, wow, that's actually really ruined that guy.
He's had a bad day.
And then Naruto had to go to hospital because of using it.
Oh, that's,
Yeah.
That's a lot of power.
It was
That's a lot of
hardcore.
chi.
It was hardcore, much like the boss in game right now, which is also very hardcore. Not easy to defeat. You really do have to come together as a group. So get in game. Take part in the event. It's fantastic.
It is. It is. We are enjoying it, as we are enjoying unveiling these teams in this arena here at the PMWC at the EWC 26. Ragnarok getting his cardio in on the push bike for Geek. I imagine that will be traded out as soon as he can for a motorized vehicle. Pedal power.
Coach corner.
Oh, yeah. Take a look at the coach corner. That's the Geek coaches coming on in.
Hello, boys.
Hope you did
Wave,
well.
please.
Oh, he did wave.
Did they wave?
He pre-waved.
Oh.
Yeah.
Peace sign.
Hell yeah. That's what we want to see. Ragnarok. I mean, the sound of the bike moving is really quite relaxing. And I feel like you can't relax in a situation like this. So I hope that they aren't going to be going for it. This is a little bit more, you know, petrol and exhaust fumes that you need to see. The pace coming on through for Geek to channel that previous match's momentum.
Exactly. As I was going to talk about, they've just come off a great game. They currently have fantastic control over towards Gatka. They could even pick up God Compound if they wanted to. It's a little bit of an early send towards it, but with so much space being cut out here already on the map, I don't think it's a bad idea to full send, which looks like what they're currently trying to do right now. I mean, what's the biggest harm? It doesn't head down towards that south side just to figure out where else to play, but you do have prio on this, so why don't you just go for it? Fourth Thrives, they like to start over towards Yellows, which is Yellows between Yellows and Ferry Pier, which I always thought was quite a weird drop spot for Fourth Thrives. I think they used to fully commit over towards Yellows. They didn't really step into Ferry Pier as much, and now because they've got a lot more tenure underneath their belt, they're like, hey guys, you stay out of Ferry Pier from now on. That's our corner. But for them, this is also a fairly easy rotate, sweeping underneath. Not a single team over towards Sosnovka though, John.
No, nobody went all the way down south. I mean, the plane path didn't really promote that sort of rotation. And I mean, as you say that, actually 2 players from Fourth Rise have gone down to the military island to, I assume, get a little bit more loot on board. Maybe protect a little bit of a rotation from that east bridge, which is maybe accessible. I feel like that's a bit of a long shot in terms of like what they're maybe trying to do. It feels like a looting mission, but they're going to waste time. They're going to lose pressure against teams like Furia pushing in from the east side and teams from the north, as we're on board with Ulf, maybe pushing into the hills on their north side.
Yeah, you can grab more loot down towards Sosnovka. There's nothing wrong with that. I think for Fourth Thrives as well, they're going to be coming into this game looting a bit. They know that when you get up towards these fielded areas, you really do need the util. You need the smokes to make your way on through. Like I said, we're on board with Ulf currently. We have swung over towards that eastern edge of Gatka. I think Galaxy had a fantastic start in this game. Pachinki is a lovely spot to start from on this type of circle. They already sent 2 players down towards that south side though, and they're left behind Satan as well as Ralph inside of Pachinki to continue looting up. Bring the rest on through later.
Hopefully they don't get split off. Finding one of those quarry mouth compounds could be really important on a circle like this. But the regroup is necessary. Ulf defending their patch brutally. Maniac gets clocked out in the open, and Scarface picks up the point for Eren with that flush coming on through. So Ulf opening the bidding now. First blood has been drawn. Calci for the pickup. Scarface on his way.
Clambers back through the window. That's a pretty ridiculous spray, though. We did kind of gloss over it very quickly, but that was lovely coming through from Eren. A tanky. OG. They just came through on the southwest side of Pachinki, just trying to find a place to stay right now. a lot of times you're picking some awkward areas of the map when you're coming in late to this type of circle. It's not exactly where you'd want to stay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, observers.
Take a look at
this
this.
was a nasty spray. I mean, perfectly lined up as he passes by the tree.
Just chomping away at that health bar. Looks like they're on for more long-range engagements as Orangutan falter out in the open. Losing a player, and that's Ulf now up to 2. The open ground looks like they're good for the hunting. And as we saw, that spray from Eren was pretty beautiful. Looking good with it. Players are starting to find out all about it. 2 teams now have lost a player to them. And a good start. Fury on the eastern side, pushing in. Trying to get past X-Force rejects who have managed to wend their way on through. 4 Thrives have regrouped beyond that out to the west, just north of Ferry Pier. And Goat team on the east near Pachinki.
Yeah, the thing for Orangutan there is it's an awkward push for them, right? It is an awkward push, but when you're coming in that late, I think what would be better to do there was probably to try and play out on those outrages. There's still compounds to play up towards the eastern side of Gatka. You're slightly forcing center off the back of this one. There's a lot of sight lines around that area as well. But they make it fairly safely. I mean, only losing 1 player is actually quite a good result for them, and they get a decently central position. But they're going to go further now as we head over on towards that western side. DK extremely happy with the 2 positions they have locked down, but they will regroup off the back of this one. I think for Easy for Bad Boy, as well as the other play in that location, this might be a little bit bold to be holding 2 areas at once, because Thunder Talk is rocking up towards their second duo on the west.
Some pretty difficult terrain here, playing around that swamp, as you can see on that western side, teams starting to move in from the north edge. Enigma Galaxy actually full wrapping Quarry here as well, moving in on this western side. RRQ may be a little bit on the back foot here, Blank. They were on that western coast fairly early on. They haven't pushed more inland, but that might play into their favor later on, depending on how much conflict unfolds in the fields to their east.
Yeah, 4 Thrives, they completely realize that, oh my god, it is probably massively chock-a-block over towards Quarry. So let's just swing around onto the western side. For RRQ, I don't terribly mind it playing on that western coast. Not really many areas that wouldn't have been taken up already. It depends how early they got to circle. I'd love to watch that back later on.
Just taking their time out on the western side. AGAL playing the long game all the way up on the north side, just near Crates right now, South Georgia Pole. And we'll be playing quite late into the circle from the north side. Fortunately, there's not really too much to stop them moving in on the West Coast Road, maybe even crossing the fields to the west of Everest. Enigma Galaxy, they run into a little bit of a roadblock, or rather the roadblock runs into them, as 4 Thrives find the back lines of Enigma Galaxy, and I don't think you're getting him back up there. With the forwards position already established for Enigma Galaxy, they may lose even more if they're not careful.
Coops realizes he has to just leave now. He did stop off slightly, but has to get a move on. We'll regroup with the rest of the team. It's not a horrible compound to play either, but it does become a horrible compound with only 3 players. It's a lot of area to hold here. They can't really afford to go for a 2-2 split between the buildings because they don't have that 4th player. So I think for Enigma Galaxy, it might be tough, especially with this becoming quite a prominent area of the map.
On the north side, AGAL still playing it slow as 4 Thrives continue to sweep on the western edge. RRQ potentially next up on the menu for them. And AGAL may actually crunch in from the northern side on it, but Aurora now spanning the south expanses of this field to potentially be a stopper for this rotation. A split up as well. There are open angles for Aurora to try and exploit, but it looks like AGAL content to play it slow again.
I don't mind it. I mean, they were able to get a lot of eliminations the further they got into the game. Yes, about 5 of them came through very early on, but they were pretty steady with it. That does make things a little bit harder. Now, for GK, come on, guys. I think now's about the time to regroup. This is becoming a little silly now.
Please.
It's very, very greedy. Very, very greedy. Quarry still in play. Down towards that south side. I do like Thunder Talk's position off the back of that one. They can play up towards the hillside if they want to, coming out on that eastern edge. Furia as well has kept it fairly silent. down towards that southeast edge. There's a big ridge side that runs through there. 4 Thrives, though, they're wrapping back. They are wrapping back, and Furia might have something to say about this.
Playing that stopper on some of the quarry mouth buildings, but I think 4 Thrives, I mean, they came from this area, they're going to have a little bit of info, but Thundertalk's presence might be an unknown quantity for them. They're sending straight through. I think they're just going to get past Blank. 4 Thrives are going to settle themselves potentially right in the middle of GK's split.
There's an easy location to play there as well. It's high ground, looking down towards a lot of squads. I mean, Furia, I question how much they saw of that, because they are playing with little information because the terrain in that area doesn't provide the sight lines over towards 4 Thrives. GK tries to regroup and they lose 1 player off the back of it. I don't want to say I told you so, but
you do. You really want to say it.
I really do.
Say it.
I'm a smug type of guy. But no, for GK, it was a little greedy to hold it as long as they did. For Orangutan, I respect the decision to move in towards that location. It was only a matter of time, and I think GK could probably get away with this one. It's just you pick one or the other. We're late into the game. There isn't a huge amount of fantastic compounds left anymore, and GK's trying to hold 2 of them.
Well, not anymore. Orangutan have actually taken that eastern point now. So, central locations are taken by GK, Orangutan, and 4 Thrives. The South Hill, the most open, potentially the most vulnerable, but also potentially the most profitable in terms of point scoring capabilities. On that south edge, you've got GOAT Team, Furia, going to be forcing teams to approach you in a very linear fashion. It's going to make it difficult to take down this position for a long, long time. So we'll see how 4 Thrives can manage that. The north side, a little bit more messy, though. Teams are a little bit more spread out, trying to wend their way on through. Looks like it's plenty messy on the east, though, as GOAT are stopping AGAL.
I mean, for all gamers, they have had a slow approach into this game. They've been in the blue for a very long time. They have very little information going forward into this one. GOAT's currently playing on a 2-2 split. Curious to see how all gamers want to play this now, because even Ketch is now having a little peek down towards that south side. He wants to check in on what's happening. And all gamers will be like, okay, this looks very rough going on towards the west. Let's try the north. You're going to bang straight into Ulf. So I think for all gamers, it has just been a very slow game, which has led to little information. They're going to have to bank on having some strong gameplay going forward to try and cut a hole in the side of this circle. That's a fast rotate from Ulf, though, John.
They are moving at pace, at speed. In they go, splitting the difference and not really running into too much competition on that move. Maybe slamming straight into GK's position. We've got, as well, Kiwoom, DRX trying to hold their northwestern side. Trying to keep themselves alive, and it's going pretty well. On their push, AGL tried to move in the wake of Ulf, but it's not going quite so cleanly for them. They have to stall, they have to falter, and OG are all too ready to take those points. So back on board with the nades coming in through the windows here. Ola wanting to hold out, but not quite connecting on either front. KRX hopping Binny back, moving him into a more favorable position to try and go for those assists. And no nades are really connecting here, Black. Okay, there they connect.
Yeah, it's been a lot of explosions, not a lot of knocks coming through. The actual Coop actually took most of the brunt of the damage so far. The nade right underneath his belly. Yeah, for all gamers, they headed down over towards that high ground, only to find themselves up against 4 Thrives. Funnily enough, after all these nades are spent and done, it's actually the M4 that does the most damage through these windows. Oh, finally. We find 2 back-to-back coming from QXZ as well as Hoxie. Okay, I take it back. I take it back, guys. All right, didn't mean it. I did not mean it.
Enigma Galaxy didn't manage to get in for a third party in time. In the meantime, on the southeast side, well, we're on board with AGAL there, but further out, you've still got 4 Thrives suppressing Furia and GOAT, forcing them into a fight with one another. You can see they're popping up in the Elim feed. Silence is going to fall. And over on the north edge, as we're on board with Aurora and Flash, fighting over location, a fairly isolated fight.
Yeah, very much so. It's kind of a weird one too. I mean, for Aurora, you sort of expect the team to be playing on this one. It's a very classic spot. Most people know of this one. You use it because it's very easy to defend your vehicles in the ditch. Slightly nade bait, but for Aurora, they slow them down and try and just pass on by, but they are directly heading over towards Ulf, Oh, Scarface does find that initial shot, which is great to see from Scarface. That long-range capability comes into play, finally.
Looking for more. AGAL trying to get a little bit, but Aaron has other ideas. Sprays him down, damage pouring on through. Orangutan moving, Aru up, does suppress Ulf a little bit, so maybe a little bit better of a chance for Aurora to piece themselves back together. But it is really difficult now to find any semblance of safety in the middle. Ulf do get all four of their players back up to their feet in their very central location now. Not too many teams are going to be able to take them down from this one. Aurora step in two with 4 Thrives, who are now up to 4 eliminations. They get that res, and now they're holding off against Top and Ziol on the off angle, as well as Goat putting pressure onto Falak.
Ooh, 4 Thrives, they're surrounded. If they get themselves out of this situation, it will be big news for them. Player pulled out the side of the vehicle. Ayala is down. Moxie moves up. Furia desperately fighting back here. Igor's behind the tree, looking to bark back at this team. Finally finds the first with the help of Chief from the back lines.
Oh, 4 Thrives are here to play though, and it's a shooting gallery for the team from Pakistan. They're racking up the points now. They want to keep going. Aurora looking to backfill, maybe cause problems here, but RRQ is sandwiching the far side now. Nowhere is safe. Furia down to 1. Nobody is going to escape this compound. 2 teams enter, none will leave.
Zypher spots the enemy off in the distance, the danger coming through. Iran backing up the vehicle into the wall, giving a little bit of makeshift cover as we go forward. Aru, though, doing some wonderful work over towards that northeast side. Sadly, just down to 2 there, but still holding off on his own. I think a lot of people had questions about Aru, but he's proving them wrong right now in terms of the gun skill. Very, very smart player overall, though.
Zypher's getting stuck in, just going toe-to-toe with Chief. This is dangerous. There are nades in hand. Zypher wants to go barrel to barrel, though, and it looks like they're going to hop through. Genfos able to snap that Elim back, though, and will leave Zypher out in the open with a nade. With 3 players from RQ bearing down upon him, the backup is not quite there from the rest of his team. He needs some oversight. He needs some assistance, but it's not there in time, and they have to deal with Aurora on the backlines.
Oh, T24 is quite low there. Took a bit of a tick from the blue. Couple more shots. Falak hits the deck, but from underneath finds it. There is a quick clap back here coming through from IQ, but it's not enough as 4 Thrives are falling underneath the presence of RRQ. They come in from the sidelines as third party, and Viren will hit a nasty spray down. 7 Elins for RRQ on the second game of the day.
That was an overcommitment from 4 Thrives to this compound, to this third-party engagement. There was so much going on there, and Aurora, the duo from Ziol on top, forced them to stay in that third-party position. They didn't want to push back up. They might have had a better time of it, though, to be honest, because nobody from down below was going to push them. Zypher had overcommitted, and they just weren't quite able to gain that momentum back. 4 elims, not that many placements. That's not how you want to try and convert. And when you look at GK's position, they are going to be able to catch you up, as well as D-Woom KRX.
It's a good buffer, though. It's a good buffer, though. 23 points right now so far. I think it's decent over 2 matches. You're looking at roughly 11.5, right? So I think they're fine. I think they're fine at the moment. 4 Thrives just need 1 more decent game. Scarface does go down to Ragnarok. Get a little bit of hold back, but Aaron with that M4, who he's been so goddamn deadly today with so far, instantaneously finds a re-knock over towards Kike. In the meantime, the flash, as well as OG, a tanky with a 360. It's not quite enough to keep him alive there. The flash will hold out.
Just a moment longer on the south side. In the meantime, Thunder Talk trying to keep themselves together, but 2 players now left standing, as well as X-Force Rejects bearing down upon them. RRQ are going to fall. Okay, Aurora. Ziol on top, still going. Blank, they've been a real thorn in the side of this south side circle. Shiva tries to get the spray, dips out for another, dips out for more, does go down, and again, it's Aurora across the way who are making things so difficult.
Well, they're an opportunistic team. We get the next circle. It sent us up over towards Ulf here. But we already saw the location this team was playing in. It looks barren. It looks deadly. Suddenly, you've got 6 other teams looking your way. They have to hit these shots as teams make their entry.
Kiwoom DRX on the northwest side with 4. Flash on the north with 3. Those 2 teams have major access angles towards Ulf's position, but I don't know if they're going to be able to convert it. on the southwest side that we're on board with right now. Enigma Galaxy, who have been slow, trying to work the ground, looking to pick up the pace now with an opener knock to Ragnarok, and he will potentially be a weakness that Enigma Galaxy can exploit. They're playing as 3. And trying to keep this one going forwards. Kevin goes down to an 8 from Coops as they retreat to try and get the res onto Ragnarok. They won't be able to keep him safe. Ralph and Lord now charging forwards. Coops to be the backup. They are isolated in this fight. No third parties, and the rest isn't there. He pops up, but will it be enough? Steps out with another angle. He goes immediately back down, and Coops enters the front door.
For GK, at least, they got the sweetest little goodbye from one of our friends out there in the crowd. But GK will go on no further. The flash from the distance. Ketch has eyes on. He knows he's playing out here. He knows he has to move. As you said, KRX moving on the sidelines. Always such an awkward area of the map to play. Difficult to get the right sidelines in position. Bose gonna step up, sends an nade over the top. It looks off kilter though.
Oh, forces him out wide and into the sightlines, and it's the barrels to do the dirty work. Binny not quite connecting. The shotgun is ringing out over the bonnet, nearly doing the work, but the explosion takes him down instead, and the rest of Flash looking to rally their support, but now it's just Tops in a 1 versus 1, I think, against Hoxie. But Keywound DRX looking to keep things going, and Bose might be resable here. Hoxie kept out in the cold.
Hoxie moves forward. Expand the vehicle, but like you said, Tops getting his boy Bose back up on his feet. Nade sent through, not cooked for very long. Looks to use it as more of a distraction, but it is on target. Almost hit the double. Gets up towards the monster truck and use those vehicles. There's a little bit of cover here. The wheels, a great position to peek off the back of. You know what? QXZ is resable. Volley goes far, goes long.
Forces him to stay up close to the vehicle. Less opportunity for some solid nade angles. The bounce looks good, but it only tickled, and he's stepping out wide. He's out in the open. Back to a nade, though. Hits the deck to stay alive. Doesn't go down to a spray. Hoxie there, under pressure. The monster truck keeping him safe. Another nade, another chance to find the knock. Forces him wide, but this time the shrapnel is just too much, and somehow Hoxie keeps it together for Keywound DRX.
Well, Hoxie just sending some lukewarm grenades. No intention at a single one finishing him off, but 4 of them, that'll do the trick. Aurora, carry on with Zyo, as well as Top. Still playing for Enigma Galaxy though, right? This is a huge game for them. Not only because they've made it quite far into this game, but because they have to claw back those points right now. Their first game was devastating for their points tally. They need to get a little bit more out of this one. Currently, Ulf is stuck a little bit further out the circle, trying to watch for teams coming in from this south side, which I think makes sense. Try and clear that area as much as possible.
Top is pretty isolated here, but then again, if Coops or Lord gets spotted, gets taken down by either Top or a player from Ulf, it's going to be a little bit easier for him to find something. Ketch has been spotted. That's coming through from the Ulf. No, hang on a minute. Where is that coming from? I think that might be Ralph who's taking shots out to Ketch, but Lord is going to fall down, and Top now can start to chime in, look to pick those points away. Indeed, he does. He gets that flush. He steals that point away, and that is nasty for Enigma Galaxy. They lose another, and they're down to 2. Ralph regroups with Coops, and Top sends away. They're now on the back of the queue against Ulf to try and move their way forwards. Do they have the gumption? Do they have the power?
Coops fully stimmed up right now. Frothing at the mouth, looking for those elims. Ralph comes in from the sidelines. Might just find nothing off the back of this, and it absolutely is the case. Coops now has to make a recovery off the back. 3 seconds left on that grenade. It goes slightly wide. Might just tuck itself back in again. Ulf, in the meantime, is trying to get the rest of their players back up on the sidelines. It could be big. Sticky grenade out next. Eren extremely low.
Chucks, I think that went through the window there. Nearly takes them down, but they're behind the shack now. The info that Coops was able to gather from Ralph's roll forwards was that the other angle wasn't quite paying attention, but now they've got the res. Now they've got more, but Coops still has something left. He's charging forwards. Kelsey wants the res onto Eren as the rest of Ulf are taking damage. That's coming through from across the way. Aurora, maybe even Keywound DRX, and there he goes. Coops is on a tear. Ketch is down. It's just Scarface now to stand in the face But can Coops get the angle? He turns around, confirms the points, and into the fight he goes.
This is the missing spearhead of the spear for Nick McGalaxy. He will finally go down, but you almost saw him there in the picture-in-picture. A tiny smile on his face, despite that being one of the most insanely pressured moments for any player to be in. And Ulf is taken down by it. KRX, 9 elims on the game. It's a strong one for them, currently in the second place and looking to take first after this all does conclude. But they've got to deal with Aurora, who have been once again immortal in this match.
Top and Ziol have just been marauding around these east side hills for so long, and they're actually now playing fairly close together. These nades, the peak angles that they can take, probably going to be quite profitable. And actually, Hoxie being in that shack may be a detriment to them. With the position it takes on the circle, the next zone closes dead center. He's going to have to leave first. So when does he do it? He might want to try and figure out something now.
We're into a 2v2 here. Ziol wraps around. The fact that Aurora's played on the north side, they've played back down towards the south. They have made a lot of plays that other teams try to go for and were unsuccessful in. It is magnificent, but they are down to limited materials. 3 nades, 2 smokes, 3 nades on top. He's going to try and move around the sides. If you can get him towards the shack here.
Smart. I mean, they saw that rotate away from Hoxie, and Top was trying to get that off angle, but now has to step back in as Hoxie's putting Ziol under pressure. Top yet to step into the firing line, but draws the attention and disengages the fight.
This is good from KRX, so I love the layering with the vehicles. Had to be done there to ensure that, you know, it's difficult to get one sightline onto a singular player in the vehicle. Whilst you've got 2, you may as well use them. But these nades are starting to come through now, trying to get some damage done. Hoxie's back up to 70%. That nade's on target. It's beautiful here. QXC now has to deal with the other players. Another one right up in his face. They go wide. Top's moving around the side. Aurora, a difficult beast to handle.
This is what Top wanted to do originally. The pressure onto Ziol made it too hard. Another nade, and Ziol nearly takes it down there, but Top now has the angle. He's got them on a broadside. Oh, insult to injury. Take down the down player first, but it is a duo chicken dinner coming through from Aurora.
Aurora after that, they take second place. KRX obviously shut themselves up in towards first. It's a really good game so far from KRX over the 2 matches. I think what we've got to take from this is the consistency these boys have been able to put out compared to other teams, but Aurora certainly shows that these guys are here to play.
Goodness me, such a problem on the east side. Their crowning moment was the pressure that they put on 4 Thrives on their eastern side, moving down towards the hills and forcing 4 Thrives into an unfavorable position. Really nothing that they could do about it at that stage, but what a pressure that those 2 players have.
Oh yeah, I think it's scary to play against. It really is. It's that fear factor sometimes that can be awkward to play around. Not a single moment was there where we didn't see KRX under basically the hydraulic press of those 2 players, constantly switching positions, constantly making it very, very difficult to work with. Even when they layered the vehicles, instantaneously Zol's ready and waiting to back them off those angles. Cool stuff, very, very cool stuff. And instantly after they backed off, the boys just instantly went elsewhere. So you immediately had no information once again. Again, that's that veteranship coming through from Aurora. They've played a lot of these moments before.
Absolutely, they know what they're doing. I mean, it was, you could see how aware of exactly what pieces need to be where when Top regrouped back over after that flex out, and then he was like, oh, we got to knock, now I can do that exact same play. They knew what they wanted to do, they delivered, they executed, and as a duo, they are still a terrifying force to behold over on Erangel and on many, many other maps as well yet to come. That was really, really great stuff towards the end. I really enjoyed that finish. I think it was pretty classy.
It was very, very classy indeed. And for Ulf to go down to Coops, I mean, again, I'm super happy that Coops is here. He's an awesome player. It's great to see him at PMWC. 4 Thrives, I liked the gameplay. It felt like there was a little tiny itsy-bitsy bit of overconfidence there from Huzaifa as he went down towards that south side. I mean, fair enough to them. They're feeling themselves. I would much rather a team was feeling overconfident and pulled that back a little bit. But yeah, let's head over to an interview with Falak to see how he is doing today, which honestly has been fairly good.
All right, thank you very much, Kalaris here for PMWC for EWC 26. I'm with Falak, the man himself, and I want to talk about game one here for that Rondo match as a whole. Because Erangel wasn't too impactful. Let's talk about Rondo. You guys were on the west side for quite a while. PK was north of you, and you were a little bit stuck in there, but you kind of made a good meal of it. So what was the game plan for Four Thrives in those moments?
Our game plan was pretty simple from the start, that we have to hot drop, take kills, and just scout, like whichever places are free, we are just scouting and rotating according to that.
Okay, so, I mean, in that game, 9 eliminations for Falak here, looking for an MVP already by the looks of things. Do you think that it's going to be, there's going to be challenges from other players if you're able to put up those kinds of performances, or is it going to be the Falak show alongside Four Thrives?
Yeah, I mean, it will be a problem for other players if I be consistent, then yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Falak, for joining us here. I'll let you get back to your team. Obviously, plenty more games to come here at PMWC at EWC 26. That is Falak here from Four Thrives.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
Chasing the sunrise, boots hit the ground, hear the battle call. Loot up, lock in, we're ready for it all. Every street, every door, searching for a little more. One squad, one dream, nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in, can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum, the final fight has come. Fight till you make it, never gonna break it. Stand your ground and take it, right into the fire. Fight till you make it, every move can change it. Higher and higher, we're reaching for the winner, winner, chicken dinner. Fight till you make it, fight till you make it.
As if there was any doubt, Aurora will end up showing up. It doesn't matter if it's Refis, it doesn't matter if it's Top, Seoul, or Doc. As Top and Seoul were able to finish off that match right there. They get their first win. Actually, it feels like in a long time, unless we go back to PMMI. But for this squad, this is what I wanted to see out of day one, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good win, right? Of course, making it as a duo, Top and Seoul making it happen. I feel like everyone on that team could have made a duo win happen eventually, but really happy with the overall performance from that squad. But you know what? I feel like the reason why they got that chicken dinner genuinely, and I don't know if you would agree, Nipch, on this one, is because a few teams did do a few fumbles here and there, especially Flash. I feel like if Flash take up that hilltop, no way Aurora come out on top and get that chicken dinner. But so many fumbles were made throughout the entirety of that game. Aurora, as a duo, come out of nowhere and snatch away that chicken dinner for themselves.
They did indeed. I really liked how they were playing as a duo, right? So many teams we see, if they're a duo, they keep very much themselves, very compact, don't want to make too much noise, don't want to be seen. Aurora went and took it the opposite direction, right? We had Zeol on that anchor point in the middle of zone, then you had Top running around, fending off Nigma Galaxy, going, hey, you don't want to come up here, I promise it's going to be bad news for you if you do. He did the exact same thing with KRX, and in the end, that is what won them 17 points in game number 2.
And that was a team that was also able to put up a good amount of points. Honestly, KRX with 9 eliminations, 15 points total, Lace.
And you know what I have to say to that? Sorry to everyone's ears at home. I just
great insight.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Very nice.
My chicken. There we go.
Oh, thank you.
That was just my notes for that. But no, look, Hoxie was able to obviously go into contention with Flash. This team right now is using strategy to their advantage. And unfortunate for Flash, you know, it was kind of that contention having both of them together. But it's the Hoxie show today. Was able to sort of hold off that and revive the team and have them sort of get back into that game. I liked how in this position here, they were able to cause the smokes to move positions against Aurora. They sort of scouted them first in this part, but obviously, you know, being on that lower side of the ground, it was a difficult feat heading on in, and obviously Aurora did read that incredibly well. But I mean, for this duo to be able to compete against the likes of that, I think they did incredibly well moving into that final zone.
You're talking about Hoxie, and I want to say Hoxie was great, especially in that fight versus Flash, as you mentioned, but also early on versus Al Ula. That was a speed run. That wasn't PUBG Mobile. What was happening on that? Yeah, okay, I agree. Good point. But no, really, that fight, he creates an opening opportunity by getting a first nade knock onto Al Ula. Then the entire team, Niptura, just rocks up. They nade them all at the same time, and you blink and you miss it. All of Al Ula just fully eliminated. One of the quickest fights I've ever seen on the global stage. What the hell?
Yeah, and that's how you want to do it, right? If you're going to go in, you got to go in big and instantly, because you want that team to not have any recourse at all. You want them to not know you're there, and then the next minute they are thinking about what happened in the lobby. That's how you want to play PUBG Mobile. And yeah, exactly what they said.
That's exactly what they said. I want to actually rewind a little bit to some team that wasn't there towards the final, but they did improve on their performance in regards to eliminations. And that was none other than OG. OG being a little bit more aggressive, kind of what I want to see out of this squad. Ended up with 6 eliminations.
Yeah, it was a lot better. We did see them full send over to the center of the circle, and we did see a little bit more aggression. There was a couple of moments where we saw, okay, some knocks, okay, they're taking fights a lot later on. It is nice to see. That's what I wanted to see, a little bit more of that aggression come through. I think Rondo for them was really more about just going, okay, we're here. How is this happening? What's the plan? What is the vibe? Bringing that one back.
Ooh.
What is the vibe of the event? That's what you want to know.
The vibe. Yeah. might as well just add some movement to it. Max.
Yes.
Lace. Neptura.
Yes.
We're going to talk about the NA King, none other than Coops, baby, because he ended up showing up. He's back. Nick McGalaxy being able to respond in a big way, especially with what happened early on in Rondo. This is what we want to see out of Nick McGalaxy, especially with the way that they were playing, too. They were playing a lot of edge early on.
Yeah, I mean, during PMJ Season 1, the fact that Coops was not able to play for that team, it left a void, right? And it was felt throughout the entirety of the tournament for Nick McGalaxy. But he came out popping off against Ulf there. This 2-2 split, like, he's Pincer. There's no way he's going to survive. But you forget one important point. He's Coops. He's built different. And he just comes out beautifully able to get himself those 2 eliminations. And he knows I'm maybe not going to make it to the podium, right? And he just tries to secure those 2 eliminations on Ulf. He knows when he has to give up to secure as many points as possible. It's a great mindset to have here at PMWC.
I didn't know if you knew this, but Coops hold chickens and chicken winner dinner. So I think it just goes hand in hand.
It does.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know what we need? We need a
like that
counter
segue?
for how many times we actually have the chicken sound throughout the day. If you're able to keep track of that, make sure you use the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. Share it on social media. And I'm still waiting to see some edits. Means by Kainat. Leo, I'm looking at you. I want to see those edits with the gun sounds from Max and Neptura earlier on. And later, we might even get Lace into that. And don't forget, use your predictions as well on the EWC Play app. But now, I want to see the predictions. I want to see... No. Hold on. Let me rewind that. I want to see the overall, because with the overall, we're going to be seeing KRX currently with 28 points. Aurora Gaming there tied up with 4 Thrives at 23 points.
I can hear Kalaris saying in the background, the South Korean overlords. Yes, he's so happy about it. I mean, clearly they've been looking so good. Hoxie, we talked about him this game, but Binny had some great moves in Rondo, even TRE from time to time. So I'm very happy they can be #1, especially without a single chicken dinner, which I do believe, spoiler alert, they might get eventually throughout the entirety of Group A. But this is looking like a stacked top 5. But all gamers, Niptra, I know you and me, we're pretty hyped about this team.
Yes.
Just shy of making it top 5. They're going to come out swinging on our next Durango.
Oh, I can't wait. They have been looking really, really good so far. You know, the points don't necessarily add up to a really good game, but they have been making moves, which I'm really appreciating. I do want to go just very quickly, though, on to 4 Thrives there, is that, yes, in that last game, they did get a bit swallowed up in all the teams going to the same position. That's fair. However, we are seeing like 16 eliminations, 5 placement points. I don't like that.
Mostly from the Rondo too, right?
Mostly from the Rondo, exactly. So for me, I'm kind of just like, oh, I hope that changes quickly.
What do you want to see exactly out of 4 Thrives, though, since you don't like what they're currently doing?
I mean, they've been having some... Points is a great answer. Short
Placement
answer, points. Long answer, I need them to continue to be a little bit more like that Rondo. They're more controlling into the end game, and then after that, you know, being a little bit more aggressive. I think getting swallowed up was not the best idea for Erangel, but, you know, into the next one, I need a little bit more of a Rondo.
The third party that they were able to do on Futia and Go, though, it ended up working out for them right up until the zone started pushing.
Yeah, it was a good idea, but I feel like it's more like decision-making into the sense just commit to your play. I prefer to see a full team commit to a bad play together than just being a bit indecisive, taking literally 3 fights at once. There was Furia, there was RRQ, and above them there was Aurora at that point, if I'm not mistaken. So there's too much going on. Pick a fight, commit to it, and if you keep 4 players alive, guess what? You can fight later on down the line.
You know who's not picking fights? Team GOAT. They have had so many chances where they have gotten knocks and they are not following through. So, I mean, you know, they're having teams in contention on each side of them. And for some reason, they're not making those decisions that you're talking about to follow up on those knocks and then clearly getting third-partied. And something is going wrong with this team because this is not the kind of stats that they are generally used to pulling in these sorts of tournaments. But I think they've got like three on the board. Like, this is not something we should be seeing from GOAT.
I know what the issue is. They don't have a hovercraft for Moxie. I didn't see it. This man needs a hovercraft. Get it, and they might get a win.
By the way, on the previous interview that we got from Kalaris too with Falak, that might be the most smack talk that I think I've heard Falak say since he ended up saying, Falak here, Rosemary here. But let's send it over to Kalaris and Jackie at the stage.
That's right, thank you boys. Of course, I'm here with Jackie to talk about some of the stuff going on so far. I want to talk to you about Geek and how they were able to play out that first game. High ground control, very important, really kind of spread out for a good while. And that win overall gives me high hopes for Geek here. What do you think?
Well, you were getting excited even in the green room. James was there effectively like some sort of brain box hooked up to a metaphorical cerebro, dropping mad lines and predicting what was an inevitably sick outcome. So you were always on that train, and it arrived safely at the proverbial station.
Yeah, it did. I think that technically Four Thrives could have gone onto that high ground and tried to challenge for that, but again, you know, with that being a bit more of a dicey situation, IQ being elsewhere to kind of look in the opposite directions, bit difficult for them to make that work. So good start for Geek. Obviously going down to 3 in this last one, bit of a tough time to really make it work on Erangel, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's, you know, one of those big pivoting points. And the good thing about G's is if you have 2 of them, that's a good game. And there is another team with a G in the name that impresses me, but we've had some disagreements, James.
I think disagreements is the right way to describe it, right? Because I think that they replaced Four Thrives at PMMI, kind of got 23rd place, but you think the GOAT team is on the ramp,
Look, all I'm saying is, much like skateboarding, you got to start, get the gravity, hit that ramp, and you got to go up for a bit. Takes a bit of time, right? You ever been on a roller coaster?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know when you get to the top, you can't drop if you ain't got height, bud. So you got to ramp. And Maxman's been saying they are ramping for some time, and I'd be inclined to agree. GOAT, that spells GOAT. I think they could pop off, bud.
Yeah, I'm on the Fuchs train. Where are you?
I'm more Moxie. The guy's got chutzpah, he's got charisma, and he's going to be rizzing up Paris, I tell you.
There you go. All right, well, without further ado, it's time to head on over to the caster team here for our next game here for PMWC.
Oh, absolutely. I'm ready for him. I'm ready to get that Riz coming through from Moxie. We'll see if they're able to take it to the Battlegrounds, though, as Erangel is our next match. It's our middle Erangel map. We've got 3 today. We've already seen 1. Let's see if things are going to go differently here.
I'm upset that no one talked about Force in that whole segment. Dude's a madman. I mean, he's propping up the thing. He's the one pushing down roller coaster up the ramp right now.
You know what? We've got the whole game to talk about it, so we can show that.
I don't need that much time.
Okay.
Well, like 30 seconds was around enough.
You know what?
Yeah.
Pick a side, you know. Enough of this fencing. We're going into this game. From Novo up to Stalborough, heavy east lean on the plane path blank. Places like Georgia Pole, pretty inaccessible. Saverni, though, for Aurora, should be pretty chill.
Well, I mean, they could do both, right? They could easily do Sosnovka. I think for Aurora, Sosnovka drop here wouldn't be a bad idea. Depends how much success they're having. Saverni, you got the loot truck over there as well, so potential they want to lock in on that. But it does seem like Aurora is dropping out up towards Sosnovka. After all, Geek, not doing badly. I think that they have the right idea of it. There was that game we just saw where the greed did come through, right? We saw the eyes turn gold for a second, and then quickly they met their demise soon afterwards, the old misers of those locations. But I do think that for Geek, there was right maneuvers being made. It's just some of that inexperience here and there is coming back to bite them in those situations. I 100% know some of those teams would have regrouped a lot sooner on that spot. Ulf also, it's a bitter pill to swallow after that last game versus Coops. But yeah, it's a tough position to play inside that shack. That's all they really had to work with. I don't think they had too many vehicles either. Otherwise, they might have just set up a bit more of a junkyard in that location. This time around, looking for small points. But again, it's shaping up quite nicely on the leaderboard. It's nice to see South Korea up in front in first place with KRX, but Aurora, 4 Thrives, Ulf, All Gamers, OG's even up there, which is cool to see. These are sort of the teams we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be looking out for it. The circle did pop during that blank, and it is heavy southeast. It looks like we're going to all corners of Erangel today. It does cut in a majority of, well, all of Novo, a little bit of that military island as well. So access is potentially there. Could potentially see some hovercraft rotations. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, what a hop. He's mad with it. Looking good, but the bullets now ringing out from the high ground. But the jet force not hitting for quite a while there. We'll finally be able to put that one to bed.
Yeah, gets him eventually, but might have had an easier time if he had the Ninetales Fury AUG skin, which you can grab in-game today. Make your rolls, make your pulls, try and get that skin, because it does look mighty nice. One of my favorite ones to come to the game so far. Everyone knows I'm sort of biased towards anime skins. Okay, it genuinely is a really good one. But RRQ is on the send-out currently. You do have Thunderstork down towards the south side. They're currently playing military. Good spot to start off with here. You have a lot of Sosnovka actually pulled into this one, but it's the amount of water involved. Hello! We are live from Paris currently. A lot of fans here with us, which is nice to see. Joining right from the beginning here to support their favorite teams.
Real mix of support from lots of different teams, fan bases. Love to see it. Getting in and amongst it. Nina Galaxy taking down the loot truck, grabbing themselves some goodies from the back, making sure they've got everything that they need, and they will be able to burst those doors wide open. Plenty of ordnance to send down range. And in they go. Coop's going to be taking on the Centra there. Is Max going to be happy? Is he going to get an MG3?
I mean, Ralph's just got a shotgun right now, which isn't ideal, but did get the level 3 vest, which might help him live for a little bit longer when he makes those crazy crashes like he did versus Ulf. Definitely a good distraction, though, to allow Coops to explode onto the scene there. But what I was talking about is a huge amount of water that's involved here. It is a gargantuan amount. And I think for a lot of players, they're quite salty about it, just like the sea, because this is giving very few areas to play. And as you move over towards that southeast side, you're on that slope down towards Mills Power. You have the Deadwoods. This is not a very fun area of the map to play in terms of when you've got 16 teams all in play right now, which is why you're seeing a very slow rollout. Most teams realize that they're going to be playing Edge for a long time off the back of this one.
Long enough to maybe see those two of our youngest fans in the crowd grow old enough maybe to play in these tournaments themselves. It's going to be a little bit of a slow one, but all for making their way. Nick Galaxy is starting to break away from Potato Hill now as well, looking to try and get away from Pachinki. On the north side, Flasher pushing in past that mansion prison area, looking to send on towards the top of the hill, towards that lumberyard position potentially, or might just draw short on the south side of prison, around those shelter entrances.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we got some loud fans in the crowd today. We got some chanting of 4T, which is always good to see. I mean, they've got some good fans as well, and they deserve it for some of the performances they've been putting up so far. 23 points currently. Again, we got to back it off a little bit, though, coming into this game. Pull back on the gas, right? I don't think they need to go too hard just yet. They have some strong players on that team, and they have the consistency to work with. And I agree with Seven. It's probably the most smack talk I've ever heard from Falak before. He's a very respectful guy at the end of the day, despite being such a menace in game. But yeah, it is funny that for Falak, smack talk consists of, yeah, if I am consistent, you are all going to have a horrible time.
I think that's, to be fair though, I kind of think that's true of maybe any player in this lobby.
No.
It's about it, but it is that consistency is so crucial, right?
Well, it depends what your consistency is.
Yeah, okay.
Consistently bad.
I'll say at least 50% of the lobby, if they are on a consistently performing day at their sort of peak, yeah, absolutely. Anybody on their best day, could sweep a lobby like this.
Hey, but okay, let me pitch you this.
Okay.
Let me throw you a curveball right now.
All right.
Take Doc.
Okay.
Put Doc on his best day. How many other players really live up to that hype?
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? If Doc's on his best day, nobody stands a chance.
How many, if we say everyone else is on their best day, still how many players live up to Doc on his best day?
Okay, yeah, fair.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You picking up what I'm putting down
There are levels to this.
There
Absolutely.
are levels to
You know,
this.
there's Doc, then there's maybe Falak, sure. Maybe Coops could potentially step up there. He's been a long while coming, but I liked the little rev of the engine in that last match towards the end that he was allowed to unleash. Weirdly though, they are completely split right now. I feel like this is something that happens with Enigma Galaxy way too often, is that they just split 2 and 2 and they're opposite sides of the map.
You have to give these guys a little bit of credit right now. This is a horrendous rotation to be making. Everyone knows it's really difficult to play out here. This is a fairly central location of the circle. You leave 2 players behind to try and get looted up as much as possible. Enigma Galaxy, and then you just make this wild approach. If anything, this has worked out ridiculously well. They have 2 players over on the coastal side down towards Milton Park. If this continues to move southeast, this is not a bad spot to play. And now you have an anchor point to play off the back of. So Enigma Galaxy here, they take a huge gamble. But again, for them, gambles are required considering that first game they had of the day, which was so terrible. But they managed to get 10 on their second match. And with this, they might be able to pump that up a little bit further. So I actually don't mind this. I don't mind this.
Push up those points, get a little bit more amongst it on the tables. As the backstop for Enigma Galaxy, look at a regroup. They've got about 3 kilometers to go before they find their other duo. So a long road ahead of them on the south side, potentially fraught with danger.
Step 2, yeah.
Yeah, this is nasty.
Then maybe we can get to profit, but yeah, step 2's got to come through first.
Yeah, and they've got Aurora behind them as well. This is a pretty nasty spot, I think it's safe to say, for the backstop. The circle does go a little bit more land-based, but it still cuts in maybe 20% water here, Blank. Keeps that prison position in. The hills to the north of Milta up towards that lumberyard, the Deadwood as well. Teams are going to have to try and find their place amongst the trees. It is going to be quite close for all of these teams. A bit too close, I think, for most of their liking. I think that's that's 4 Thrives coming across the backstop duo of Enigma Galaxy, but nobody's slowing down. They want to get into the circle.
There's a lot of places to play here. We are kind of focusing up around Lumberyard, so we have that high ground in play, which is going to cut out a little bit of a cone around that central area of this circle. You see, amazingly, no one's playing up towards Mansion. No one cares about Lepopka. Let's try and get ourselves as central as possible, work our way into this one. Not a lot of fights going through. Teams more focused on the wheel. 10 and 2 right now to get into this circle. So we'll get a secondary close on this one coming up shortly. Enigma Galaxy move over further towards that northeast side. They are just about eking their way in. EK comes up against a 40 though.
Good opener for them, looking for more against the Cypher, but they go down 1 and 2. Heavy blows dealt towards Geekay, but there is an answer, and it's Falak and Cypher now looking to try and take on Sap G and Kevin from down below, moving that hovercraft into position, but that could trap the nade in with them. Cypher in danger, has to step in.
Nice.
Can hop out, can he go for the rest? No, there's another nade, and T24 is a goner. Cypher stays alive though with the protection of the hovercraft. It's going up in smoke, it's on fire now, forced out, more nades, DK playing siege to them. IQ wanted to try and stay alive here, but he's bleeding. Falak's nowhere to be seen on this fight.
IQ's down, so 4 Thrives, go down to 2 once again. This is a real rough approach over the last 2 games. Even Ulf's getting involved now. They got some good shots there, able to do a little bit more damage to Cypher on a sticky situation. Alula actually not a bad spot. We haven't seen too much out of this team so far. All gamers were instant towards the center of the circle. And they are playing around that lumberyard area.
This is pretty good news for QM DRX on that north side to see 4 Thrives losing 3 of their players early. A team that's chasing going down. Aurora also losing a player. They're pretty happy. Geekay going down to 2. First place is looking pretty nice right now for them. But remember, this is a chase for top 5 for direct qualification spots here in Group A and indeed in Group B after this. But it's always good to have an early lead. And that is exactly what they're going to be looking to do here. For K1 DRX on the north side, they are chilling.
Yeah, KRX fighting right now. They are having a good time of it. Looking to push that points count a bit further upwards. Circle does move back down again. You know what, Enigma Galaxy, again, this is a massive gamble. I completely agree with you, right? They've hit 7s across the board, though, and it's worked out. It has worked out for them. They even got themselves a loot crate. I mean, that is lucky. That is a little bit lucky. But we'll see what they can get done with it, because, again, Enigma Galaxy has thrown away a lot of endgames in the past, even though they get themselves there. I think Coops is that secret bit of sauce that they do require to get into those endgames and play them out well.
This must be how Aurora lost their player to Orangutan there. Doc, yeah, just caught out in the open.
Yeah.
Slow start of the vehicle.
You know what? Aru is looking really good today. I think for Aru, there was always that question for OG is that does the gun skill live up to the hype here at PMWC? Seems like these guys have been doing a lot of work in the back end here, and Aru is showing up as the leader. Hazaifa will go down. It's 4 Thrives now out. The first team to leave us here, 16th place.
Very tricky rotate coming through for them. They got split up. They couldn't quite convert over towards GK on their engagement. It looked like they had a really good opener, but the shots just weren't landing. It was unfortunate, but they do fall for it. Aurora, they're looking to keep things trucking though. And remember, we know what they can do with a duo. We've given them an extra player this time around. They're on 3. They've already opened up for an Elim. They're in a pretty cheeky little spot there as well. Controlling quite a lot of the open ground towards those mill to power positions, towards mini mill to power as well. The warehouses on that south side could be a pretty powerhouse spot.
That's right. In mill to power.
Oh, power.
Little stock here. I mean, for Ulf, they're playing the ridge side down towards the side of crates. It's not a horrible place to play, but it really depends on the next circle, right? So hard to know where it's going to go because it's still folding over towards Deadwoods. It's still folding back the other way towards Milter Power, as well as Mini Milter. I'm curious to see how they want to play this out. Goat's really trying to pull the elastic band both ways. They're dead center of it all. Good shots though from Genforce. I mean, he's been on a bit of a tear today with a massive recovery over on Rondo. Now looking to put the hurt in over towards Flower H.
Just a couple of petals left on that rotate there, but somehow managing to escape with a little bit of life left in him.
He knocks me not.
He knocks me not, seemingly the conclusion on that one. They can get some healing done. Sprout anew. With 3 players alive on the west side. Gaming Stars nade over towards X-Force Rejects. And another one puts the cat amongst the pigeons and takes down Shiva as well. They're not going to be able to get this forward duo back up. Look at the backstops. They're not for moving. Not one bit.
Maniac getting some good damage in. My goodness me. What a horrendous circle. Sent over towards the northern side. Look at all the water in play. Ulf just got sent a lifeline though. Kelsey needs to live this rotate though. Needs to get back to the rest of the team. As a 4, they have a good time. Great shot from Aaron.
Where did that come from? All right, all pulling it out the bag, as well as Enigma Galaxy on that south coast side. They can sweep through. Furia looking to try and challenge. Could be a little bit difficult to deal with, but I feel like Enigma Galaxy have the inside track there. You're right, though, to highlight that Aaron spray. It was pretty nutty. The guy is insane. You've talked about being his biggest fan. I think you can be proud in that tile right now.
Well, again, the speed at which he identifies the location, understands that this is a shot that he needs to hit right now versus Gaming Stars to ensure that Kelsey gets back to the team, because they know of all people inside this lobby that they have a fantastic chance, at least a top 3 here from this position, but they need to be a 4-man. They have to be a 4-man. Kelsey gets back towards the squad, and this is a great start for them. The rest of the teams will be starting to flow on in now. You've got Aurora down towards that south side, but likely they'll stick around here for a little bit longer, understanding that Mini Milter, as well as the compound down towards the south, likely will move in the near future, can pick themselves up a couple of eliminations there, and they might be in the next circle too.
Ooh, okay. All right. I feel like if you've made your predictions over on the EWC app, then if you put Ulf in, you might be pretty happy right now. It's a little bit difficult potentially if they have to move away from the coastline. I feel like if you put Enigma Galaxy in as a prediction as well, that could have been a pretty decent shout. And
a surprising one.
Yeah, I think certainly given the start of this match, right? But looking at the rest of the lobby, there is a lot more danger on the western side. Ulf taken down with a long-range shot from Mini 14. Might be Reservoir, though. And Ulf are down to 2 active, though.
Yeah, it's 2 players that went down in the front line. Basically, Scarface and Ketch absolutely have to instantaneously help there. It's not the case. Ooh, I mean, I think maybe the 2-2 split was just unfortunate. Alula also get involved, and this is a 4v2 if it comes down to it. Scarface and Ketch got a big old task ahead of them.
Oh, they're going for one, and actually, Exports Rejects going to slow Gaming Stars potentially from getting involved as a third party on the north side, taking one of their players out. Maniac is down. But you've got Q and DRX on that north side as well, who have yet to fully regroup and make their way forwards. A lot of pressure is going to be felt by the positions on the coastline. This southwest side that we're on board with now does need to conclude, as Flash are rolling around the ridge lines, but not quite able to find the opener. They only have 3 players, and RRQ are waiting. They are ready to see who emerges from this one and how many points they can earn from it.
AJL to make the move out here. Bows are running in alongside with a blue. I mean, respect to XDZ. I would 100% feel like that was a knock as well. Looked away in that moment. More pressing matches ahead of him. Azias backs down. Thundertalk also shots over towards Furia. Furia getting absolutely decimated as they try and pull out from Milta. Now Enigma Galaxy, they're just going to play it off of the power grid here.
Oh, Orangutan trying to move parallel to Flash. AGAL as well, but nobody's looking happy as everybody's losing players. 2 players on the back line, maybe Reservoir if they're quick about it. As Flower looking to pull a player back to his feet, but they won't care. DRX on that north side. They should just be able to tear this one through if RRQ don't get to them first, because they are slamming straight into the south flank.
RQ, yeah, you're right. They are absolutely rinsing squads at the moment with good shots through the smoke. We'll take down Feiren to start things off. Hoxie also took an unfortunate knock and will be flushed out because of it. Aru and Wizgod looking to stay alive, but it's just down to Aru now. Molotov off towards the right-hand side. It's not quite on target. Immediately, Aru's going to swing round. Lepar has to win this. We'll find Aru. Naraku lives to see another day, but with just 1 player to do it. It is going to be him as the Wanderer inside of the circle. It's going to be close, but should get the first aid.
Looking for more loot as well. Stage 5 is just about survivable for long enough. Hops in. Pops the bandage as well. Doesn't have any stims ticking him up just yet. And actually he's going to go straight towards Aurora. Not in the zone either. So has to take a beat to try and get some healing done. Only 2 nades to try and find an opener. And it is just Refus in this location for the time being. The rest of Aurora look at a regroup now though. And it's going to get more dangerous for Lepar in the next 20 seconds.
Hell, you know what? Enigma Galaxy could go all the way on this one. And it really could be a Galaxy big brain move on the early game to go for that rotate so early away from the rest of the lads at Pachinki. I love it. I really love it. I like the fact that they didn't feel dismayed after that first game. Watching Satan with his head on the pillow was pretty crushing for me, honestly, because I know how that must have felt. I can try and understand it. But for them to come out with this kind of maneuver in Game 3, love it. I really do love it. And if it pays off, that will give them some great confidence into the future.
Or maybe it could be a false positive, you know, like this. It's so difficult to call things like that. Aurora suffering heavily. They are still 3 players alive, and all 3 are in the zone, but they're under a lot of pressure. This is Lepar actually doing the damage. Over towards Popsiol has popped all of those smokes around him to try and keep his teammates safe, and I think they're going to get this res. Gaming Stars under pressure. As the Kiwoom DRX managed to move into position, but look at the step up. Binny gets rebuffed, and it might just be going south for the Koreans. As TRE just has to stare from behind the tree as Binny falls down on location. 2 players now, and the north side getting dismantled. Gaming Stars holding strong. The nade doesn't connect.
TRE still alive here. Next nade might be on target. Exploded by the side of him. KRX is down. Gaming Stars right now looking awesome, but are now down to just 2. All for weather the storm, but man, they would have loved to have more players up there. And it was very livable down towards that south side. I think they wanted to keep tabs on that northern edge, though. It is just really good shot screen from Gaming Stars to 1-2 punch both Kelsey and Aaron. Again, potentially there's a moment there where one of the players should have just dropped back, smoked up, rather than trying to re-aggress on that trade. But we didn't quite see exactly what happened there, so we just don't know. Next circle comes through. Enigma Galaxy have to move. They're one of the only teams outside the circle right now. Aurora look to back it out slightly, but it is just sitting ahead of them from Thunder Talk.
I think they're going back for vehicles here. They want to get a little bit of speed into this one. They are the only team with 4 players alive. Looks like, yeah, they're going to step in. He's waiting for the right time. Okay, yeah, they're recalculating, recalibrating, and they're going to try and move forwards. You imagine that they're going to be trying to pop smokes potentially over towards Goat's direction.
One vehicle.
And down the hill. They're covering their rotate.
Okay, Ralph's going to stick behind. Makes sense. Sitting's directly underneath, not going to cause any problems. One vehicle does move up. Gets into position, some damage sent through.
Oh, if one of them takes a heavy hit and drops down to try and preserve the health bar, it could be that Sitting's just going to wait and take those shots. He's still in the zone and he hasn't made a move for a long, long time. I don't know if they're aware of his position.
Ralph is very low. They know roughly where they're coming from now, and Ralph opted to stay behind just in case, but his approach is going to be very difficult. Going to have to get on his belly and snake his way in. Smoke's going to have to be used here to get him up into position. Yeah, but for Goat, these buildings are crucial right now. The game will slow down massively, at least for the time being. Aurora's got a coupe to work with. That's about it. Not the most denser vehicles either. That will go up in flames pretty quickly.
Well, it depends who's taking shots, because I don't think Enigma Galaxy can go for the full volley at the moment. Goat don't necessarily have the angles to go for a full team volley at it at the moment. It depends on where they're trying to go for Aurora, but I feel like they've got a little bit of time, maybe about 5 seconds of runway to play with before it will just go down. And 5 seconds is enough to do quite a lot.
Quick sweep round. Get a little bit of information. See where those shots do come from. They have the sightlines slightly covered up from Goat here, but as they move further down the road, it becomes not so much. And they almost have to play in alongside with Goat because Goat is so secure in this location on the southeast. Enigma Galaxy knows that too. They're waiting for the next circle to pop, which is taking its sweet time. And there's the MG3, John.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I spotted that one earlier in the Elim feed. I forgot to bring it up, but they did manage to pick that one up, I imagine, very early from the loot truck in Pachinki. And they've been marshalling it ever since in the hands of Satan. Nades on in. Trying to find the player, sneaking his way through. Not quite connecting this time. Gaming Stars, the team to draw our current table toppers to a close. Q1 DRX did fall to them. They couldn't quite push through on the north side.
They know there's another team here because they didn't fully finish out Ulf there, so they know the rest of the squad must be further down. Oh, you must be joking me. It drops over towards Enigma Galaxy on that southeast side, but for Thunder Talk, 3 points. 3 points.
Absolutely. They should be able to survive probably up into a 3rd place after this. Aurora still taking so much trouble from Lepar. I think with this circle, though, for Aurora, what are your choices here? Is it just go for Goat?
I mean, you could probably try and rock up over towards where Ulf is playing on this north side. It's a hell of a dash for yourself, but if you can try and get yourself in and amongst the rocky outcrops, is probably the best way to go, because if you try and crash Enigma Galaxy, you get shot at by Goat, and Goat is going to be a hard crash and a half.
Well,
they're going to go for it, but 2 players go down instantly. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, no good option there for Aurora. But QMDRX going to be pretty happy with 8 teams still alive. It's only a single placement point that they would find, so they may just be able to maintain their spot at the top. It really doesn't feel like there's 8 teams alive in this circle, Blank, but there's so many stragglers and only 1 team with 4. Of course, Enigma Galaxy, with their mad dash earlier, able to do a lot of work from this cliff top. The 4 teams they found. Reefus is crawling forwards. The bar finally goes down. That allows Reefus a lot more latitude for movement.
Yeah, it does, but also Ulf now has given away their position. Rough idea of where they are. Good shot again. I mean, Ulf's spotting them. Ulf is spotting them. Said he could see a marble from a mountaintop, but just as easily finds the marble in the grass as well. Now looking down over towards them. Reefus is the last to fall, and from 8 we go down to 4.
Very, very quick. And remember, there is still that solo, so it's pretty much 3. Thundertalk leaving their lone rep down on the bottom of the cliffs, shotgun in hand, cowering underneath the rocks.
Yeah, I like how I gave a little bit of love over towards Force, and he's been offed early on in this game. Okay, shots coming through from Kedge. I mean, what else can you do, really? I mean, Enigma Galaxy has a lot of control here. Goat's going to have to push out, and Enigma Galaxy is fairly easily covered. It is wild, the amount of water that's still in this circle, and finally we pull back to the benefit of Goat. They're going to be very happy with this one.
They keep one of their buildings in, although not all of them looking super happy. However, they're really not in any danger right now. They can just put their players around this building, not really worry too much because they know everybody else is over on this cliffside.
It's an impossible game for everyone but Enigma Galaxy, I'm not going to lie to you.
You think? You reckon?
Yeah.
I think with good circles, Goat might have a chance.
What circle are you looking for?
Southwest, southwest,
stage
southwest.
9.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
We do have to end the game at some point, John.
No,
Okay.
let's keep it going forever.
Yeah, I mean, if we could get a stage 11, it'd be great, but I just don't see anyone else winning this. As we all know, when you play in these areas, as soon as you come out to this open ground here, it is a death sentence. If they had vehicles, maybe they could hit a flying V over towards the loot crate. They have to move now. If Goat wants to win the game, they have to move now whilst they're fighting.
They have to read it. They have to get out. But do they have the smokes? Are they in position? Do they have the vehicles even to make this one move forwards? I believe that they do. Another nade over the top from Lord as the backlines are keeping Enigma Galaxy on 4 players. Ketch gets rezzed, and now they're back as 2. Another nade goes long. They're not quite finding it. They're holding out. A nade forwards. Catches them on the backline. Takes them super low, but it's not quite enough to stop Coops and Lord rolling on forwards. And Lord is down. Coops is low. Where are Goat, Blank? Where are they?
I mean, to be fair, they left Satan behind with the MG3. That's a good weapon to hold on. But finally, they're thinking, potentially, we got to make a move off the back of this. They've been setting up this smoke train for quite a while. This is good, actually. I quite like this from Goat. They have to take this opportunity. It's a little bit late, but again, it takes a long time to set up those smoke trains. Sitting is very happily looking for his 2nd place.
He can hope. 3rd place right now, guaranteed for him. A nice little boon to Thundertalk to get them off the bottom of the tables. Hopefully, a big nade. Takes a lot of damage off the MG3 angle as well. Over onto Satan. That's going to force him to go for the heel. And he's down.
That's bad.
The
That is
MG3
bad.
out, and Ralph now is isolated. Foopsman on the top of the building has got that high ground advantage to potentially find Ralph. The drop down came through from Lord as well. He's down in the water. He's looking for the last straggler from Thundertalk. They kind of know where he's going to be now, and they're scouting it out, but they may have overcommitted to this split. Lord needs to get back into an angle where he can contribute to this fight.
Yeah, no, I mean, Sitting is still here. Could cause a big problem for them. Starts to get his way back up the hill right now. Like you said, getting the MG3 down is really bad news. Good shot from Coops once again. He has to be the man of the moment right now. Coops on the back line is a big deal for them. But the circle is starting to push them in. This is where it gets hard. Goat wasn't able to create enough of an opportunity. Killer Joe with some good shots back that way.
Putting them back and giving them a scare. Killer Joe does go down, and Coops now steps up for more, but Foopsman's not suppressing the angle. Goat playing with 2, and they're on the cliff. Lord is down. Coops now under pressure, and they are melting underneath it. Thundertalk, they do finally fall, but it's only 1 player. It's all up to Coops, and he's dropped down.
Coops has fallen off. I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, it felt like they just crumbled like a stale biscuit underneath. Go tough. Moxie looking down towards Coops. He's the final player left alive, and Go is going to be able to get up to the 3-man. Where was Lord? Where was Ralph's rebuttal on that western side? And Coops goes down to the zone. Goodness me. Go get themselves the win. I mean, Jackie was right all along.
Moxie hits them with the Riz here in Paris. They are able to find the chicken dinner of what seemed to be an impossible scenario. I feel like Enigma Galaxy just got in their own head.
Yeah, I don't. I feel like pushing Ulf wasn't a necessity though. I feel like the biggest threat came from GOAT that game. That's where you should have been looking. That's where you should have been watching. As soon as you start seeing the smoke train being unleashed, be like, guys, you've got to come back. There's no reason to push that far out. Those players are going to come out into the open eventually. GOAT will see them first. They'll likely take shots, and we can always just smoke off our angles versus them. We don't need these 2 eliminations, but we do not want to lose the chicken dinner. That's what matters more. Really unfortunate, really unfortunate. But that western side between Satan and Rao, there wasn't a lot of pushback over towards those players.
No. I mean, I'm also slightly intrigued as to the reasoning for Lord's drop down there and towards the end as well, because I mean, you have, unless he just lost his footing, right? This is after that had all happened and he climbed back up, but it felt like he needed to be on that cliffside in order to help with those off angles, to stop GOAT running through, because they were moving tree to tree completely out in the open. Coops had complete broadside, and they were able to find one.
Again, we can't take away from the fact that it was a pretty incredible rotation from Enigma Galaxy early on the game. I was very excited to see them win that. I'm glad that GOAT took the opportunity when they did, because again, that's what we were talking about during the game, is that during that push up there, GOAT's got to do something. We pan back, they're setting up the smoke train, really nice stuff, and then they pull the trigger on it. Foopsman plays off the back of the building top. Lovely stuff, really, really good stuff. Anyway, Enigma Galaxy get themselves second place, but it's GOAT who takes it all. Let's head back over to 7.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMWC at EWC 26. My name is 7WG, and I'm joined by none other than one of the GOATs. The GOATs of PUBG Mobile Esports, Scout. Scout, how are you enjoying Paris so far?
It's lovely, to be honest. I think it's my second time here, and I'm pretty much loving it. Again, watching PUBG Mobile Esports at international stage, nothing gets better than this.
Does this make you want to come back? Because I know you're currently wanting to, right?
Yeah, 100%. Would love to be back on the stage competing.
Hey, maybe next year we'll see you playing here. That'll be amazing to see. How are you enjoying so far what you're seeing out of PUBG Mobile Esports? How it has progressed through the years as well?
I think the new players are pretty skilled, and they have pushed the skill ceiling so high that we, being the veterans, we need to catch up with them, honestly. But yeah, we did it back in the days, we can do it again.
How about any words of encouragement for the Indian players here?
I think it's a long cut-off from the international circuit from a long period of time. So I guess, yeah, they will get back. I think OG is the only team that has come second time in the international circuit. So it's a good experience for them. And I think, looking at the team right now, they're taking fights, looking pretty confident. So yeah, hope for a positive result out there.
I'm going to put you on the spot real quick. Who is the GOAT of PUBG Mobile Esports?
Come on, I think everyone would agree with me. That's Paraboy. There's no second thought.
All right. Let us know on the social media using the hashtag EWC and hashtag PUBG Mobile what you guys think, because I would have to agree with you as well. And you're one of my GOATs, brother. I'm so glad I had to do this with you. Any words that you got for your fans?
I'm glad you guys supported me all through my journey, and thank you so much for showing me so much love and support. And we'll be back on the international circuit for sure.
Shukriya, bye. Shukriya. Back to y'all.
Arrived at the PUBG Mobile World Cup with an entire country behind them. As the first Pakistani team to qualify for PMWC, reaching the world stage was already history. But once the matches began, they proved they had not traveled there just to participate.
But he's found Mafioso, he's got the flush. Carry him as well. Nucky, no! How can you do it to him? They want that first place where you're gonna have to prize it from his cold, dead hands. Squashed with a chance now, and he's able to close it down.
4 Thrives finished second in the group stage, going directly into the grand finals and eventually securing 7th place in the world.
Last year, PMWC taught us to be more aggressive and more consistent to win this championship.
Their journey began at the PMGO Season 1 South Asia Finals, where they handled the pressure of playing at home and claimed the regional championship.
Now sending shots around the corner, so much damage done, and it's ended. 4 Thrives get themselves a chicken dinner and secure an unbelievably good position.
That victory sent them to Jakarta for the PMGO Season 1 main event, where they would face teams from across the world. And on the opening day of the grand finals, 4 Thrives took complete control.
Possible, but IQ's down, and T24, we're 1 versus 1. Weapon swap with the shotgun around his teammate. He finds it! He gets it done, and 4 Thrives!
After 6 matches, they had collected 3 wins and 82 points, building a commanding lead at the top of the leaderboard.
After the 3 chickens on PMGO finals day 1, our confidence boosted a lot. Like, we didn't felt any pressure and we knew we are going to win because we had a big lead.
The second day brought a different challenge. Every team in the lobby was chasing them, and every mistake could reopen the championship race. They finished with 122 points, 77 eliminations, and 3 wins to become the PMGO Season 1 champions, securing their return to PMWC. Last year, they arrived as history makers. This year, they arrive as global champions.
Nothing has changed for us. Our hunger is still the same. Even you can say we are more hungry for this PMWC trophy. We are even more confident than before. We have more experience. We believe that we can be the team who can win this back-to-back global trophy.
4 Thrives have already shown that a Pakistani team can reach the world stage. Now, 4 Thrives head to the PMWC at EWC 26. Ready to prove that PMGO was not the end of their rise. It was only the beginning.
Тапай, нормально все.
Окей, тапаю.
Я пойду убивать его. Нет, не надо сейчас. Мы ресимся, право ног добей, маскалат добей.
Дачок, класс.
Все, он под вами. Не дайте, пусть он не умрет от зоны.
Да,
значит, я закидываюсь и упадем.
Все,
да нет, надо было сразу.
Все, норм.
Тапай.
GOAT team coming out with the win on that one. Even earlier on, Poopsman was able to stop Aurora from making a push towards them.
It was so nice to see. Great shot as well, right from the observer, going through that doorway, just seeing that double knock coming on through was very, very nice indeed from Poopsman. But yeah, a really good, win coming in from them. They did the right thing. They stayed in that compound. It was a really tough circle to be in that side of zone on, and they just came in, waited their time, and then were able to surround Nigma Galaxy and get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a really good execution overall from GOAT. They were getting pincered at some point between Aurora and also the side of Nigma Galaxy. They're like, you know what? We don't want to take the fight. We're just going to regroup in the center, just wait the hell out of this game, and eventually we're going to come out with the numbers to just overwhelm the competition. And eventually, Nigma Galaxy couldn't do anything, right? They get pushed over the cliff, down in the waters, like you can't do anything about it. I thought genuinely that was going to be a Nigma Galaxy win, but it was stolen away by GOAT team in an absolute flashy fashion.
As much as we're giving props there to GOAT, we got to give props to Nigma Galaxy. Once again, a great bounce back from what we saw in Rondo, and the synergy that we have seen out of this squad, Max. That's what we're going to be talking about, because when they were going up against Ulf, it was none other than Coops and Lord just working wonderful together.
Beautiful. I mean, especially, of course, as you say, the highlight is Coops and Lord pushing up on those 2 players of Ulf, getting those nades, while 1 player's trying to get in CQC range. They do beat out Ulf in that fight. Execution-wise, 10 out of 10, but also keeping 2 players in the backside, Niptura, making sure that GOAT team can't third-party you as you're getting involved in that discussion was literally the play that kept them relevant until the very end of that game. If they don't do that 2-2 split and fully come out to Ulf, I think they instantly lose that fight.
No, I agree. I think it was very well played on those those cliff sides. I think Nigma are a team that do that a lot. If the zone goes over there, they're right on those cliffs. So they definitely have a lot of practice with that, but you are really able to see how much that practice has been influencing them and making sure they're able to actually win those fights, win those games. So second place, I mean, it should have been a win in my opinion. It should have been a win, but second place is going to be really good, especially after the day they've had.
They just wanted to join sitting in the water. He told them, it's pretty nice, okay? The temperature's decent, join me, we're going to have a good swim.
I mean, Sitting was there for so long, too. That man was sitting under a rock. Shout out to Barney. He actually told me that. Dad jokes. But for some of the other squad that has been kind of quiet, but they have been consistent today, is none other than Ulf. Ulf has been able to put up some great numbers today. 6th place, 3 eliminations. You might think that's actually not that great, 7. But slow down. Let me actually finish what I was going to talk about. Because they ended up with a 3rd place, 7 eliminations, 4th place, 5 eliminations. So not a super pop-off performance out of this squad, but they are putting up the numbers and they are being consistent.
Exactly what we want to see from the group stage. You know, you don't want to see a team go all out in day one. Then you're going to have nothing left for the finals. A lot of teams do this. Aurora do this. For Thrives do this. We need to see teams stagger what they're doing, get that strategy, you know, bit by bit, day by day, add a little bit more as the competition gets more fierce. But for group stage, this is exactly what we want to see. Just a few consistent points.
I'm a little bit annoyed at Ulf usually at the start of tournaments, especially during PMGO Season 1. They play so split, they lose players every once in a while. They kind of did it this game, right, Niptura, with enough Angolf gaming stars behind them coming in outside of Lipovka. I feel like if they don't lose those 2 players, maybe we'd be looking at an Ulf win here, but they are a slow starting team, so the fact that they still get decent points here, actually, 7, at this early on in the tournament, literally day 1 of PMWC, I'm not that annoyed, and I feel like they're still going to keep improving day after day going into this event.
That's the scary part with the team of Ulf, because we know that they can usually end up showing up when we go to the final day of group stages, and especially if they make it through, whether it's survival or whether they're straight to the finals, depending on where they end up here in Group A. Another team that has been able to be consistent and is currently in 2nd place is none other than Aurora. Aurora has been able to put up those numbers, Max. It's a team that it's usually a bit of hit and miss, right? For that squad, we can either see a pop-up performance and just absolutely destroying the lobby, or just at the bottom. Right now, we're seeing a different Aurora that we actually haven't seen before.
It's working out. It's not the confident Aurora that's got like 4 players just steamrolling the entire lobby. So you know what? People are going to say I keep hating on Aurora, and I like the players, right? But
fairly so sometimes.
She's just posing on me.
Your side here, SMH.
Yeah, I think that they can do a lot more going into these games. I feel like they are able to capitalize on positions because teams do slight mistakes, or maybe not as aggressive as they should be. I have yet to see the Aurora that I know can win championships, but it's still day 1, so there's still a lot of room to make it happen. But Aurora have so much more to offer.
They're currently putting up good numbers in regards to eliminations too, even though it's not a pop-off performance. 5 elims, nothing to be mad about.
I mean, exactly. This is what I was saying earlier as well. This is the kind of thing you want to see. Personally, I want to see from a day 1 Group A, something like that, right? That's what I want to see, is a team going, we just want to put 5, 6, 7 consistent points per game. That's all you need for group stage. You've got a very small threshold to get going in, so that's exactly what I want to see from them.
That's what I want to see out of them as well. One team that I want to see them step it up here on the second half is going to be none other than Porte. They have slowed down since the first match. A big slowdown for that squad. They do have the best loyal gamers, or as I like to call them, the BLG squad. So we would like to see them being able to step it up. But I know Kalaris has been running around and getting some interviews with the coaches.
Hi, Kalaris here on day number 1 for halftime. I'm with Feitan here from GK, who got themselves that win on game number 1. So first and foremost, let's talk about game number 1 and how you guys looked at the game, what your threats were. I thought you were looking fantastic on that high ground in the north. What's it from your perspective?
Yeah, so for the first game, literally like we changed the way how we play Rondo since like the last 2 tournaments, and we wanted like to try something new rather like than go and take some kills, then recall and play like the other team. So we wanted like to play more for the positioning and control like a good position, and this is what we did, and at the end we got the result that we want.
Were you concerned about 4 Thrives at all from the west side? Because they could have maybe tried to go north, but they decided not to in the end. Were you concerned?
Yes, but I was listening to the communication of the team, and I understand that the team was calculating the risk and the priority every time, so they keep switching like the split, depend the risk. So whenever like we see that 40 are trying like to be aggressive on us, we change to 1-3, and whenever we see that they are going back, we go to Organal side.
I love it. Awesome insight, awesome insight. So 3 games down so far here today. What's your overall outlook for how it's gone here for GK?
For us, as I told you before, like we have like different play styles. So in the second game, if you notice, we changed our play style since like the first game in Rondo, because in Rondo we tried more to control in the edge on something, and in the second game we did some mistakes that we need like to improve for the first for the next like 3 games. And I think like now we understand how we need like to play the last 3 games, because the idea of the meta of the lobby is more like clear for us right now.
Thank you very much, Feitan, for joining me here. Good luck in the next 3 games.
And here we go. The first 3 matches of the group of death are now in the books. Now to reach that second half. I'm Hot Jukes, and next to me I got my man Jackie. Hey, big shout out to, of course, John and Blank leading the charge there in the first 3 matches. But you know what? It's our turn to take over the mic.
Yeah, they've let us in. We've got upstairs. We've got in position. We got the overlook of the stage, the exciting arena, the plays that have been made already to get us hyped up, Jukes. And honestly, I think the best is yet to come for day 1.
Let's get it going. We are here in Paris, France. I love to say that the love is in the air.
Oh, yeah.
But while we were walking backstage, I didn't feel very much love, I'll tell you that right now, because these guys are intense. I can hear the players talking to the coaches, figuring out what did we do wrong? How are we going to correct it? They got to start making those corrections right here, right now, as we get into the final air gale of the day.
Yeah, man, it's going to be intense out there, Jukes, and you're absolutely spot on. It feels like you could cut the tension with a knife as we navigated over to the casting overlook, kind of the perch that we're set up on, and it's a good spot to be. We'll give you the lay of the land of the competition as things go down here, and we'll be switching it up on you with our remaining games. But like we said, Game 4 is starting to kick off.
Here we go. We can see a beautiful southern plane path here, and these teams are going to be going to a lot of their normal drop locations. We got RRQ heading out the plane immediately. We know where exactly we're going to see a squad like Aurora head to, right there towards Sosnovka military base. But this is a really crucial game right here. The leaderboards, you guys can see them on the left. You got Aurora in second place with 30 points. KRX leading it with 32. But it was your boys, GOAT Team, that ended up winning that last one, Jackie.
I do it every year, bro. I don't know how. I always get that feeling, that tingle in the air, and I could smell it. GOAT Team. Yeah, it might be a slightly different roster. They've made adaptations. They're trying to see how they can improve, what they can do differently to dominate out there. And like I said, you got to ramp a little bit, but they're starting to get that speed now, Jukes.
Here we go. And yeah, that last match was so interesting, right? We saw Nick McGall. Oh, I can actually forget that. Let's talk about this, because it looks like we got a little bit of a hot drop situation. And X-Force Rejects are going to have the numbers, the shotgun. Oh, he misses it. Ooh. Can he do something with that knife, though? He's going to have to make a huge play. Swan, oh, he tried it, but not able to make it happen.
Oh, swinging with the blades, coming in swiftly, sprinting by. Nice couple quick shots, get it dealt with, and already we're into a bit of action then on the drops.
Couple players going down early here. Really interesting. So it looks like, you know, X-Force Rejects are going to lose a player as well. So a good, solid trade here. But guys, make sure you join that Naruto event. Get some of those insane skins. If you haven't already, I'm telling you, the best collab PUBG Mobile has done yet. I am not kidding. You guys got to go check it out immediately.
It was cheeky. Kind of reminiscent of what we saw there with the Naruto run with the blade.
Yeah.
They've been playing the event. Yeah, they're fired up for it. We'll see if we get too much action out of this as well. Close proximity from 2 squads that have been on the tips of our tongues over the course of the day. We had that beautiful interview from Kalaris there, speaking to Geeky, getting the insights. Obviously, that's going to be GOAT Team, fresh off the back of their prior chicken dinner in the last game. So if they get into a bit of a scrap early on, could be some heat on that one.
Yes, that is true. You can see GOAT Team starting to move up there. You got Killer Joe trying to find some sidelines. GK playing this very quietly. You got Ragnarok in the front line. He doesn't want to give away his position just yet, because if he does, GOAT Team could definitely realize that this player's isolated. Let's full send and get that easy elimination. So yeah, Ragnarok gonna have to play this very carefully.
Killer Joe on the move through the ground floor. Tommy gun in the hands, going to get a little bit of looting on the go as well. But do they know what lies above? on the upstairs floor. Moxie joining the crew. The molly's on point. Ragnarok burning as the flames start to emit. Quick drop out the window, Jukes. Can he get a drop on them to reposition? Tucks in, hits the prone.
He's got to run for his life at this point. Yeah, I mean, they heard that footstep. They threw that Molotov, and Ragnarok was on fire. Instant smoke there. Hopefully his teammates are going to be able to get some sight lines on this and gives him some support fire. But it's the Fuchs man with that off angle, making it so difficult to try and help Ragnarok here.
It's a good early pre-fire as well from Killer Joe, at least getting the fear into him. That's a response, though. You speak of Fuchs, and this time he's been deflated early.
Yeah, I think that with Fuchs going out here, Goat, you got to just disengage. Yeah, just take off. You know, you lost a player. Now you're at a big disadvantage. GK are going to look to punish this, though. They are on the move.
Bad boy coming in swift. That's another knock as Force falls. Moxie just looking to get away and be the sole survivor. Like you said, though, Jukes, this is worst case scenario. It's not only one player gone, it's effectively the whole squad, bar the solo of Moxie, if he's given the benefit of survival here.
But yeah, I mean, survival, but for how long? I mean, his whole team done and dusted just like that. It's the worst thing, right? When you see a team like GOAT get a nice chicken dinner and then go into a rough game immediately after. You hate to see it, but that just goes to show, right? Just one mistake can instantly just be a domino effect to you going back to the lobby.
Yeah, we're in constant flux today as well. Things are going to be changing, right? Day one, start to get the jitters out of the way for some of the squads, and especially for a team like GOAT, historically, it's felt like they played much slower on those early games. They don't like to force fights if they can avoid it till late mid-game circles. So obviously running into an uncomfortable team to start there. Could they have got that pick on Ragnarok and Bill? Maybe, but that's not the timeline we're living in.
Yeah. Hey, great disengage from Ragnarok, though, right? I mean, he got volleyed. He immediately put himself in a good position to get supported, and it was really that anchor, right? Fuchs, like, if he was able to get a knock there, it would have went the entire other direction. But, hey, hindsight is 20/20. Right now, we got Aurora on the move with 30 points in second place, trying to get into that northern side. This is a tough circle, considering that it could still hard shift on over to military. But I think if you're Aurora, you definitely want to put yourself in a good position just in case.
Little cut over there to the Moxie POV behind the wheel, just trying to keep his individual life going. Meanwhile, you can see some of the establishment of our other squads, like you say, Aurora on the move, getting themselves back down into a position to build on this one. There's your Ulf cameo as well, monster truck in the back.
There they go, yeah, Ulf on the move here. Everybody trying to center up. You got 4 Thrives already taking that beautiful bridge position, so they're going to be the anchor beings here for this one. If that zone goes south, they'll have a great position for it. I like what I saw from Aurora there. They went to that edge of that circle, just trying to catch maybe a sneaky player on rotation, try to soak up some points, but when they didn't find anything, all right, let's go ahead and prioritize circle here.
Smart plays, the talented squads that I think a lot of us want to see really get into that stride that we know they have. High skill ceiling, Jukes, so maybe they can build on this one.
Yeah, things definitely slowing down here, for sure. And it definitely should. I mean, it was kind of tough to see a couple players go out so early, but with the southern plane path, sometimes you got some players just trying to do some split loot, and one little bad drop could definitely punish you. Still 58 remaining here, so still plenty of time. A lot of action to be had. Unfortunate for the side of GOAT. Yeah, we got X-Force Rejects losing a couple players as well. But we're still getting things going here. And you can see Alula Club right in the coastline with a super safe rotation.
Yeah, playing it close to their chest. Going to bide their time on this one, stay in a very safe area. Map feed boding well for their timeline that's yet to come. Bit of a cut over as well. We can see what the setup is here. KRX caught a whiff of the back line. Few shots, the info goes both ways.
Yeah, RRQ just, hey, just put some shots downrange, just saying, hey, stay away. You know, we'll fight a little bit later as we get into those later stages. but this position has been taken. Next zone does pop, and it goes dead center. All right, so yeah, military definitely out of play at this point. We are going to go to that northern island. You can see Aurora down south. Going to have to make that bridge cross. And on the other bridge, we got AGAL and EK going to have to make that late rotate.
Yeah, a lot of water in play here as well. So like you say, for 4-5s to potentially be able to build off the back of this one on that slightly delayed rotation over the bridge could get a bit messy as this develops.
Now teams just trying to put themselves into a solid position. Wolf are going to be looking for one here. A lot of open fields in this northern spot. Maybe they're going to be hoping that for a northern shift. But for right now, 4 Thrives are going to be holding this hillside, and that is the dominant position in this zone. Fudia just forced to take the warehouse. Still a great spot as well. And we'll see just how this decides to play out in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, see if Fowler can run it straight back as well with the incredible performance he's had today. As an individual, been absolutely out there hulking out, mate. Some of the connections he's had have been brutal scenes, so Falak, will it be happening once again? Read from the distance. He's got an idea of the two squads that are in close proximity here. Put a bit of fear over towards Furia, but doesn't overcommit. Got the backup coming in now as well.
Yeah, here they go. Just everybody just playing some pop shots over, playing a little game of keep away. And 4 Thrives are going to have, I'd say, the best position in this circle so far. Let's see where the next zone goes. And yeah, Falak just putting some shots onto those vehicles. Going to make it very difficult for a team like Thunder Talk to rotate away from this. And I'm surprised we're seeing Thunder Talk take that little, actually just an open air. I mean, yeah, they just got busted out on rotate. That's tough.
Might work out all right for the delay rotation there for Geekay as well with the setup. Hovercraft in the distance, jet ski up. Hey, that's a summer camp play.
There you go. He's going to be headed straight to that hovercraft. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I guess Geekay just abandoned that bridge play. They're like, you know what? Let's just try to cross the water here. And a hovercraft's definitely going to help do that. Meanwhile, Aurora gonna hold on to this bridge, so they're gonna be just edging through that circle little by little. Did see a little bit of action though in that elimination view. I believe that was Orangutan getting some shots downrange.
Even with the hovercraft in play here, it's the back line over towards the bridge side. Instantly visually confirmed by Aurora. They won't play their card yet though, trying to catch you if you do go for the wrap over. Uh-oh, bit of a stagger there, Duke. Start to dump the magazines off the back of it.
Dude, this just goes to show you the level these guys are playing at. Just the tiniest mistake, just punish. Ragnarok, you know, still has that hovercraft there, but a lot of damage went into it. That's pretty much the meta at this point. Like, you see a hovercraft, shoot hovercraft.
Yeah.
Just try to take it out as soon as possible. Uh-oh. AGAL playing it very close here to 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives are going to go ahead and give up the hillside and take the buildings just south of that hill. But now, yeah, AGAL going to hold this spot for now, and Aurora are pushing up on that bridge little by little.
Look at that awkward setup on the bridge as well with the hovercraft. GK pull the plug on it, back off towards main Sivnovka there and get a bit of looting on by the base. That is where Moxie was last spotted as well. So could be a free pick onto him there and then convert off the back of that if they're a bit unfortunate in terms of their placing. And like you say, Aurora do complete their rotate over, find a little bit of hard cover to get set up with a relatively acceptable split from them thus far. And Furia still hunkered down, just listening out with 4 Thrives, just commanding a bit of respect from their setup. It's been good damage done, disarming some of the vehicles as well to make any escape plays far harder, Jukes. So strategic, if quiet, from them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a smart play. These guys are in 4th place right now, 25 points on the board. Just get a good central position and just reach that end game. So they're hunkered down in the main coverage of these buildings, but those buildings are a little bit weak to that hillside. But for now, nobody's going to be making that push, because if you do, that's instant third-party city. So good decision for these teams just to kind of just wait things out, all right? Let's just kind of move little by little, inch by inch, and then let the zone decide when this fight's going to start.
And we love to party as much as the next person, Jukes, but a third party just don't hit the same, does it?
It does not. It does not. 2's a party, 3's a crowd. And right now you're gonna see Aaron get shot out of the vehicle there. Nice shots there from Aru. Catching big trouble, and Orangutan with the drive-bys, putting in work.
Yeah, the Bizen gang ballistic already as the damage is being done, leading out full gangster as he lights them up. Scarface in the back though lets it rip, and that's the first knockback over. Looking to reset from this as well. 2 knocks on the side of Ulf. They got space and limited cover with the vehicles. Scarface's nade on point for the reply though, and it is getting a bit uncomfortable, Jukes.
Ooh! And Gaming Stars with the third party punishing it. Yeah, I think Orangutan had to really commit to that just a little bit quicker. But then you got Enigma Galaxy on the other side. This is what I'm talking about. You try to take that fight a little too early, and you're gonna get punished as Ragnarok gets naded, and Aurora Gaming are pushing into the zone.
Okay, Doc up close as well, cooking this one. Let's see if the shrapnel will be able to blow him away.
What?
Wow. How on earth has he been able to prevent damage from that divine intervention, but still slain with the same result at the end? So Aurora taking away space and locking down their safe area for now. Meanwhile, GOAT lose their last representative as Moxie is out.
Next zone just pop, and it does head on over to that northeast side, and it is hitting the edge of that circle there. So pretty big hardship, especially for a team like RRQ that was sitting over there in Ferry Pier. They're gonna have a tough one moving into this next zone. KRX are gonna have to do the same. We'll see how things start to play out. Those squads that are holding a great position so far, you got 4 Thrives sitting pretty, AGAL, Furia. Pretty much everybody else is gonna have to move on in as Maniac gets knocked to Alula.
Yeah, Maniac not dancing on this one. No smooth moves on the dance floor as Alula start to build off the back of it and see if there's anyone else they need to remove from the equation as they do flush through onto him.
There we go. Now we're starting to see that elimination feed light up. Enigma Galaxy, hey, putting in some work here. 5 eliminations to start things off. The most in this lobby so far. So they're cranking up the heat, getting some points on the board. Definitely needed. Claws has eyes on Satan though, and Satan, woo! Hitting that U-turn real quick.
Handbrake on that one, Jukes.
See ya.
He's burnt the clutch, but the damage is still being done, and Yusuf was tucked into the back for so long. They forget about him.
Wow.
But he gives them a reason to remember the name. Headshot into the back. That's another one down.
That's how you do it there. Yusuf in the blue zone. He knows he's probably going to go out here, but is able to get 2 clutch points, especially if he gets this confirmation onto Claws. And they need all the points they can get. Nice shots with that Scar. Red Dot, unfortunately, getting taken out there by Quick.
It was Swift as well. Lives up to the name on the response from the Org as he hits there. Claws off the back of being downed. Eats it from the blue coming in as well. So from a good start, it starts to unfold. Meanwhile, back over on a different POV, we can see Aurora continuing on their warpath. Doc's down right now. Needs someone to play medic, but the backup is on rotation. Trying to cut their losses as well and get out of there. There's limited cover with the shed. You can tuck in at least. But this looks brutal, Jukes.
Yeah, it is. Chenfoss barely made it to that shack there. Emirata was on fire. Ziol is going to go ahead and get that res onto Doc. So Aurora pushing up from military, working their way little by little. They got 5 eliminations here. This is honestly where they work on their best. With the blue zone to their back, gun skill, the only solution to push into this next circle. Oh, they just have that one vehicle. Good for them. Okay, great. So they at least saved 1. And they're going to have to use it because this zone is starting to close. 20 seconds left on the clock. Things are going to definitely heat up here in this next circle.
Start sprinkling in those spices. It was KRX just off to the left side as well, and it seems like Aurora, their eyes have lit up as they do get visual onto them. Few shots back over. See if they can equalize the situation here, Jukes, and begin to build. Alula going down as well. Zone shifting upwards, and we can see where things are going to go from here. Aurora may have to fight for survival up against KRX.
Well, let's get it. Let's see what KRX could do. They are right next to Aurora when it comes to the leaderboard. So this is a pretty huge fight here. Aurora with 6 eliminations, KRX with 2 so far. Only 2 points separating the two on the leaderboards. And the blue zone is so far away from them. So this is a fight they just have to make happen. KRX getting in the vehicles. Are they going to push this? And it looks like they are. Vinny trying to find some angles here. Ziol up close and personal. He's got to hit the shots with the shotgun. He gets one, but it ain't going to be enough. KRX gets the better of Aurora.
The lights have gone out for Aurora on that one as they are silenced by the attack from KRX. Even with the quick reaction with the shotty, it wasn't enough to save the day. The plays don't pay off, and KRX can keep moving. Got to quickly get themselves suited and booted once again, though. Restore the HP and then get a move on inside towards the new zone.
Oh, yeah, they better do it quickly here. This is their opportunity, right, to really lock down that first place position before they go into Miramar. RRQ, though, did a great job of just trying to slow down their rotation. Hoxie saying, oh, come on, Blue Zone, give me a break. Give me a break here. As Benny said, I can't even wait for you, bro. I got to get into this next circle.
Self-preservation, Jukes, it's got to be done. Keep the dream living for all of them if he can get into a better position. Thankfully, not slain by the blue. It would have been an upsetting way to go out. But the challenges are yet to come, buddy.
Yes, they are. They are still not in this next circle, and they got an entire squad of AGAL right in front of them. Things are going to get sticky here, especially when Maple's on the squad.
Oh, yeah. Always sticky business from him. Hit some sickening shots as well. We've seen it so far. Let's see if they can build back into a play like this up against the duo. Attention being taken off them, but Flower deals with it instantly.
Super annoying circle here for these teams. This is a lot of open field, very little coverage here to work with. That's why we're seeing so many teams out in stage 5. Usually at this level, we'll see a whole lobby with Flower H. Oh, Vinny spinning out, and he's taking out the vehicle. Now it's Hoxie left for the squad of KRX, just trying to survive.
Smooth tracking on that. It was like first-class postmate.
And it wasn't enough. So that is KRX out. This is a huge opportunity now for 4th Rise, Nigma Galaxy, the rest of the lobby to try to catch up to these leaders.
And this is 4 Thrives going in. Hoverhurst in the back line. T24 trying to close the gaps. The shots are coming through. AGAL already dropping 2 players. Flower H, he's been popping off. But what can you do? Man versus machine as the hovercraft is in their face. Valak looking to assist with the nade plays once again as they're getting blown down. Backline's good. Maple removed. And that's how you wave goodbye.
What a play from 4 Thrives, not hesitating, saying, you know what, we need to take this hill, let's take this fight, and they get it done. So 5 eliminations for them. They move up to 3rd place, but Furia applying so much pressure. They know if we're going to take them out, this is the time to do so.
Woo. The detonation from the hovercraft as well, leaving IQ low, but he can top himself back up. And 4 Thrives certainly living up to the name, Jukes. They've been thriving in the lobby as individuals, but as a unit as well.
The crowd is going crazy here. We can hear the 4 Thrive chants happening just right behind us. Let's see if they can make everybody proud here and make a pretty much of a miracle play. These guys have no coverage. They're gonna have to run in the wide open. Their best shot, honestly, is gonna be if 2 other teams in the circle just happen to fight and they're able to sneak on in. Other than that, though, this is gonna be a very, very difficult time for them.
The mechanical prowess would have to be on point, bro. And like you say, maybe they can smell blood in the water, set themselves up for something special here. Bit of a scout with the 2-2 split, keeping their eyes open for info. Flash taking pot shots onto Furia as well, huddling together for any kind of cover.
Man, 4 Thrives really are happy with this one because Team Flash just completely stopped Furia from being able to push on them. Flash making that big push. Furia trying to make a play from the shack here. Bo's trying to get the heal off, and now Tops with the shotgun should be able to get it done here. He runs on in, and Team Flash punish Furia.
Just like that, the flash in the pan is put out as they clean up. See you later, Furia, but the response back on. Shots coming towards them. 4 Thrives advancing up as well, so we've broken off into this 2-2 fight effectively, Jukes.
This is the perfect scenario for 4 Thrives. Literally, this is the only way they move up is if those 2 teams fought each other. They did, and now 4 Thrives have a beautiful open angle to this side of the map. They got a good couple of hay bales to work with. You gotta watch out, though, because I see Raouf there with that MG3. That's the weapon to have here in this situation.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be ruthless. Absolutely giving it with the heavy artillery if they get in front of him, Jukes. So 4-5s want to play this smart. They need to be decisive with the attacks. Right now, tucked in, looking for that window of opportunity. Scouting jump spot from Lord, just trying to get a read.
You got Team Flash just holding in the open. Look at that, Tops with the welding gun there, repairing those vehicles just in case. So that way they can possibly set up a little car wall, makeshift coverage here. No terraforming here in Erangel. You got to use what you got. And right now, I think Enigma Galaxy definitely learned their lesson after that last game. Look at them, just single tapping, making sure they conserve onto all that ammunition, because they could have definitely won that last one, but just did not have it in the bags.
Every bullet worth its weight in gold right now. Little bit of a tag in the back as well from the pot shots they're taking on the vehicle. Disarm, a quick rotate for 4-5s, make it a bit more uncomfortable. It's a good split to at least have hard cover if they go for this rotation through the open. And Furia starting to get some of the same medicine sent their way. You can't hold the wide peak anymore.
Slow things down. That is going to be the name of the game here. Oh, San getting picked off from Chief. Nice shots there, catches him underneath the buggy. And yeah, he's 100% getting thirsted here.
That's filthy. It was the angle he was playing for so long, forced off, it goes back out. That Elim will be stolen over by Flash. Guarantee that one. And rip an extra point away from Furia. The play itself was nice, but amounts to naught. Paris getting excited tonight as well. Day one, Jukes, and already it's starting to get a bit of energy in the building. Let's hear it!
Let's get it going, baby! Here we go! Oh, look at that. These guys are looking good here as Enigma Galaxy is gonna try and do their best to stop 4-Thrives in this situation. 4-Thrives looking very, very set up. Team Flash are gonna have that edge side for now, but with Tops getting knocked here, that's gonna make things very difficult for them. Look at this, Enigma Galaxy inching up little by little, using their utility, using that vehicle. Here come the nades now, trying to throw a red zone on the 4-Thrives. 4-Thrives in big trouble. Here come all the nades. Lord gets a knock on the Haizava. You got Falak now having to dodge those nades little by little. IQ in the back line. Now jumping in the buggy, trying to move out into safety here, but Enigma Galaxy keep applying the pressure.
That's over 11 nades thrown, one after another, bombarding down, like you say, the mini red zone forming, keeping it uncomfortable for 4-5s, and Coops assists with a big pick to leave them in a risky position. Response back over. Ralph getting hit from the side as well as Flash see their opportunity to try and steal points. The 4-5s cannot survive, they go down.
Enigma Galaxy continue to rocket launch themselves up these leaderboards. 12 eliminations for them. Now you got Team Flash and Furia to deal with. Chief, wow. Okay, no ammunition. Stuck shooting the DVS sniper from long range. I don't know what he's gonna do with that.
It's ambitious, but I respect it.
What else are you gonna do?
Doing whatever they can, Jukes. As the action rages on, UMP from the back hits Flash. Another one goes down. Hey, Bowles, the only cover you've got to play with here.
This is Enigma Galaxy's game to win. They have the circle here. Nobody is in this zone except for Furia. And you can see Chief trying to get to that rock, maybe even possibly that crate. But this is going to be a tough rotation because Team Flash are staring exactly at them. But Team Flash, what are you going to do in this spot? You got no coverage. And Igor with that UMP is just applying so much pressure to them.
Even with the utility they had, though, like you say, the angle just completely cut off. If you want to go for an ambitious push out, so Chief effectively, he can't do anything unless they get in his face, unless they push towards him. It's not going to happen that way. They're chaining the smokes together, taking a bit of space. If you can somehow prone up, maybe get lucky with what's inside, could be a response here, Jukes.
Let's see, Tops trying to hit those jump nades. Chief gets knocked, and that's going to cut off that angle completely. Down goes Igor. Here we go. Team Flash versus Enigma Galaxy. Team Flash for 7. Enigma Galaxy trying to make some plays. Tops hits the lay down real quick, barely dodging those bullets.
I can't believe he survived that. The stand up, sit down, keeping him guessing with the moves. He's able to top himself back up as well. The heels coming in. Rauf paranoid on the peak, looking for the angle. Extends to the left, Jukes barely survives the contact zone, coming in quick.
Oh, and now they're forced to run out in the wide open. They got to make some shots, got to have to make some plays. They hit the lay down, but down goes Lower. Tops running in the wide open, but where's Coops? When is he going to hit that shot? It's all up to him.
Coops down on the deck, Rauf moments away from death. Coops getting lit up, and that's Flash hitting it heavy as they come in with a chicken dinner live from Paris.
Here we go, the last Eric Gale here of day one, and it's Team Flash getting that victory at the last second. That's one they definitely needed. They were pretty down on the leaderboards. Ooh, you can see the crowd going nuts. Saying, shh, it's our time to shine, baby.
Hey, we're loving the energy, Paris. Let's keep that up. That's what we want to see here. That's what PUBG Mobile World Cup's all about.
Let's get it going. Hey, a great game, though, from Nigma Galaxy. You got to give it up to these guys, putting up some great solid points, especially considering that our leaders ended up going down pretty early here. So we're going to definitely see some movement on these leaderboards.
Man, it's crazy how sick of a day we've already had, Jukes. Some of the storylines, some of the plays, right? It's been getting us enticing, but it feels like it still is a true day one, where you're never really sure. You never know if there's going to be another twist in the narrative, another squad that might actually have a pop-off run. It's been one of the biggest things about the World Cup every year, because by the time we get here, that skill level just hits its peak.
And this is the place to be, guys. Honestly, if you're a PUBG Mobile player and you want to feel what it's like to be at the pinnacle of esports, here at EWC is the place to be. I am not even kidding in the slightest. Everybody here is so excited. And now you can feel that tension, though, as it rises little by little. Just a quick reminder, it is going to be Group A tomorrow, right? So we still got 8 matches left to go for this group. Top 5 moving straight into the finals. And honestly, with all these squads, how well they're playing, I don't even want to be thinking about the survival stage.
No, man, that's something for Max Man to worry about.
Yeah.
We don't put our necks on the line with that one, Jukes. It's too hard to call. The competition's been spicy. And it's crazy as well, having that human element, right? The body language. You can see some of the squads we expected big things from. Some of those egg-on-your-face moments where you got to reset. Big crowd, big stage, gigantic arena. So much noise. It's going to get to you, bud.
Yes, it is. And we can see we got James down in the field. Looks like we might get a little interview here soon. That'd be nice to see on the side of KRX. But all these guys, man, just having to prep because, yeah, things have been pretty hot so far. But they're going to heat up even more as we're going to be heading into Miramar now.
Yeah, we're going to be changing that scenery, giving you more intense action. Those final 2 games of the day should be absolute bangers, but I'm glad we're here for it, Jukes. Already, it's been an exciting event, and you can only imagine it's going to get better from here.
That is a fact here. So now we're going to see how these teams are going to be able to adapt, and they're going to have to adapt pretty quickly, but I think it's time. We do hear from James and KRX.
Thank you very much. Yes, Kalaris here, as I am with Hoxie from KRX, and of course I've got Maddox as well here to do the translations. So my first question is for Hoxie. You guys, at the beginning of the year, had a very heavy roster shakeup in Korea. How do you think KRX came out of that, considering Nongshim Red Force looks very strong at the moment as well? So what do you think?
일단 헉시 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 사실 올해 초에 로스터 변경이 좀 크게 있었잖아요. 그래서 그런 로스터 변화를 통해서 좀 어떤 점이 좀 개선이 됐는지, 특히나 농심 레드포스 같은 또 강력한 팀들이 한국에 있다 보니까 좀 어떤 식으로 좀 개선이 됐는지 좀 여쭤보고 싶네요.
일단 저희가 뭘 해야 되고 게임 내에서 어떤 게 중요한지를 잘 파악한 것 같고, 로스터 변화에는 오히려 제가 생각하기로는 좀 더 좋다고 생각해서 로스터 변화에는 문제가 없는 것 같고, 저희가 이번에 뭘 해야 될지를 잘 정한 것 같습니다, 이번에.
Yeah, coming this year, they had roster change, but I think the roster change actually went in our favor. I think we had a really good teammates. But that being said, I think we mostly focused on what we should do in game, what we should focus in the team play. So I think all the way we could make a cohesive team play overall. So I think that went pretty well so far.
Okay, fantastic. And talk to me about today's performance so far. You got second place to Aurora in that Erangel game as well. A good compound to be able to play that from. Talk to me about the team's perspective and if you guys thought you were going to be able to win out that game against Aurora at the end.
이제 또 마지막에 치킨을 좀 아쉽게 놓친 판이 있었는데 그 오로라 상대로 사실 좀 더 잘했을 수 있을지 사실 그 집을 먼저 먹으면서 사실 좀 더 잘 출발했었는데 좀 아쉽게 치킨을 좀 놓쳐서 그 부분에 대해서는 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
그 판에 대해서는 제가 마지막에 투척이 우리가 없는 걸 알았는데 투척이 없을 때 좀 더 좋은 능선을 잡고 과감하게 했어야 되는데 그러지 못한 게 패배 요인이었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, so in the last moment, I think we made a mistake. Obviously, we didn't have any grenades stuff. So when we didn't have grenades, I think we should have been more aggressive with taking more on the high ground.
Yeah.
So I think in that way, I think we made a mistake by not doing so. So I think that was a takeaway from our that game as well.
All right, well, thank you very much, Hoxie. Thank you very much, Maddox here, as we have KRX fighting.
Hoops is all I've been hearing backstage because the man from Nigma Galaxy is causing this team to fly up the leaderboard. You can thank Seven for that. He's been shouting it non-stop. And for good reason. Hoops, talk us through game number 3. You guys do an incredible 2-2 split to push out Ulf Esports, obviously before that final fight against GOAT Team. What was going on in the comms? What was the decision to make that 2-2 split and get aggressive?
In the beginning, it was to send me as a solo to hold him. But we knew that they were like the main threat to us in that game, so we decided to send 2 to push them and 2 to hold the other team. And yeah, the call was just to push them, kill them, and then focus on GOAT Team. But we lost the game, but it happens.
Did GOAT Team just get on top of you too quickly, or was it like you didn't have time to reset quick enough, or was it just one of those things where you guys just got pushed off cliff?
Yeah, we didn't have time to reset. Like we had 2 knocks, so it was hard to reset, and they took they had a good game, good team.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Now, game 4, you're in a huge open position. There's so much space, but also there's not much cover. You guys see 4 thrives over to your right, incredible nades. You just absolutely bombarded them with nades, closed them out to give yourselves loads of space. How was that kind of opening that kind of space up to create such an incredible position for yourselves going into the final stages of that map? Talk us through kind of like how Raouf was kind of leading the charge, as it were.
Raouf, he told us to save our nades because later in the zone, they'll be all stuck in one spot. And so as soon as they went to that one spot, we all just threw nades on them and we killed them like in 2 seconds maybe with the nades.
And that was it, fair enough. Finally, before I let you go, buddy, you didn't have an opportunity to compete at PMGO this year. However, obviously you've rejoined this team for this event, this LAN. How have you got yourself prepared both mentally and obviously amongst the team to come into the event like this and perform so well straight off the bat?
Of course, we had a tournament before this one in Macau, and we didn't do great. So that kind of like woke us up to do better for this World Cup because obviously everyone wants to win the World Cup, and so do we.
That's a fair point. Short and sweet, love it. Coops, thank you very much for joining me in this interview. Best of luck to the rest of your games today for Nigma Galaxy. But for now, we're gonna go somewhere, and we're gonna be back with more PUBG Mobile for you guys. See you later.
Flash was able to perform so well, but
Hang on.
where are we going, Barney? Oh, it's coming back to us.
Oh, hi.
Okay, there you go.
Hey.
Now we're back where we belong.
somewhere.
We ended up going somewhere, and it's none other than here at the studio with Lace, Maxman, Niptura, and the 7WG. Team Flash was able to perform so well as that last game, but honestly, KRX has been performing really good so far today.
I mean, all of SEA, SA, all those regions doing really good right now. But yeah, KRX were looking absolutely fantastic today, and it's really good to see during the interview how they were able to build back some confidence and strong team play after all of these shuffles they had at the start of the year in Korea's like the big Korean shuffle. But this fight in particular, this was game 2, the first Durango of today. Al Ula crashing into God Compound onto KRX, a lot of smokes coming out, and then you see Hoxie instantly getting the knock onto Quick. They push up. The reaction time of this push is absolutely incredible, but then the nades, 1 grenade, 2 grenades, 3 grenades coming out, boom, squad wipe, one of the quickest fights I have ever seen in this esports. What a play from KRX, so damn impressive.
That's very nice. Very nice nades.
I'm happy you enjoyed that segment.
We were very nice nades.
It's great.
I'm okay.
Great names there from KRX.
Yeah.
But Team Flash, I'm gonna have to send it back to you, Max, because with this squad, I mean, we finally saw what I feel like you've been wanting to see out of Team Flash. That they can frag out, and not only that, they can also win games, because it has been a bit of a hit and miss as well at the start of the day. They ended up securing the top 5, but besides that, they were really not performing that well.
I have one thing to say about Team Flash, right? Wow, no, okay, moving on. On a more serious note, no, they get 20 points here, and as you said, right, a little bit of a slower start, especially that first Durango off today. I feel like a lot of indecision being made. But the way they control the eastern side of that field, which I was a bit skeptic, if the circle doesn't favor them, how are they going to make use of that field? And you know what? I was actually slightly wrong of that play, because they put Win on top of that shed in particular, Niptura. And one very crucial point of this game for Team Flash, he was not spraying Niptura. He was one-tapping to make sure he saves as much ammo as possible for that final push onto Enigma Galaxy to get the win. The small, minute details are what makes these winning moments possible for teams such as Flash.
No, it's so good. It's a great point you bring up. This team loves to do these massive splits across one side of zone exactly for this reason. You know, if a zone is going to go their way or go in a direction that favors them, they will always be in zone no matter where it goes. So it's a really good setup play from them in the mid game, and then they're able to just play off of that. That Shack play was really good for them, and they're just able to use, you know, this momentum pushing forward with these hay bales, just trying to get anywhere at all times. And, you know, Nigma, they know exactly where Nigma is at this point, because they just had that massive fight with 4 Thrives, as they're able to use the terrain to their advantage. A very good game from Flash, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, touching on 4 Thrives, I mean, from the beginning, they had that, you know, the defense in the building. They weren't sort of putting on the eliminations that they had from those previous games, but that's okay. They could have worked on their placement there, obviously getting into that final zone. And the nade spam. Look, it was not probably in their playbook, but that was sort of a great sort of hold. They had line of sight on those certain teams, but were caught off guard. But I mean, a better performance from them, but not kind of the eliminations and the kills that we're expecting to see from 4 Thrives. But I mean, they're still at the top of the leaderboard there. So it's, you know, it's not their best game that they have put out today, but it's still a great potential.
Yeah. Indeed. And for everybody currently watching, don't forget that you can actually experience the PUBG Mobile Fan Zone. It will be open through August 11th through the 16th. Experience the PUBG Mobile firsthand. Join the exciting activities. And not only that, it's including the Naruto and PUBG Mobile collaboration. Maybe you get a chance to win some awesome rewards, a t-shirt, a tote bag, and the Spider-Man activity set collectible plush toys as well. Watch the matches live, cheer in the fan zone, and you might get a chance to win some awesome stuff. Special weekend appearances. There'll be some mystery guests, so keep an eye out on all that awesome stuff with the fan zone. You were trying to say something about 4 Thrives there, Max? I saw you getting prep. No?
It was really just a meme of like, I want to put the William Dafoe gif of like he's going, oh,
yeah,
oh, with all the grenades going there. That was all I had to add. Great analysis from your boy.
Wait, before we go to overall, come back to us real quick. Thank you, Tomasz, because right now I want to do something before we see the overall. Furia, before this match, they were in the bottom 3. And I want to start a segment called Maxman Likes to Curse a Team.
Help me.
Because he was able to pick, who was it, Silence?
So Silence is my MVP of the entire tournament.
Oh, no.
But they did good this game. He just threw the chicken at me. They did
Deserved.
good. So it's not
Deserved.
just yet. Okay? Don't.
Watch yourself.
Let's do this. You can actually reverse it. Grab the chicken real quick. Say something bad about Furia.
Furia? Alpha 7's better.
Damn, okay, you really went deep cut on that one. Let's take a look at the overall so we can see the standings so far after 4 matches. That was actually
I don't believe it, but you said first thing that came to mind, there was nothing worse than that.
Right there, Max.
Enigma Galaxy, a huge surprise for everybody as they have been showing up today, putting up 40 points total, currently in first place and actually overtaking KRX Natura.
It's so nice to see from Enigma Galaxy. I was really hoping that we'd see something from them, and 40 points, I think, qualifies as something. At one little point I do want to make very clear, though, is like, yes, Enigma was having all of these big splits onto the west side of zone, basically doing something very similar to Team Flash, right, Max?
Yeah.
You know, doing all of this. But one thing I want to make a point on is we did see them take out the vehicle of 4 Thrives. In response, or not in response, but on the opposite side of that, they were using the welding gun to actually repair their vehicles. And in a field finish, that's so instrumental to have that extra cover.
Yeah, if they had a hovercraft, it would have been really a good use of that welding gun. But you know what? They did have the regular vehicles. But here on the second page of the rankings, we need to highlight X-Force Rejects, Thunder Talk Gaming, Al-Ula Club Esports. And you know what?
Wow.
I don't think I'm too disappointed in like the 2 other teams, but the most disappointing one for me in particular is Al-Ula. They kind of gave me a bit of hope. I was like, oh my God, Mina, let's go. Al-Ula doing so good in the spring season in some of those events. Even globally, we've seen some real sparks from this squad. Claw in particular and Quick with just 2 individual fragging powerhouses. And they kind of slowed down. And right now, 16th position, I feel like they are way better than the bottom 3. We can see a comeback from this team, hopefully, by the end of today on Miramar.
I'm actually a bit disappointed by X-Force Rejects. I expected a lot more. Now this is their 3rd global as well. I was talking with the players. They were saying they're having some communication issues. Hopefully that's going to end up changing. It's been 4 matches. One team that I know you're currently disappointed with, Neptura, is none other than Orangutan. And why is that?
What? Okay, how do I say this? How do I say this?
Wawawiwa.
Wawawiwa, it's not very nice. No, honestly, why? Why in a global are we taking a fight, getting a knock, and then going, hey, the guy that's already knocked and can't do anything, let's just focus on him. And then just leaving it all open for the rest of the team to go, actually, while you were focused on a knocked player, we're actually going to be able to come in, backstab you, get rid of you. You have 1 point. Congratulations. It's going to get you real far.
Yeah, by the way, she's talking about none other than OG versus Ulf in the last match.
That is true.
I mean, look, I'm happy with the aggression that they've shown. So from match number 1, whereas prioritizing placement, they took the risk. They took the drive-by risk to be able to capitalize on their eliminations. I wish that they would have done that against Flash on the northern side, and I think they would have won that contention and been able to take their way plus eliminations into the later game. But OG showing that aggression is exactly what I was hoping to see from them. So I was excited to see that. Are getting some points on the board and being able to like at least get something for them, because I know they've got the placement. They can do that, but it was really cool to see them be able to have that aggression as well.
Like one thing that is very different when you're playing in your home region and then going into a global event is like those slight timing mistakes or even like slight overcommits, etc. really are going to get punished so quickly and like heavily going into a global event such as PMWC, and we're not even talking about PMGC at the end of this year. That's going to get crazy based on who qualifies. But yeah, I feel like just more confidence and just fixing those slight timing issues could really help them get so many more point averages across the board.
For OG, a lot of people don't have them currently in top 5, and it's showing why. But we do have them going to survival, and right now they're hitting those metrics, but hopefully they'll end up improving a lot more. But before we actually go into Game 5, let's send it over to our amazing Blank and Claris.
That's right. Thank you very much, guys. Of course, we want to reminisce and go back to game number 3.
We do.
And talk about a theoretical notion. Could Enigma Galaxy have won that game? Talk to me, Black. What do you think?
Oh, it's some real philosophical notes going on right now. Yeah, I feel like there was a moment where if they didn't push Ulf, potentially there was a big win there. We got to hear from Coops actually in terms of his knowledge about it, how they wanted to go down. He said it all just fell a little bit apart. And I mean, as soon as that smoke train came through,
there was a big issue, right, for when GOAT started to push. But I feel like Enigma Galaxy could have absolutely won that game. But so far, they've come very close, twice now in second place, which is huge.
In the last game as well, I just briefly kind of had a small chat with Ralph there, and he was saying that he thought on the left side it was only a solo. So actually getting that little bit of an insight as to how they kind of looked at that field position and that field play is quite insightful. But 2 second place, nothing to sniff at. I think that they're kind of on the track here to do very well in this group.
They are, sorry. I mean, the bounce back from essentially what is an unheard of position in Rondo, where you go out as a full four-man in the first 2 minutes of the game, to now being up there on the top 5. This is a fantastic result. They've been gambling, they've been taking risks, and now is the time to be greedy, to take those risks, Kalaris.
You were casting. Do you think that Coops being here now properly with the roster, he's been kind of a bit of a game changer? Obviously, it's always nice to see Coops here alongside the roster. He did miss out on 1 or 2 of the internationals.
He always knocks it out of the park. He's a good lad. He's a good lad. I think Coops is genuinely a very, very good player. I think he brings the team together. I think Lord bounces off him very well. Satan and Ralph play very well as a 2-man, but you do sort of need a player for Lord to bounce off of as well. And I think Coops is that guy. In the past, he used to be the lad as well. For Enigma Galaxy, they were always received as quite a passive team, but I think that Coops applies a bit that more aggression that they need to follow up on, which has got them to these really, really high heights today.
All right, well, thank you very much, Blank. I need you to do the bat again as we knock that ball straight on over to the commentator team.
Oh, and it's a home run from Blank. A beautiful connection there with a microphone back, caught perfectly by Jukes as we set ourselves back up for another spectacular game of PUBG Mobile. Back in the building, the lights are changing. You know what that means, Jukes? It's PUBG time.
That is right, and not just any kind. It's Miramar, baby. Let's get it going. We are headed to the desert. 2 more matches left to go, and at the end of this one, we are halfway done with the group of death, Group A. And just a reminder for anybody that could be just tuning in, I don't know why you weren't here on time, because this has been a wild show so far. But remember, it is top 5. Top 5 move straight to the finals. Bottom 3 are done. Their keys will be crushed tomorrow. And the rest of those teams are going to have to make it happen in the survival stage. But it ain't over yet. Let's get into match number 5.
Oh yeah, baby. Another plane path on the go. We start to change the scenery, like you said, moving into Miramar. Hopefully should be another exciting game as well. We've seen an exchange of blows from various different squads today, Jukes. It's been kind of hard to predict if it will be a consistent run from a lot of our teams, but known quantities building up their points, and the top 3 right now looking a little bit more defined. It's good to see some of the big squads getting the flex going.
Yeah, now we got Enigma Galaxy pushing their way all up the way to first place, so they are sitting pretty here as we take a look at the most eliminations. Balak still owns that top spot, 13 eliminations. He's busted out a baker's dozen here, but Coops not far behind him there with 10. And now you look as far as when it comes to that damage, top, he's gonna be on top there with 2,300 with Coops right behind him.
Good to see, man. You got to give that shout out to Balak as well, right? Instantly came in like an inferno, but I think he just hit his stride immediately from game 1 where the shots were on point. It's the way he's going into these fights as well. He's just handling himself with this almost arrogant like confidence where it doesn't matter what's around him. He just hits his shots, plays his game, doesn't seem to buckle under the pressure that you know is there. It's a big stage, a lot of excitement. Paris has been getting loud as well. And we've got our zone for this one, Jukes. That's a lot of water, buddy. That's H2O for you.
That is way too much water. We got a crazy shift on the Puerto Payaso. Let's see who's going to be able to make them moves. Could you imagine we get that island finish here?
Oh, don't even.
In Paris? Oh,
don't even.
I should have even said it. I shouldn't have even said it.
Let's drop the Eiffel Tower in, mate. That's all we need. Let's get it on brand, Jukes.
That's what I'm talking about. That's that synergy right there. But hey, you know what, teams? Drop it safely here. That's what I like to see, you know, because every time we go into a different map, especially on day 1, never know if we're going to reach one of those hot drops here. But hey, take there a look at the bottom left. Go ahead and join that Uzumaki event. That Naruto. Get those skins quick and fast and in a hurry.
Don't get much hotter than that. Maxman's been ranting and raving about them all day. I've not heard him say anything else other than Naruto. So fair play, Max. We know you love it, and you're rightfully so in that opinion. But hey, you're right on the money. That last game, obviously pretty aggressive on the hot drop, right? GK versus GOAT. Didn't really work out too well for Goat, did it? Moxie barely limped away, tail tucked between his legs, resulted in him falling relatively middle of the game, but gets nothing from it, just the solo. So goodbye to any points being earned on that one. Learn from your mistakes, drop in further up. They're going to keep themselves safe. Nose is clean, at least for the opening drops, James.
Yeah, very safe here. I like to see that here, because right now it's honestly crunch time, especially for, honestly, these teams at the bottom, right? We've been talking about the squads up top, but I mean, what is going on with a team like Thundertalk? Thundertalk Gaming, 15th place, only 12 points on the board. Esports Rejects right next to him. Aula in really big trouble with only 10. Honestly, if they really want to extend their tournament life here, now's the time, right? Get a good Miramar game here and now, and that could be just enough to at least extend that tournament just a little bit longer.
You need to give yourself some sort of confidence as well. Like you say, right, getting towards the end of day one here, it starts to sink in the reality of the situation. If you're down those bottom 2 spots, by the time you get back to the hotel, bud, it's the fear that creeps in. You never want to leave your fate in the hands of another team.
Definitely do not. Huge prize pool here for the group stage by itself. Over $1 million on the line just for this stage. Survival stage is going to have 152,000. But as we get to the finals, that's 1.7 million, man. That's some serious cheddar. And that's what everybody's going to be hunting down right here. Aurora going to be one of those squads for sure. They're sitting pretty in 3rd place. This could be a good game for these top squads, though, to make that gap, right? Just in case tomorrow doesn't go their way fully, at least it'll lock them in position to hopefully make it straight into those finals.
It's where you want to be, the best of the competition. The tournament here only going to get more and more enticing. It's like you say, life-changing money in reality that's on the line there, but it's not only the cheddar, you got the bread on either side. That's a sandwich prize pool.
Oof. And we are in Paris. They got phenomenal bread here.
Hey, but get that up right now, boy.
Let's go. Let's go. Turn up. As we're gonna look at Ulf on the move here. They're getting into zone very, very quickly, so they're already in the circle. We're starting to see a lot of teams head on over to Los Leones. We got quite a few teams still far out from the zone. One of them I'm gonna be looking at is those teams in my hot seat right now. Aula, you're gonna be one of them. They're all the way up in La Correria. That's gonna be on the complete opposite side of this circle. They gotta get moving here pretty quick.
For the pedal to the metal, start to get a bit of movement on the go. A fan favorite right now here in Paris as well, and a team that's so dominant, it's easy to understand why. 4 Thrives looking absolutely delicious out there today, Jukes. It's been big plays from the roster, and of course, the one man in Falak that's been really flying the organization's banner high.
Yeah, he's making it happen here, man. Hey, big shout outs to 4 Thrives. I mean, they end up winning PMGO Season 1, something that honestly a lot of people didn't predict. Their fans went wild, brought home a global trophy on the side of Pakistan, but now we're gonna see X-Force Rejects getting into a battle with Geekay, and this is a loss they just can't afford.
Well, our opening elim of the game then going the way of Ragnarok as he slams down early and gets that first pick hammered through. So Reject, probably feeling a bit rejected on that one, but got to give up any space they got, fragment out.
It's tough, especially considering that they were already in the circle, so losing a player that early is not good. Unfortunate on the side of X-Force Rejects, just everything going wrong. But still 3 players up. They could bounce back. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. As a lot of the teams that were outside of the circle are finally starting to make that great rotation and find their little place in this zone. But where do you think this next zone is going to go, Jackie? Huh? You think we're going to be heading to that water after all?
I wouldn't mind.
Let's do it.
You know what? Play
Why
devil's
not?
advocate, bro. Let's do it. Let's make this as awkward as humanly possible, Jukes.
Let's go. I want to see some swimming action here.
We've already had a bit of treading water today. We'll see if it happens once again. On your point as well, though, man, it's uncomfortable. A squad like Reject, right? We're talking about squads at the bottom of our overall standing right now. They're down there. They're literally trying to keep their heads above water in a sea of points that are being accumulated by the other squads above them. And losing one player, sure, as much as sometimes you can manage the situation early doors like this when you've had a rough run today, that's the difference of you just bottoming out again, having that extra layer, the upset. The sadness mounting on you, Dukes. It gets a bit uncomfortable, bro.
That's for sure. And it's pretty crazy because, yeah, the level of competition here is ridiculous. I'm telling you guys, right before we came up here to start casting these matches, I walked by a lot of these players and I saw their coaches, and pretty heavy conversations. Let's put it that way. You know, I didn't see very much of like, oh, you know, good job, it's okay. No, it was pretty much just like, what are you doing, right? How are we gonna? We cannot afford these mistakes. So the pressure is definitely on here. But we're seeing some great adjustments from some squads, right? Enigma Galaxy lost that game 3 by just so dang close, but ended up having a good bounce back couple of matches, and now they're on top of the leaderboards. But you can't let off the gas pedal just yet. Let's see where that next zone's gonna go, baby. Are we gonna go to the water? No! It goes right back to the mainland. It's gonna be a La Bendita finish. So all these teams on the south side, that's gonna be 4 Thrives. Gonna have to start making their way on up.
Yeah, ignore the coast, get back to the mainland, and set your focus on what's yet to come. And like you touched on there, bro, so many small margins that have defined some of our games today. Ammunition economy being a big one there. Big change up from them, though. We heard from the man himself about the setup with the call with the late nades. It was like 12 nades back to back.
Crazy.
That was horrific to be under. You go from thinking, yeah, we can kind of slow this one down, snake it out a little bit. Boom, boom, boom,
boom, boom, boom. That pressure applying. Honestly, you're going to take out 4 Thrives. That's the way to do it, right? Utilize that util as much as you possibly can. Enigma Galaxy, we're not wasting any of it right there. And, you know, speaking of, like, resources, that's the one thing that you really got to make sure I'm pointing out when it comes to Miramar. This is the resource management map. You want to make sure you got plenty of that 5.5, plenty of health kits here, and a nice, fresh vehicle. Because that is going to be the way to win this one. And this is a very typical game now. It's still stage number 2, only 1 player down so far. So this end zone is gonna get hectic.
Everyone lining up to climb over each other. Oh, we say it's quiet, but finally there's a bit of noise. Flash once again playing their card. That's a tag onto Reefus. Instantly get him dropped down on his legs there. Win looking for more, over top angle, good spam, slight tag, but not enough to convert it into a frag on the getaway.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna push this at all. Yeah, you just gotta let Aurora find their way in. Nice little pick off there. Aurora gonna have to do something with 3 players up now. Reefus getting taken out. And that zone, now we're starting to see teams really start flexing and take up as much real estate as they possibly can. But one of the teams that hasn't found a spot just yet is going to be Aurora Gaming. You saw that sign on that building. A beautiful day. Starting to feel a little bit less beautiful, though, as this blue zone starting to creep on it.
Yeah, normally blue skies are a nice sight, mate. Not here.
Yeah, not that one.
No.
No.
That's going to be painful. Nip away at your heels and leave it feeling a bit uncomfortable, like some of the squads that have had a bit of a rough day today. But we'll focus on the better signs of life and see if anyone can build off of this.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what... I have a feeling Fudia are going to do something here. I mean, they're on that western side of the map, right there underneath that La Vendita sign. And the zone ends up going in their direction, so another good sign for them. Let's see how they're going to approach this next circle. As we still got a lot of squads, Aurora being one of them, AGAL, even 4 Thrives are going to have to creep their way into this next zone. Going to have to do it pretty carefully. When you get a northern shift like that northern side is usually wide open, so I'm expecting to see some teams kind of hug that circle and trying to find their way up to the top.
Bit of info spotted here as well. Coop's getting the read. That's Flash just up on the higher ridge there. Lord repositioning in the buggy, needs to get into cover, not quick enough. Shot straight on target, Jukes, and they're going to follow up with this, it seems. Instant engage off the opening pick. They've got an advantage for the fight. 2-2 split either side. Coop's got a bail. Should be a free flush on Lord. Aurora on the road as well. This could get pretty spicy.
Woo. Flash, being true to their name, they're not wasting no time. They're moving quick here. And now Win is knocked. Bo's going to be able to try to find an angle to get him rezzed. But Aurora Gaming, oh, look at that. Top and Doc are now down as Gaming Stars are putting in that work. Both these teams just kind of driving around, trying to find safety anywhere they can get it.
Hey, far back as well. That Scarface from Ulf getting the line up with the bolt action. Quick with the car. Hits that. Snipes one down. And Aurora absolutely wiped off the battleground. Mopped up like a spilled drink, but that was quick.
Oh, that was way too quick. Got to pick that up here as Falak now with the shotgun. Trying to get the knock here. Tops is in big trouble. He's down to 1 HP, but Bo's able to get that support. IQ, though, gets his revenge as well, and the instant thirst. Falak is in a safe position for now. T24 going to throw out those smokes and try to pick up their main fragger quick, fast, and in a hurry.
It's good to see from IQ. Big brains, but bigger brawn being played with on that one with the quick shots back over to buy time for them to reset off the engagement. Similar scenario for Win here on Flash. See if they can get him recovered and live to fight on from it. All kicked off an awkward engagement, really, right?
Yeah, just like that. I mean, that's what I'm telling you. It's just like any little slight mistake, it's going to get punished. And now Aurora's gone. Team Flash are down to just one. Actually, nope, that is it. Gone in a Flash, and that's two of our top squads. That's it. Second, fourth place are out. Huge opportunity, especially for a team like Fourth Thrives to put themselves back at the top of the leaderboards and see if they can do it, though. As X-Force rejects, that's a team that definitely needs some points. Shiva's got that mini, and hopefully try to use it to steal away some eliminations. As we head into our next circle, it's going to go on up to the north.
Shifting on through, GOAT team potentially going to be showing us something to work with as well as this action's been building. And that Mini 14 might make a play a little bit later as well, bro. Make that look like a major 14 from the lineup and start to snipe down onto him. Had a read from the angle, but doesn't play his card. And you can see everyone starting to usher their way forward as well. OG trying to catch whiff of the drive-by reverb from Reject on the move. They're already set up with some safety to play with, so just scanning the periphery right now.
Take your time, take your time. Try to catch some of these players out. Devil's wide out in the open here. That vehicle is smoking. It's on fire now. One more shot's gonna do it. Devil surviving. Barely there as that vehicle just exploded. But he should be able to run and get to safety inside that shack with his teammate. Good old reverb.
Suppose it makes sense, man. Devil playing with fire there. Able to withstand the heat. Get himself tucked back in with his teammate. Counting his blessings on that one.
Yeah, barely able to make it out there. Extend that game just a little bit longer here. Moving on over, we're going to see Enigma Galaxy here. All right, there we go. They're going to be holding this ridgeline for now. Geek trying to catch AGAL on the top of this hillside. Nice nades, applying some more shots there. Ooh, nice turn from Easy, but not able to get the flush. Shots ringing out back and forth. Players from all over the place getting knocked here. Ragnarok going to have to make a play here on Flower Age, though.
It's got to be huge from him. Looked like Bad Boy had the read with the quick flick, but wasn't fast enough to make him sit down. Ragnarok, two squads to deal with. Knows his teammates' days are numbered. Got to cut his losses on saving them, but look to at least build and survive himself. Tucks further back. Limited cover to play with. Flower H flushing out back onto Bad Boy as well. The DRX opt to just cut their losses. They're not going to overcommit to it. They had a look in, but they play for a better setup rather than forcing the issue. Ragnarok might be able to get one save in here. At least a duo Jukes.
Man, he definitely took his time here. I would have liked to see him kind of just make that push and just try to make a play, but instead, he waited, sacrificed one of his teammates, gets the res, and now they're on the move. But for how long, right? This next zone, that's how long. That was pretty quick.
Yeah, it was like a few seconds at most, mate.
I think I couldn't even count. It was done. Oh, Sapji though, and he's gone. That happened again.
It's unlucky. It's unlucky.
It is what it is.
Way he goes as Geek crumble on that one. Look to reply. Fair play, man. You know, he had a mindset to it. Cut your losses, run off as a solo. Conversion rate probably not great, right? So he at least attempts to reset. Like you say, blink and you miss it, though. Forget about it.
Oh, out of there. Hey, 4 Thrives are up, though. They're still in the mix here. Got themselves a nice little valley. They're big chilling right now, just playing it nice and quiet. That's what it's all about. You know, when you get a position like this, the best of the best, this is how they do it. You got to have that aggression and passiveness, like a light switch, right? The second you know when it's time to get going, boom, the whole 4 on the move immediately. And let's see if they're going to do that now as this next zone is about to pop. Where are we going? We're going dead center. We're going down south. Hey, dead center right here. So yeah, 4 Thrives are going to have a great strategy here. You know what that is? Do nothing, dude. Just stay right there for now.
Just sitting pretty.
Yep.
And they've been making it look good. It's been pretty beautiful the way it's gone so far. TT in the background as well, not looking great there. Unideal rotation, mate. Yeah, it's been a bit uncomfortable, really, Jukes.
Super unfortunate. Yeah, they're down a player, but they're in 15th place, 13 points. That ain't going to cut it. And honestly, like, yeah, a lot of teams at a certain point, they're just like, hey, let's just make it to the survival stage. But that just pushes your tournament life only 2 more days. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that survival stage is going to be rough. So with so many games left, hey, start making something happen. Try to sneak one of those top 5 positions, because that's going to guarantee you to the big show.
You got to build that pathway there. Like the tagline says, nothing is granted for Falak, though. That's an instant connection over. Moxie revealing his card as well from GOAT team there. Finally, a little bit of excitement from GOAT. Been a very quiet game from them. They might be tested as the compound crash comes in swiftly. Thundertalk's getting silent, hitting him with a shush as Foopsman delivers again. Swift moves with a rifle up close. Switches to the secondary and makes it look simple. Looking for the pickup play as well, Jukes, as Thundertalk are out again.
Yeah, kind of a crazy push there, just getting punished instantly. But GOAT said, hey, we'll take those all day long. We need all the eliminations that we can get. Now we're going to see Force just trying to apply a little bit of pressure there onto AGAL. RRQ near the broken plane are now outside of this circle. Yeah, they're getting picked off little by Furia.
Gaming Star with the overlook in the rear as well. So many free bits of information being provided between these teams that are scrapping right now. They're looking for the lineup with the nades down onto Raouf. It's good sideline angle. Stereo chucks from those nades. Angle exposed. Good connection. That's Ralph knocked.
Here we go. Things starting to heat up here as you got Coops now on the move. Looking to get in the action. But Furia, they need all these eliminations. Silence, he's got that DBS. He's waiting for that push-up. Trying to avoid some of these nades, so he might catch this player off guard. He does. Nice little pre-shot, but gets turned on. And RRQ now getting shot on the other side of Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy said, we'll take these points all day long. As now they're going to be on the third party here. Ayala trying to slow him down. Oh, the run over, not going to happen. As Ayala switching to the mini, getting it done. Now it's up to Satan here, throwing out the mollies. They don't connect. Oh, what a stiff arm on the side of Furia.
Oh, try as he might to withstand and keep on fighting. Finally buckles on that one. We came into this saying it looks like it's more defined now with some of our top squads, but one by one, they've been removed from the equation. Furia getting lit up as well with the push from Aulula as they take space off them, Jukes.
There we go. Aulula need to start making something happen here, and they do, but it is going to be Gaming Star stealing away some of those eliminations. Aulula really needed every single one of them. They only get one so far, and they are all the way at the bottom of the leaderboard. So Aulula, you cannot hesitate. We talk about that light switch, right? Flip that aggression on. You got to do it just a little bit faster.
Now, as much as it's been quiet from their POV with Ulf, you've seen them starting to show up in the Elim feed with those shots from distance. They've been pretty good with some of the connections they've had off the DMRs to steal away points in amongst the commotion from other squads. We get their full POV there as they start to advance, get a bit of a read on things. KRX, they've been playing more of a quiet, passive rotate. They've had a lot of opportunities where they could have fought Jukes, but they've been thinking about the end game.
Yeah, and they're thinking about those leaderboards right now, right? You got Nigma Galaxy out, you got Team Flash out. Putting some points on the board here is critical, especially when you got 4 Thrives still in the mix here with all 4 up. But yeah, look at that. 4 Thrives, Falak getting a knock onto Aaron with that nade. Definitely want to go take a look at that one there. as the zone is starting to close. Ooh, bounce nade just a little bit too short. So it looks like Wolf will be able to get that reset. So very fortunate for them. But 4 Thrives now know exactly where they're at.
Keeping them guessing at least with the moves. Decent amount of awkward cover to play with, so it's hard to get those clean connections off. If the fight breaks out from the squads in front with OG and 4 Thrives, you could attempt to move up on it. Limited utility, though, it seems, between the players right now. 1 nade in the hands for Scarface. Smoke going to go up so they can close the gap somewhat. Rifles in play, shots on Scarface. Taking a decent amount of damage off it. And he get that one on target. Woo. It's ACOP up top. Smooth shots over. Low on health here, Jukes. Meanwhile, T24 and 4 Thrives as a roster actually shutting down Gaming Stars that were encroaching in. It's all starting to bubble up, Jukes.
Hey, 4 Thrives say, hey, you know what? It's time to pop up and get in the mix here. They're going to get into the action as Orangutan. You're going to need to hit these nades, and they do get one. Let's see what WizGod could do. Gonna have to make some shots outside these windows. Oh, never mind, jumps out the door. Oh, but just a little bit too late, gets turned around. And now Ulfer on the push, trying to soak up as many eliminations as they can. Meanwhile, 4 Thrives, just looking like a lion in the jungle, ready to strike.
Clawing through the competition with ease. Once again, Falak comes out swinging. Heavy is the hand of Falak as he starts to slap his way through the competition here. Rotate back over, set their attention on Orangutan and Ulf and see if they can third party onto this awkward encounter. Nades being primed. Top floor control there with the DBS watching the runner, but it's the nade they didn't expect. Blows them away from the back.
4 Thrives, stealing away those points. A cop, though, does get that knock on the Falak. That's going to buy them a little bit of time here. Huzaifa is right up and goes first with that nade. He gets Scarface looking for a little bit more. The blue zone starting to close in just a minute here, and 4 Thrives are dominating this building. Ulf, OG are completely stuck.
Trapped in position and panicking as Huzaifa goes absolutely ballistic on the cleanup. Shuts down Ulf, rips them away from any potential plays and looks to do more single-handedly. This is scary now, Jukes. Orangutan trapped still. Finally on the peek out, that's a knockback. Alula with the third party from the top.
Ah, that angle that was so dominant. Quick finally crests that hill and makes 4 Thrives just slow down just a little bit. They still have 2 players up, 8 eliminations though. That's gonna put them into second place. Only a few points away from that top spot. Aula, this is their chance, right? To get out the bottom of the leaderboards and extend their tournament life. They got 4 points. They've had a rough day so far. Now's the time to make it happen. Do not play this passively, Aula. You gotta get as many eliminations and win this game here and now.
Got to trust in the source, Jukes. They're bringing it. It's been good so far. But how long does it last? OG suffering heavy casualties as well. The shots are on point. Goodbye, good night. ACOP the only one left in the rear. And that's the Foops, man, and GOAT team starting to build on this one as well. You got to be scared of the Goats, Jukes. They bite.
Making it happen. Force getting another shot on the leaderboards there. And that is Orangutan out and eliminated. We got 4 teams remaining here. 4 Thrives, KRX, GOAT, and Alula. Let's see what 4 Thrives could do with their duo. IQ, man, that buggy is in big trouble. So right now, just hugging the circle, driving around, trying to get a little bit more intel, figure out what is going to be the plan here. Oh, running into that tree definitely wasn't a part of the plan, I'll tell you that right now. But he does get away with it. Nades are starting to ring on out. He knows exactly where GOAT is. Yeah, he's got to have to move to safety here because they're going to start shooting that buggy if he ain't careful.
This is vintage GOAT with how they're playing it. The 2-2 setup early with Moxie and Force advancing, but they switch it up. Call for the rotate. Killer Joe takes the fight straight to T24 and punishes with 4 Thrives falling to the might of the GOAT once again. Sight dialed in back over to where KRX are set up. 11 elims already, Jukes.
Ooh, they're looking good. You know, GOAT wants this win. They want to put themselves in the top 5 right here and now. They might just do it here. Meanwhile, you got KRX. They were sitting, what, in 4th place a little earlier, so they're looking pretty. but not for long. They got no more vehicles. There's nothing but open field right in front of them. AULA, I would like to see them get a little bit more aggressive here. You have the numbers, right? Start spreading your wings a little bit. Don't allow GOAT to catch you on the back foot.
A brief moment, a respite falling across the battleground. Trusting Foops for the push-up. Trying to get a read on it. No easy angle for AULA to peek back over onto him as well. Fear of the backline tag. Force good for the lineup. Few bullets on target, Jukes, just damage.
Yeah, you guys know all about Coops, but what do you know about Foops, man? I'll tell you what. That's a man right there. Let's see what he can do. 477. Trying to catch some hit markers all the way from downtown, and this is what I'm talking about. AULA have been playing it very passively here. That's letting GOAT spread their wings little here. Maybe press down as KRX, yeah, just stuck wide in the open. All eyes are on them. Super tough. GOAT just punishing them.
AULA trying to steal the points from the downs that are coming over from GOAT team onto KRX and at least get something extra from this one.
Nice shot.
Decent shot. It's clean. Force with a push-up as well. Quick. I don't think he's going to be fast enough to win out on a duel like this. Good reset from Killer Joe as well. If Hooksy peaks, his days should be numbered. Dominant from Killer Joe as the elims are being racked up. And GOAT looking to blow their way to another chicken dinner on this one.
It's looking good here. First Miramar looked like it might just go on over to GOAT. Quick goes down. That's that front line eliminated. And now Killer Joe's gonna have to make a play here. Claws goes down. It's all up to Rev. Killer Joe gets it done. And that is GOAT team with another chicken dinner. And this one was a big one.
GOAT team delivering again on the big stage. A ton of talent, a powerful roster. And it seems like even with the changes, it's starting to fall into place the way they play off each other. This added element of aggression from Killer Joe, who lives up to his name time and time again. Sick to see, Jukes. It's sick to see.
Yes, it is. You can take a look at their jerseys. You can see what it says right on the front of it. The great of all time. That's what they want to be. That's what they're trying to etch their name in PUBG Mobile history. This is how you do it right here, folks. When you see that opportunity to get that win, you got to do it, and you got to do it with some serious points, and that's how you get it done.
They didn't believe me, Jukes. It's a GOAT team going to be coming out swinging. James looked at me, he smirked.
He smirked.
I said, I tell you what, mate, GOAT team going to be giving it. And they're bleating right now.
Oh, let's go, GOAT. You can see the crowd all hyped up for them here. And a great game for them. We'll see what CalArts is going to look like after that one. I'm pretty sure he's going to be pretty excited here. It's good to see.
I think he'll be enjoying it.
Yeah, it's so good to see a team like GOAT clutch it up there towards the end. And AULA, right? Getting some points on the board. Good for them.
Перед ними.
Nice. Все. Озоны, last.
Nice.
It was nice.
That was good.
It was.
Man, it's fun to see. You know, I was saying earlier, from some of what I've seen from these boys before and the way they've adapted, it feels like, you know what, Jukes, for the strategic side of PUBG Mobile, they're actually bringing it. They've got good defaults, they've got good fallbacks. The splits you see from them are so dynamic, but they've always got quick, clean comms, much like me not speaking correctly. The exact opposite, Jukes. But it's crazy how fast they can rely on that information. And it's good. That's championship mentality, bro. The fundamentals have to be good.
I mean, you heard the synergy, right? They all said nice at the same time.
That's what I'm talking about.
They were thinking, right? They got this victory in the bag, and they got it. That's what I love about how, you know, PUBG Mobile Esports has developed here over the years. So there was a time back in the day where there was a few dominant squads. Everybody else was just not even close up to par. That's changed, right? I mean, any team here could win the whole thing. And GOAT just showed, hey, if you open that door, we're going to walk right through it. But we got some more action coming up in just a little bit.
GOAT showing up with the second chicken dinner of the day. In Neptura, this squad was able to put up 16 eliminations.
Very, very nice coming in from GOAT there. For the second time, show from them. I'm really enjoying the kind of wraparound plays we're seeing from them. Some really good stuff coming out of the very compact game. And then
meanwhile, Alula was trying to just fend off right there, Max, but GOAT was just too much on that high ground with those 16 elims. Honestly, this team has been showing up now.
Without the hovercraft, which is super hyped to see. But no, what was very fun in particular is that Alula, there's a slight, well, I wouldn't call it a mistake, it's just a strategic play from Alula to just go slightly low on the ground to maybe put more of an emphasis onto KRX. And instantly, GOAT team spot that, like, wait, you give that high ground position away. If we take it for ourselves, we have absolute oversight on the entire flat terrain of that field finish. Boom, let's send it, get the high ground position, leverage it to its full potential to claim that chicken dinner. GOAT team, a team that I was expecting no middle of the pack, maybe not #1 team, but man, they impressed me, and I'm so happy to be proven wrong here at PMWC.
They might just be #1 after that performance in Neptura.
really enjoying what we're seeing here, being a leverage team. I think that's a really good word for it. They use everything to their advantage. They wait until they have a great opportunity. They wait until they have an opening on that south side, are willing to make that south rotation all the way around, and just to get that better position, just to have that leverage on all the other teams.
It's just like the last game also on Erangel they won earlier, right? When you think about it, they see, oh wait, they're fighting Ulf, Nigma Galaxy, they're a little bit busy, they're at their weakest, boom, that's when we send it, try and put them in a really bad position and leverage it to actually get that chicken dinner. So very opportunistic stuff, and here they get 26 points.
Wow.
This was not Rondo, this is a Miramar. What's going on?
Disgusting numbers out of that squad, and also we see 4 Thrives showing up as well. I was raising some concerns for that squad. Now we're starting to see a little bit more consistent here as we ended up jumping into Miramar. And if we keep going down the list, something I want you to keep an eye on is KRX. That squad was able to get all their points out of just placement, which usually tends to be the opposite, Max. We see teams being able to get all the points from eliminations and then nothing placement. They were like, no, we're going for placements this time.
It's forgivable, really. In a game like that, they just had like a very small shed and a few cars to work with. And unfortunately, smokes don't stop bullets. I know it's quite unfortunate. I wish they had cover flares in that finish. It would have been great to see, but no, only smokes to survive when you have 2 teams in Al-Ula and also at the side of GOAT looking your way. No way, Jose, are you going to survive that one? But I'm still happy that despite no chicken dinners coming away of KRX, they're so relevant at the very tippy top of these leaderboards. So KRX going hard here for that first place.
Consistency is the name of the game, and right now, I mean, KRX maintaining a 4th place right there. But look at GOAT. GOAT is currently in 1st place as they have jumped up with those 47 points. It goes to show us what an amazing performance, what an amazing match can do for your squad.
It's really, really nice to see that. And the leaderboard is still so close. I mean, yeah, it's only 5 matches in, but still, I think we've seen other tournaments where there's a much bigger discrepancy here amongst the top 5. So to have this so even across the board is really, really nice to see. And interestingly, right, we got 2 wins from GOAT, but the next team that actually has a win is Team Flash in 5th place. 4th Thrives, Nigma Galaxy, and KRX all have been super consistent today so far with no wins under their belt.
Yeah, it's very interesting that out of the top 5 so far, 3 teams don't have a chicken dinner, right? Outside, of course, Team Flash and also the side of GOAT at the very top. But here we go onto the second page. Al-Ula stepping up, which is what I was hoping to see. Just don't be in bottom 3, okay, Neptura? You don't want to be in the bottom 3. As we know, if you are in the bottom 3 at the end of your Group A or Group B group stage, you're instantly eliminated. No survival stage for you. So Gaming Stars, X-Force Rejects, and Thunder Talk Gaming, they need to bring it back if they want to continue their PMWC adventure.
Kind of scary for those squads too, because between 9 and 14, the only separation is just 6 points. And that's just not where you want to be for those squads. But yeah, they need to make sure they finish off the day strong here. And it's that Rebel? I think it is. You know what? Let you guys take over. I'll be right back.
Go get him. Go get him. Oh my God, that'll be interesting. We can talk a little bit to Alpha 7. But no, Al-Ula were very impressive this game, right, Neptura? Looking back at how they were playing that third party on to Furia in particular, that's what you want to see from this roster. But we're also seeing Revo is here. What?
Hello, guys.
The reigning PMGC champion, none other than Alpha 7 Rebel. Rebel, I'm so glad you decided to join. How are you enjoying Paris, bro?
Well, it's an amazing city, amazing place. I love to be here. And let's see what gonna happens.
Now, I'm sorry for what I'm about to say next, all right? And you know this, I say it with nice intent. What's been going on since PMGC, bro? You guys have kind of been sucking this year.
Yeah, we did a bad things, we did a bad tournaments, we did a bad preparation, but now we come with different things, with different game style. So let's see what's gonna happen. I think we are good to this championship, and we're gonna do our best. And if God let us win, we're gonna do it.
Okay.
Right on.
I do have a question for you specifically then, Revo, about you're saying you're trying to work on a few things since your PMMI, you had PMGO Season 1. What specifically would you say was the thing you wanted to work on the most and improve upon heading at PMWC?
I think like in PMGO, PMMI, we did like, we was not too much aggressive. We are like just staying in the same place and don't looking for fights or something like that. And now we are doing that. We want to fight, we want to kill everyone. So we're gonna do it.
Yeah. Do it! Actually, wait. Are you gonna hot drop Al Ula? They eliminated you at PMGO. Are you gonna take vengeance?
Yeah, then I don't want any revenge. I just want to play to win and to kill, and let's see what's gonna happen.
All right, you want to eliminate everybody. We like that confidence. Anything you want to ask them, Natura?
Yeah, okay, I want to know, right? You do have a hot drop on Miramar. There's a couple of different teams who do want to hot drop you there. What's your response to that? Is there going to be any change in your strategy, or are you saying bring it on?
I think if they want to drop on our spots, they can do it. We don't like too much like early fights. We prefer to loot first and then go find some kills. So if they drop, they can stay there. We're gonna stay a bit away and then get them in the middle of the game.
You can say it, bro. Look at the camera and tell them, bring it.
Come to me.
There you go. Now, from what we have seen so far today here on Group A, day 1 of PMWC at EWC 26. Any team that has surprised you so far?
To be honest, Goats, I don't expect them on top 1. I know it's a good team, but they are doing really well. So yeah, I think them, and I'm cheering for Fury also because they are Brazilian, so I hope they win this last match.
I mean, there has been a lot of talk that Fury is better than Alpha 7 now. I'm pretty sure you're gonna be wanting to put a stop onto that. And how about another team? Let's talk about Fourth Thrives real quick, right? A team that was able to win PMGO Season 1. Yeah. What do you think about them so far?
Well, they are doing amazing. Falak is a great player, one of the best. So I just cheering for them, hope they qualify. And let's see what's gonna happen in the finals, right?
Oh, that's right. You want to see them in finals? You want to see them go directly from finals because you don't want to see them in survival? From your Group B, is there any team, besides the hot drops that everybody was talking about, right? Is there any team that might cost you more conflicts, maybe within rotations or the way that they play?
I think we need to be careful with all the teams because everyone like deserves to be here. So I think we need to take care of all of them. So yeah, all of them.
Ah, you're giving me the PR answer. Okay, I see how it is. That's him saying, you know what, 7, I want to get out of here. Thank you so much, bro.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye,
Thanks for joining us.
See you guys.
For you guys, it's time to go into the final match, baby.
Oh yes, that's right, 7. This is what we've been waiting for. Last game of day 1. And already we're starting to see a bit of excitement about GOAT team. Even Alpha 7 getting hyped for them.
Hey, you gotta take notice when a team is making it happen. And with a game like that, the whole lobby's got eyes on GOAT. I'll tell you what, guys, before this day started, I saw Jackie in the back with a crystal ball, okay? You know what I'm saying? And he looked inside and he said all he saw was GOAT. And what an accurate prediction, bro. I mean, even Cars was like, all right, yeah, whatever, calm down. But boom, there's no denying him now. You got to put him on notice.
Hey, let's see what they can do. If they do it again, Jukes, then yeah, I might glow.
It's locked in, yeah, for sure.
Until we know for sure, I'll just say they're looking good.
I like it. You know, there's a lot of teams looking good right here so far. We've seen Enigma Galaxy, right, making some things happen, especially after a rough couple of tournaments. Yeah, we got to see Coops. I remember I talked to Raouf after PMGO Season 1 when Coops wasn't there, and I was like, hey, whose fault is it? He's like, Coops, 100%, you know what? But hey, maybe it's his time to shine here in the rest of these squads as we get into the final match of day number 1.
The biggest and brightest, we saved the best till last, and it is going to be an absolute blast here for everyone live in the arena in Paris, France. For the viewers at home, strap in, get a seatbelt attached to your chair, or else you may be blown straight out of it.
Let's get it going here. We got a nice southern play path headed right up to the north. Unfortunately, El Pozo is not going to be within range. So these teams are going to be having to head out early onto the eastern side of the map here. But yeah, once this match is over, we got 6 more games left to go. 3 keys are getting crushed tomorrow. And not just keys, dreams as well, right? Of trying to be the Esports World Cup champions.
Hopes, dreams, everything you've been working for throughout the season, really, this year as well, Dukes, right? And then imagine you put all those blood, sweat, and tears on the line. You get here to Paris, it goes wrong off the back of 2 days. And you got to stare at Barney crushing your keys. Oh, Bud, what a nightmare.
He's good at that. He's good at that, too.
He always sort of, he G's you up and makes you feel good about it, but you've lost.
But you lost.
You've lost, Dukes. It's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to go home here and now. There's still so much prize pool left to be had and history left to be made here. So we got the plane path, we got the circle, and it looks like we're going to be heading in a similar position as we saw in the last game, right? Los Leones, Sible, La Bendita in play as well. But no hot drops once again. Tomorrow, as we get into the day after tomorrow, is going to be interesting because we heard there from the Rebels that there is a possibility he is going to see some hot drops. But hey, even one of the best is like, let's avoid them, right? I think you guys can drop, take your side of the loot, but let us get out of here. We'll fight you later on.
Yeah, I think the sheer size and scope of the competition here, right, it's one of those where if we were going for like a max man insight, it'd be a matter of it's just pointless. The risk versus reward is so low, just play your own game, right? Then you've got someone like me where I'm saying, yeah, but it is kind of fun though.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, that's for sure.
But yeah, you're right. Strategy-wise, you probably avoid that.
Yeah, pretty much at all costs. I mean, your chances of getting all 4 eliminations without losing a single player are just so low, and 99% of the time it happens, it's putting you so far behind rotationally. So even if you do get those eliminations, you're late to circle, and you end up with 5 points instead of a possible, like, 20-point game.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just, it's really, really difficult to deal with.
And that's factoring in everyone actually survives as well, right?
Yeah.
You lose one player, it's just such a cutthroat response now. It makes it so much easier for the conversions. This level of play as well, right? The drills are so much cleaner. You see a 3-man team, you're just thinking, oh, this is a field day. One less player, yeah, let's just clean it up. Push together, outnumber them, get the trade, easy pickings.
That's what it's all about here. Let's take a look here at the leaderboards, all right? We got GOAT in first place now with 47 points, looking really good. 4 Thrives right behind him here. Man, this top 5 is pretty dang close. Only 10-point difference so far. So for these top 3 squads, make it top 4. This is their opportunity to make a little bit of a point gap for tomorrow. And for the rest of the lobby, they need to clutch this one up here and now. But it's already starting to feel like it's going to be a pretty close group here.
I think so, man, especially with some of the results we got out of that prior game, right, where we hit sort of around sort of the 9-minute mark. We had that awkward encounter on the road with the Aurora drive-by. That resulted in like 3 teams being absolutely crippled for a good late-game finish from the amount of eliminations they suffered. Then everyone else just starts to lick their wounds and really play slow. Just didn't work. And you come into a lobby like this now with what we've seen, right? That strategic, slower approach that's been working from GOAT. Honestly, I think their defaults have been really clean. Like the mechanical approach from it, it's good rotations. The comms have been clean to allow them to set up. And once again, they want a later wrap in where they will just happily sit in the blue, loot up, look for an end game. It's where they're at their best. They won't lie. Early game, it does look a bit shaky. But they get to a late game circle, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, if they can just play it just a little bit conservatively and make sure they can reach to that late game, I mean, we can definitely see some great things from GOAT. Absolutely. Right now, everybody just playing a little bit of game and keep away, just trying to get looted up and set it up for the end game here. Aurora, a little bit of a dry spell here in the past couple of games. They still have some great points on the board. One good game here could definitely set them up. But some other teams I think I would really like to see a good performance here. Going to be all those squads in that 9th, pretty much on down position. This is a good opportunity for them to go into tomorrow with a lot more confidence. Out of all those names on the list, I'm looking at Furia, right? I mean, this is a Brazilian squad, tons of potential. They got a phenomenal coach in Coach Knight, and we know what they can do. It's just been taking them a little long here to get started. So with this kind of lobby and only so many games left, you can't really let off the pedal this quickly. You got to start putting that pedal to the metal.
Yeah, this is the sort of match where you need a big finish for the end of the day. Leave yourself in a better mindset when they get back to the sort of prac room or the hotel as well, right? They can unpack the bag, but obviously much easier if there is some good benefit to speak about. Some moments they can look on fondly and say, look, we were already adapting and fixing things as the day went on. Let's refine that going into day 2. If once again it kind of blows up in their face, then yeah, those conversations are a lot more awkward and probably not as productive. Like you say, it's kind of similar, at least, as this has gone on for Aurora. A very talented squad, individuals that can absolutely lamp other players out of the battleground if given a fair fight. But some awkward moments. I'm also kind of impressed by the fact that although it's not been the best day overall in terms of the point game for Gaming Star, the way they've been able to just ruin some good squads' lives, they're just stealing the odd player here and there. And those eliminations have been really bad for our top teams.
It's like they have just been pestering these teams, right? Like you see a squad that just looks so good, like, oh, look, and then just, boom, all of a sudden you see random knock from Gaming Star. Like you see their name always in these critical fights. You know, they're down in 14th place. So they need to get that big win. You know, I just want to see them, instead of just kind of going for those steal plays all the time, try to find that end game. That's where you're going to put up those serious points. And a team that is definitely serious here in this one is 4 Thrives, man. Great start for our PMGO Season 1 champs here. Looking to get another title underneath their belt. And man, I'll tell you what, if 4 Thrives win this one, ooh, that's gonna put them. In the history books at this point.
It'd be unbelievable, dudes. The result would seem so much just for the players, the organization, but the nation as well, with the amount of excitement.
Oh yeah.
It's the fact, even here, live in France, right? We've heard some of that energy building up. Fatlack's popping off. It starts to get loud in here.
Oof, man, I'll tell you what, even my DMs are blowing up. Like, hey, have you met 4 Thrives yet? Have you seen them yet? You know, I'm like, yeah, I've seen them, man.
I got the jersey, yeah, don't worry.
I talked to them. These guys are always such kind folks, and a great set of people, great team overall. And I got a lot of high hopes for that squad, as well as so many others, man. I mean, it's great to see, like I mentioned earlier, just how well this whole lobby has developed here over time. But now I think it's time to maybe even add GOAT to that list, because GOAT could be that new rising star team that is looking to etch their name in the history books. Next zone, about to go on up. Very, very quiet start here. You could definitely see that these teams are not going to be dealing with any kind of fatigue here, as they know that they got to play hard up until the last second. And with a Southern shift like this, that's going to make this brutal.
We've gone from what will be a very quiet start to, you imagine, quite an explosive back-to-back connection of engagements on the rotation here now then. Looking far worse for wear with some of our teams. 4 Thrives already in a good position from where they were pre-zone shift, and they can try and get set up with a good compound to play with. You're going to have Furia and Aurora coming in to link up as well. The mass migration of squads that are all condensing in. And honestly, mate, this works out in a weird way for GOAT, because they love those late wraps into the zone. They're happy to sit in the blue outside of circle for as long as they can.
Yeah, I mean, other teams were set up pretty, but now everybody's going to have to move with this zone. Yeah, Furia, silence! The tire has been popped, and there's nothing you could do. That's 4 Thrives. You can hear the crowd start to pop off the second they saw that elimination. But guys, again, that is what you got to do. If you see a buggy, aim for the tires. You hit the right one of those front ones, boom, that vehicle's spinning out.
Not the kind of donut you want at an event like this, mate. Big play there to open it up from them. The first elim goes the way of IQ as 4 Thrives do open it up with a nice initial pick onto Silence. Dive out through the window. The mantle giving free time to damage here from 4 Thrives again, Jukes. Peaks clean as well. Trader blows, looking for the follow-up off the nade. Barely bursts outside the window.
Man, these peaks back and forth are insane there for Locke. Getting some good damage on the Chief, but Chief getting a couple shots in return. It's both these teams just peppering each other little by little. But this is honestly a good place for them where they can both just share it out for a little while, you know? Like, you got a good central position. Take your time. Don't put yourself in a compromising spot to lose a player early. and just wait for that end game. Now, looking at the circle, Jackie, quick question. What do you see, right? Anything interesting?
You're looking at these late rotations, mate, from the boys at the back there, coming in playing a very slow game for what has otherwise been a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy all the way in Montenuevo. Wow, so they are coming in super late here. A little bit of a different strategy than we saw before. Let's see how they're going to be able to handle that one, because this zone is already jam-packed. It is Los Leones. There's a lot of places you can hide, but we might get that nice urban finish. At least that's what it's looking like so far.
Kind of mirrored on either side here as well. You got the coastline wrap in, right? Killer Joe and Foops that have been pretty good as an aggressive duo, with Force and Moxie playing this backline assault. If they run into RRQ, could be an opportunity to take the fight to them. Aurora, if they can set up as well, mate, chances that they're just going to have clashes ushered towards them, but Jukes, that's the shift.
Are you kidding me? That's the perfect shift for a team like GOAT, because they were already on the rotation, and now they have an open path into this next zone. It's not going to be like that for when it comes to the side of Enigma Galaxy. They're a little bit late to the party here, so they're going to have to fight their way in. That's for sure, because there's not a lot of spots left at this zone. It is jam-packed. Meanwhile, Flash trying to get on the rotation. They get popped out their vehicles. That's Bose and Zeus out of the game. EK, they'll take those points all day long.
EK been good for the occasional duel here in close combat. Tops just looking to try and cut his losses. Heads out the way of TTG, though. That's going to be fun to talk. Looking to see if they can light him up. Takes a bit of damage, it seems, from what we caught there on the map side. AJ looking for the response on it. Wind lucky to even be alive here. Very low on HP from that. And Doc taking the fight to T24. That's 4 Thrives getting lit up.
Yeah, our player knocked. I believe they should have been in some building, so they should be able to get that res here. Let's see what happens, though. Teams just not, and all these squads, I'll tell you what, with so much on the line, there are no little slight peaceful contracts. Sometimes you have some teams that are dead center that just say, hey, you guys look that way, we'll look this way, and fight each other later on. But no, these guys do not like sharing any real estate nearby. Enigma Galaxy, yeah, again, late in the zone. They're going to have to eat a little bit of blue damage here, scout things out, move up just little by little.
It feels like they've just been kind of hunting, right? Tracking OG's rotates and looking to make sure they never reveal themselves until they're in a position to actually build off the back of playing that card with how slow they've opted to approach this one. Thinking about late game, thinking about placements and elims on it, and not wanting to risk faltering early. Killer Joe with a bit of a scouting play, slightly further advanced. You got that close grouping from AGAL and Aurora, just trying to get the read on that from the elevation. Meanwhile here, Gaming Star and Furia, Ulf up on the ridge side. Let's see if they can do it again, but Gaming Star do seem to just throw spanners in the works in some of our top teams.
They're getting involved in so many of these random fights here. Just haven't been able to last as a full squad and get like a really true engagement, but they're finding these little cheeky angles and just making it so difficult on the rest of these teams here. They are sitting in that cutoff position right there in 14th place. You can see that down on the bottom right. Top 3 at the end of tomorrow are eliminated. Their keys, their dreams are going to get crushed. So we'll have to see a team like Gaming Star make it happen here and now. Enigma Galaxy, yeah, still pushing in this blue zone. Wondering where this next zone is going to pop. A little bit more of a central zone here, so nothing crazy. We're going to have to see teams scramble into this next circle. And after that pop, Coops is like, all right, time to go. Let's get into this next zone and find our spot.
In the meantime, KRX as well, getting their sights honed in. One shot back over, getting the initial knock onto TTG. So Thunder Talks losing Zing so far. Awake looking on the periphery to see where this is coming from as Hooksy hard commits onto it, gets the flush, and another Elim point going their way. They're first on the board for this last game here on day 1 of the competition.
Under talking last place. Just they ended up finding at least a spot of coverage in this zone. They're pretty dead center here, so this is their time to shine here. And there's Gaming Stars, right? Catching Ayala there. Rolex 20 gonna be busting out that nade. Let's see if either of these teams are gonna get one. Oh, yeah, he saw that one coming. Said back it up. And that's exactly what they're gonna do. I'd like to see Gaming Stars maybe group up a little bit more here, as they are very, very split, especially for a team currently in 14th place. Meanwhile, though, Furia, you got Ayala just holding this warehouse all by himself for now. The rest of his team's gone. Yeah, Chief, Igor are already dead center, so it's literally just Ayala against the world there.
Meanwhile, this is what's been setting up over on the ridge side. It's RRQ up close towards Go. Oh, Force as he set up for it. He's got support from Killer Joe in the back line. Diving out of the vehicle, but he takes the fight straight to them. DBS doing bits as he commits with a headshot. RRQ gonna rage quit from that one as he claps back instantaneously. And Force still tracking him down as well. They look to try and take the peak back over. SMG play gets paid off that one. Goat gonna lose a man.
He did not expect the push that quickly. The rest of GOAT, unfortunately, not able to support him in time. Now they're hearing this engagement, though. That is a nice nade. That one definitely stung. Moxie said, I got one more for you. I got one more for Force. And now Boopsman is in the mix, looking to punish RRQ for taking out their teammate. But you're going to have to do it the hard way here, because RRQ, they got the smokes up, they got the support, and the same exact way, but shut down from a nade of Killer Joe.
Low on HP though, Fuchs can't afford to make another mistake, needs backup from the boys to save their bacon here. Killer Joe looking for the close quarters engagement. That's the spam on the first, take the confirmation with a backup of Moxie, locks inside the smoke, but they deal with it, Jukes.
And that is GOAT on the move once again. 4 eliminations here. That's going to put a little bit more points on that leaderboard. Puts them up to 51. They did lose 1 player in the process. But when you're on top of the leaderboards, man, that gives you a lot more breathing room to do what you got to do. But, man, we got pretty much a true Los Leones finish here. This is going to be interesting. We're going into the last second.
Urban combat embodied, bud. It's going to be a very different encounter from what we've seen on some of our final fights throughout today. Lula as well. Losing another man there as Gaming Star once again takes shots over, getting the confirmation off with a Mini 14. Bit of a knock back onto him as well. Looks like Maniac should be able to reset that one with Rolex deep in the back line towards the very split setup from Furia. Oh, and he goes down.
Oh, yeah. So Gaming Star are going to lose 1. They're going to have 3 on the edge of the circle. GOAT team are going to have to start pushing on in. Everybody else is already in this zone, so don't expect a crazy amount of movement here. I think we're going to see a lot of teams just kind of turtle up for a little bit longer. But yeah, every time you have a Los Leones finish here, there's so much cover that I am not going to be shocked that we see this literally go until the final seconds of that Zone 9.
The coach cam POV there as well for Geekake.
He's watching. Now he's looking at the camera.
Those eyes dialed in, hoping the squad will be able to deliver once again here. 2 elims racked up so far, Duke. Still alive and standing with all 4 members as well. Had a great start to the day. What's their finish going to be like?
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question. And you can see right now, looking at the leaderboards, we got a few squads that have done very well today. And the mid-pack can still bounce up here and now. So it's anybody's game here, folks. After this game, we'll have 6 more matches tomorrow. That's going to be it for Group A. But we ain't there yet. We still got this game left to go. So I am not surprised that we're seeing a lot of teams play this very calculated, very deliberate. Nothing fancy here in the last game, right? Don't make any kind of crazy pushes where you're going to get yourself third-partied. Just get some good coverage. You know, look out with that 3 peak. If you can see an easy knock and finish, go for it. Other than that, just play it safe.
No reason to run unnecessary risks, but for Moxie, he might not have a choice in that matter. That's Flash finding the weakened knee. Backup being called for, Jukes, but it's a little bit late on the rotate, so Moxie's done for. Killer Joe peeks up top side. Good shots onto a win, changing his name to defeat off the back of that one with the headshot delivering. And tops all that's left. 1v2 versus the GOAT crew.
And he is on the run now. Yeah, he said, you know what, I don't know if I want any of this. He hops in that buggy, and he's going to be looking for some random spot in this next zone to hopefully extend his tournament life just a little bit longer for his team.
It's Aurora again playing their card. Quick from Alula, getting hit heavy. And Top's actually caught to give away a 3-point over to Enigma there, as they will hit that one on the drive-by. So getting themselves a cheeky Elim on the board. Seeing if they can start to build off the back of that. They've been given a lot of space since they got into the zone. It was a slow rotate, but they've been sitting pretty. And at some point, OG might contest up towards them. We see the zone condense in. It could change things. Flower H with a good elevated angle as well towards the window side for AGAL.
Here we go, though. 10 seconds left on the clock. And we're going to find out where this next zone goes. And when that happens, we are definitely going to see some eliminations. So let's just see. Will it go up to that north and have so much coverage? It goes dead center. All right. I can feel a shift in the air of this room, as now we got quite a few teams are going to have to make the move. You got X-Force, Rejects, KRX, Ulf, Gaming Stars, even Alula going to have to start making a push into the zone. Meanwhile, Aurora sitting in a great spot. Ulf with the golden Murado, trying to find a place of safety, and Aaron gets popped off by T24.
That's 4 Fribes coming alive again from the back. Leaning in through the window, whilst Aurora take the full frontal assault, but Chief claps straight back instantly and domes him out on the stairwell. IQ, eyes lighting up as him and Valak are able to take shots over towards Gaming Stars. So 4 Fribes starting to get into the groove of things now. 4 Elims to their name, but the difference is, Jukes, that's still a full 4 squad here in kicking.
That is right. 4 points on the board for 4 Thrives. Yeah, it's starting to feel like victory for them as they are getting into this end game, playing it very, very carefully. Now, 2-minute warning. My prediction, we're going to see a whole lot of nada for 2 minutes, but then once that zone pops, woo, things are going to really pop off. It's that planning phase right now, right? Now's the time to tell your team, all right, zone goes here, we're going in that direction. And, oh, man, Alula running out the building there. That you can't do that.
The Kadir City grid starting to get loud as we can hear the crowd giving their energy over towards 4 Fribes. You can see them getting excited, and they did deliver from the peak they took onto Alula. Hit some nice shots from quite far away. Aurora's POV currently maintaining overlook on this encounter between OG and Enigma on the other side of things. It's a decent position, Jukes. You expose yourself, they could get some quick shots off, and we know they're good from range.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes the best defense is a good offense, right? If you're able to shoot at them first, you're going to be just okay. And it looks like Falak is looking to do just that. Oh my, they almost 1-2-3'd them right there. You can just see that they were like, all right, 1, 2, 3, and Top is going to be the one to get that elimination. 2 for the side of Aurora. They have their whole squad up. And this is where they really play their best with some good high ground. They are going to make something happen. And they know that there's a player in that warehouse.
I've had a read on Quick for quite some time. He's just trying to stay alive. Keep out of trouble for as long as possible. Let the other squads take themselves out of the competition. If he can try and rat a bit of a later game finish on it. Meanwhile, Hooksy taking the shots back over to TTG. Reject Shiva finding an angle onto him though. To KRX. At least suffering casualties. Hang on a minute though. That's Aurora getting spotted out by 4 Fribes. Both of those high ground angles in play, and they're starting to engage upon one another.
Yeah, they know this next zone is going to make things interesting. So if they can get a couple of knocks to kind of buy them some time here in case that zone hard shifts away, that is going to be huge. So yeah, you can see Aurora Gaming out in the open now, trying to find some angles onto either Quick or 4 Thrives. But with this zone shift, now 4 Thrives and Aurora are no longer in this circle. They got to get moving.
The position that's done so much for them has to be conceded, and everyone else is scrapping down on the ground floor. KRX up close on the Reject. Kick them out. They're the new landlords of the compound. But can Baby make the payment in time? Looking for the push out with a nade here. Wants to cook it to perfection. Jukes timing not going to work for him.
Fortunately didn't calculate that interest just right. And now Benny said, how about some of that? Ooh, that one definitely was a warning sign. Let's see what KRX could do, though. Sitting in 4th place right now, in a good position, looking to definitely add to that. But X-Force Reject, it's Baby all by himself. trying to make something happen.
Hey, man. This is 4 Thrives as well, dealing with an outside encounter just adjacent to the zone, with Furia taking the fight to them, but Furia being dethroned. 4 Thrives, 7 elims.
Woo! They are turning things up here. We saw them start the tournament so strong, and they're looking to end it in the same exact fashion. Aurora looking to make some noise here in this game as well, though. Rocking a big split. Doc up on top of that building is going to have to make something happen. There goes Killer Joe as Enigma Galaxy. They're going to take that. GOAT team are eliminated.
They had a good run today, but it's 4 Thrives that are still going, still fighting, and it seems like they're confident to attempt to push up, possibly collapse round onto Reject and KRX here as this one develops, Dukes.
Oh, Falak getting shot in the back, though, by Baby. That's going to hurt. T24 now, and going to have to make a play, but Baby gets eliminated. That's now 8 on the side of 4 Thrives. They'll take that all day long.
Falak down and out. The 3 fingers and 1 hand remaining here for 4 Thrives. KRX, they've got a read on the situation, but can't force the issue quickly enough to build or capitalize off the weakened players. They heal themselves up. Meanwhile, you can see this close grouping. Aurora, OG, Ulf, and Enigma Galaxy all on top of one another with pot shots being fired out.
Here we go. The nades are starting to ring out. Satan's going to try to get this connection here onto OG. Ooh, Satan gets shot in the back. Going to have to go down with his teammate. Coops gets eliminated and thirsted. It's going to be all about the utility here. Oh my gosh, a little bit of a rainbow shot there from Satan. That nade looks good, but Ralph getting knocked at this time is the worst case scenario for NGX.
It's a quick flush from OG. Lord looking to prime the nade, 2 seconds left, dashes it out, could be good for the tag, bounces slightly further back, but Lord doesn't get the same safety. Goodbye, Satan, as OG take the fight straight to Enigma and remove them from the battleground.
Orangutan making it happen here. Now they're starting to make some noise. Meanwhile, you got Aurora holding on to these silos. Ulf Esports still in the mix with 2 players up. And Doc, what's he gonna do about that? Orangutan's starting to get on fire. Here they go. Thunder Talk, get a knock on the KRX. Shots ringing out absolutely everywhere.
They ain't stopping, Jukes. They single-handedly run straight through everything that's put up by DRX. They look to the next team in TTG. They're gone as well. 4 Thrives keep on building. 10 elims in the back pocket. Ulf with a drop down trying to withstand the might of Ruthless. He's going to deal with him ruthlessly. Cuts through him for another one.
That's how you do it there from the top rope. Coming on down, getting that elimination. These guys ain't messing around. Now you got Wolf Esports hiding in the corner, just waiting, hoping that one of these players will run right in front of them. The trap is set. When will it be sprung? But oh, 224 gets the knock on to Doc. That is critical.
Right now, 4 Thrives have been the dominant force in this lobby.
Watch out.
They are running through Miramar. Elimination after elimination. Everyone is feeling the reverbs that are coming off of the pot shots right now from the Thrives roster. And they got their eyes lighting up, looking for more peaks from Geekay, hoping they'll take the fight, but it's AGAL with a connection up. T24 hits the deck. And Geekay might try and advance from it, Jukes.
Let's see if they can. AGAL. No, only 1 elimination here so far. They still have their whole squad up, but now they're starting to push. This is stage 9, folks. This zone is about to go into nothing, and we got a whole bunch of teams still remaining. Who's gonna win this one? It's all about who can hit those shots, who's got that clutch factor. We're about to find out.
In the ground floor, Geekay set up for the aggression. Top side, T24 low. Looking for the pick-up play to save things here. IQ with an nade in his hand, but Maple's got one of his own. Good chuck on it, could be primed! That's a big connection from Maple! AGL absolutely giving it right now. And the squad that's been on top might come crumbling down.
They're hurt. 4 Thrives is in trouble. It's all up to Zypher by himself. Gonna have to make a play. He gets 1. Can he do the drop down? Can he hit the shots? EK Safji is still alive, and that is it. 4 Thrives go down. Now it's up to Aurora to make something happen. It's Joel all by his lonesome, but Orangutan are looking too strong at this point.
They got the firepower right now, Jukes. Response back over's good. Say goodbye to Geekay as they go down as well. Ragnarok's time as well and truly pass. There's the shot over onto Aurora. And easy pickings for them. in the final moments. OG, bring it on home with the last chicken dinner in the day, Paris!
Let's go! Make some noise for OG as they end the day with that chicken dinner.
An incredible game. A display of talent, aggression, and so many sickening plays. We saw 4 Thrives living their movie on the grand stage. It was a blockbuster hit in Paris. But it's OG that see it through as the crowd gets fired up. You've been wonderful today, Paris. Give yourself a pat on the back.
Let's get it going here, man. Paris ain't messing around here. Neither is Orangutan. Every single one of these teams are making some noise. That is right. Man, I'll tell you what, tomorrow is going to be absolutely insane. Guys, mark your calendars here because we're seeing 3 teams go home after that. 5 teams heading straight to the finals, and the rest going to be sweating bullets, baby, because this lobby is stacked.
It's been clinical today, Juice. And you can see the difference of expression, man.
Oh, man, Malak just staring into the distance right now, just thinking, I wonder what the finals is going to be like. These guys are looking good.
Man, it's insane. So damn good as well, just hearing everyone's energy getting fired up.
Yes, I love this setup. We got the crowd right behind us right here. Everybody's bringing the hype. That's what I love to see.
You got the OG cheers as well.
Let's
Jumping in
go.
the crowd, Jukes. They're getting nice and hyped. And to be fair, they deserve it. You close it clutch at the end there, man.
Not an easy game at all, guys. I mean, that was not gifted in the slightest. It was a brutal last match. Los Leones finish. 6 teams remaining in Zone 9. Are you kidding me? But, I mean, hey, they had that little ridge line on the south side. They used it to their advantage. But you still got to hit those shots and make those plays. And OG said, hey, you know what? You give us that opportunity, we're going to take it.
And they bossed it. They absolutely bossed it. So many moments of excitement there. The ebb and flow of storylines we've had today. Let's have a little bit of a look back at a replay from that one as well, Jukes.
Yeah, we can see right now that drop down. Unfortunately, 4 Thrives not able to make that crazy play. It was all up to Zjol right there at the last second. He does get 1 knock, but OG just said, nah, we are not hesitating. We ain't letting this one slip through our fingers. They pull out that win right here towards the end, and right on time, too, considering that, you know, not in the top of the leaderboards, you know, but now they should be feeling a lot more comfortable going into tomorrow.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, there was a couple of uncomfortable results for them, right? Where you were thinking they need a big game. They need something to give them points, give them energy, and give them confidence. And that's what they got off the back of that result.
Yep. I mean, they're going to be feeling really set up here. I mean, definitely job's not finished, right? I mean, 6 more matches left to go is a lot of work to be had, but a lot less compared to those teams on the bottom of the leaderboards. They're going to have to go home tonight, talk to their coaches, figure out what adaptations they're going to need to make here, because this is the pinnacle of esports, guys. I mean, if you are even near this location, you have got to check it out and see it for your own eyes. Videos do not do it justice. It literally is like if I was a kid and dreamed of like the ultimate gaming experience. I don't even think I could have dreamed this big.
No, man, it's unfathomable. It's been so damn exciting. It's been really, really beautiful. But we got something even more insightful coming your way. Let's get down on the stage with Kalaris.
I think I'm gonna go with the flow.
Okay, easy. Sounds good.
Отлично, прекрасно.
All right, okay, we are with Moxie here from GOAT Team after they get 2 wins on the day. Looking fantastic here at PMWC. My first question for them is about their first win on Erangel. Were they concerned about Enigma Galaxy's position going up against them because it was a good spot? And how quickly did they know that they'd run out of ammo on the other side?
Амmo уже с другой стороны не хватает.
По поводу таблицы в топе по очкам Нигму.
You mean the table in terms of the overall points that we got?
The table?
Где мы топ взяли?
That we got the gamma top, that's what you meant?
So they won the Erangel game.
Да, вы выиграли игру Erangel.
Yeah.
Не, мы не беспокоились, конечно, зона немножко повезло, но мы доиграли просто вместе командно и выиграли игру.
No, I got it. Well, we were not so concerned, you know. We got the points, we gathered our focus together, and somehow we as a team moved forward and we did the best we could.
Okay, so let's move on to the Miramar win that they got. They had a good compound for quite a while. TT crashed on them and they were able to deal with them. After that, what were their concerns? Because it's a very open field they're going into.
Открытое, но с нашей позиции довольно легко разыгрывается это поле, и мы без всяких проблем просто выехали с кемпа и выиграли игру.
It is indeed very open field, absolutely, you're right. It's just that we also had a very good position, and that's why we sort of like smoothly slide it from the camp. And that's why we got a pretty good score, and that's how we won. That's it.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much, Moxie, for joining me here. As we are done for this one, let's head over to Barney to check out what he's got going.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. I've got Ketch here from Ulf Esports. Not a great day, not a bad day. Pretty kind of standard across the board, but I want to know from your perspective, Ketch, you know, coming into this tournament, you guys typically have a pretty slow start into tournaments. You build, you gain some momentum, and then you end with a bang. As the IGL, obviously you're trying to gain momentum quicker. You're trying to kind of get points on the board quickly. How are you trying to tackle that as the leader of this team?
Bugün ilk gün çok iyi de geçmedi, çok kötü de geçmedi. Birazcık ortalardasınız. Böyle büyük turnuvalarda yavaş başlamak her zaman zor olabiliyor. Bir IGL olarak bu momentumu nasıl yakalıyorsunuz veya nasıl takımı daha ileri itebiliyorsun?
Yani şöyle kötü başlangıçların geri dönüşü biraz zor oluyor. Ama yaptığımız işten vazgeçersek hiçbir zaman yakalayamıyoruz. O yüzden neyi doğru biliyorsak onu yapmaya devam ediyoruz. Yani bildiğimiz bir olay varsa ondan vazgeçmiyoruz. Ölürsek de öyle ölüyoruz. O kadar yani. Ekstra bir şeyimiz yok yani.
It's always difficult to come back from mistakes or slow starts, but we know the game that we are playing, and we usually just stick with that. Even if we lose or die on that, we still continue doing the same strategy all over.
I like that, sticking to your game plan. Before I let you go, I want to talk to you a little bit about your team. Erin's your latest addition to the squad, joining just before PMGC last year. How integral or instrumental is he to your guys' success? Because as soon as he joined, he came second at PMGC. You guys are putting up, you know, amazing performances on LAN. So how important is he to the team?
Eren'le ilgili soru sormak istiyorum. Takımınıza sonradan dahil oldu. PMGC'den kısa bir süre önce ve hemen PMGC'de ikinci sırada bitirdiniz. Yani takımınıza büyük bir etkisi var ve bu etkisi senin gözünde nasıl, o nasıl bir, yani takıma nasıl bir katkı sağlıyor?
Yani Eren bizim eksik parçalarımızdan bir tanesiymiş. Hani Lego parçası gibi böyle boş olan yeri direkt doldurdu. Takımda gerekirse agresiflik, gerekirse biz pusma diyoruz yani. Gerekirse pusabiliyoruz. Hani her şeyden azar azar ve yeterli derecede var. O yüzden bir takımın bir eksik kısmını herhangi bir pozisyonda Eren tamamlayabiliyor. O yüzden bizim için çok değerli yani.
Yeah, Eren is really precious for our team. Because he was kind of like the missing puzzle piece for our team, because he is like both aggressive but also can play in a more like slow style. So we definitely noticed that he was that missing piece for our team, and we can utilize him in many different ways. So we're really happy for this addition.
I love that. Shout out to the young guns on the team, bringing forward this esport legend. Thank you so much, Ketch, for joining me in this interview. What a brilliant day it has been so far, but we've got so much PUBG Mobile action coming your way over the next few days. So let's round out day one by going back over to the studio.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Barney and Kalaris, for the amazing interviews today. But I got one thing to say, especially after that last match. And it's none other than OG! Because this team, I mean, what a turnaround. I gotta give them props. I was giving them a lot of not nice stuff earlier on, saying that this team was not being aggressive. But in that last one, Lace, they were definitely aggressive, and they got the chicken dinner.
Yes, this is exactly what I was saying. Finally, they admit the damage that they are creating, and then they capitalize on it with not only a not a terrible, but a difficult push up the hill as well. But they were able to get themselves into that spot, eliminate Aurora, who was sitting on the fence line, and obviously take the chicken dinner. What I hope from them is that they can look at this game and realize that they can make the rest of the lobby play on their terms, because it's not like that they were doing anything wrong in the original games. It's just that capitalization to push forward. It was kind of like, oh, should we do it? But this is exactly what we know that OG can do.
Yeah, a big feedback from us was those eliminations. And right now, they ended up getting 10, but it's the way that they ended up doing, Max, because we ended up seeing them just not only get a knock on Raul from Nick McGalaxy, we saw them finally being aggressive.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not just going to say that's the best fight we've seen from them so far in PMWC.
Yep.
That's also the case with PMGC included. This is the best so far we've ever seen of a fight from Orangutan globally, ever. And I love to see the commitment to the play. You get a knock, you have the man advantage, leverage it, like send it, bloody hell, and they did. I love seeing that from this squad. Hopefully it's not just a flash in the pan, right?
Yeah.
I want to see a continuation. I want to see chapter
100%.
2 of these kind of fights in Iptra. And if they do so, hey, maybe first time we can see an Indian team in a global finals.
Wouldn't that be something? I would love to see that. And going back to that play is like, I love that they made that push and committed to that push, because that fight in particular was really scary because they had a whole wall that was not going to be it was not easy for them because they knew there was going to be somebody hiding behind it. So the commitment is really, really good there.
You get the honors for this one, Natura.
Yes.
Give it to them. There you go. OG, congratulations. It's one other thing for this squad too, as we're hyping them up here and well deserved, is how they were able to adjust throughout the day. Usually a squad is not able to do that, but the fact that they were able to do it is what we want to see. At the end of the day, we saw 4 Thrives as well being able to put up some points there. Let's see what that overall is going to be looking like for Group A Day 1. Because 6 matches are done with, and it's no surprise that the pride of Pakistan, baby! 4 Thrives Esports with 59 points, sitting at the top.
Oh, they thought it was going to be a flash in the pan. People said, no way they do it again. But they're doing it again. And one thing that's really important, right? GOAT team, despite getting 2 chicken dinners, Niptura, they've only got 20 placement points. Without a single chicken dinner, they are only 5 placement points away from the results of GOAT team, highlighting they keep getting into these late game scenarios, getting a few points, but especially the eliminations. You remove all their placement points, they would still be on the first page.
They would. And you know what? I love seeing this from them so much. We're starting to see a really consistent global team emerging out of this squad, right? They're really coming into their own. They're looking very good. This is exactly what I want to see from them. Yes, it's not, the 3 wins that we saw in PMGO Season 1, but it is top of the leaderboard, not by much, but it's still there. It puts them in a really good position for Day 2.
And I mean, even at the end of today's matches, there's not a crazy lead in and amongst these teams. And obviously we still have an entire day, and especially the turnaround. I want to talk about the turnaround from GOAT because it was not looking like they were in this to play, but this turnaround is something to be watching out for. And then also the downfall of Furia is also something we
Max.
might need to look out for too.
No, don't talk about this one. Yeah, to be honest, big L taken by Furia today. We need to see a massive step up. 5 placement points over the course of 6 matches. You're below a 1 average placement point per game. The thing is, their eliminations are not far off, like a lot of teams around them, right? It's not that bad, but the placement points are really lackluster, so I need to see a step up. Same for Team RRQ though. During PMI, I saw many great things for them, that team, right, in the Macau Invitational. Bit of a slow start for them, but you know what? It's day 1. There's going to be a few hurdles along the way for these squads. So day 2, of course, you need to make a step up. And if you don't make it in the top 5-7, at least don't be in the bottom 3.
Yeah, you don't want to be in the bottom 3 right now. We were able to see Alula, Thunder Talk, and Esports Rejects, which honestly, I was expecting a much better performance out of that squad. I said it halfway through the day. I'm going to say it again. Highly disappointed by the way that Esports Rejects has been playing today.
Yeah, I thought we would see a lot more from them. But you know what? I am hopeful for tomorrow. This is one of those teams that I think will just grow over time and get more confident, get a little bit more of that risk-taking mentality on board. So tomorrow, I'm really looking for high hopes for them. The other thing is RRQ, for me, I was looking to them as one of my favorites of being a really interesting team in that they split a lot, and a lot of teams do not take the type of splits that they do. So I was really looking forward to them being able to take advantage of other teams by doing that, but we haven't seen that at all today, and I think we know why.
Yeah, I mean, actually looking at some of the replays, I still cannot believe they said Huzaifa. It's like, yo, Huzaifa, go get him. And he went for it, kind of worked out. He got, I think, some players of OG and the entirety of Ulf. I was genuinely surprised that worked out, but it goes to show that for 4 Thrives, I know we talked about them a lot today, but every player has that clutch potential, and that is why they are in number 1 position.
4 Thrives. They have the best loyal gamers. BLG. And it goes to show here, and we're going to continue to see it throughout. Don't forget that tomorrow is going to be the second day of PMWC at EWC 26 for Group A. Day 3, Day 4, we'll get a chance to see Group B. But until then, we'll get a chance to find out which top 5 teams are going to be going directly to the finals. And something to notate that we'll be talking about tomorrow too is that OG ended up being in 6th place after that amazing win. We'll see if they can keep it out tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. It has been Lace, Maxman, Neptura, the 7WG, the Amazing Casters, and the rest of the stuff. We'll see you tomorrow.